From what started as a post-apocalyptic novel turned into one of the best post-apocalyptic game franchises to ever exist. A franchise that has evolved over time and became a beloved series with no misses whatsoever. Ghosts, guns, tunnels, mutants, Russia, trains, it has it all. I have the utmost respect for 4A Games to have the ambition and creativity to bring Dmitry Glavkovsky's novels to life, while simultaneously working in god-awful conditions, introducing new players into the world of Metro. But with that being said, let's start at the beginning. 2005 was the year that the world of Metro was born, with the novel Metro 2033 created by Dmitry Glavkovsky, being first published in Russia and was previously available as a free-to-read online project 3 years prior in 2002, becoming a record-breaking selling book and the author even receiving an encouragement award by the European Science Fiction Society for the novel, being labeled as a underground cult bestseller. So it's safe to say that this novel was quite a big deal, and even more so when it went worldwide, as the Metro 2033 novel was then later released in 2010 for English readers to coincide with the brand new Metro 2033 video game adaptation made by the Ukrainian studio 4A Games and published by THQ, who took major interest in the world that Dmitry built and worked alongside him to bring his novel into the video game world, originally being showcased at the Leipzig Games Convention in Germany, being titled Metro 2033 The Last Refuge, which of course was then changed to just simply Metro 2033, with early impressions comparing it to Half-Life, Stalker, and many other atmospheric games at the time, which remained somewhat similar to the official release. The partnership with Dmitry to bring Metro to gamers like us of course worked in their favor, as Metro has become one of the most beloved franchises in gaming and is easily some of my most favorite post-apocalyptic games, which is why I decided to make an entire video on the franchise. Yeah, I'm that insane. But before we kick things off, we of course need to talk about the Redux, which was released back in 2014. The Redux versions of Metro 2033 and Last Light are probably what most people would buy and play, as unfortunately the originals were delisted on Steam, but I wanted to show off the entire Metro franchise in its original form because these games are just magnificent. I mean, the Redux version for both games are probably the definitive versions for newcomers into the franchise, but I understand many hardcore purists of the original games will argue that you should play the originals, especially Metro 2033, and I don't fault them, as that's what I personally played growing up and have tons of nostalgia for, even owning the Xbox 360 limited edition version of Metro 2033. But the Redux was made to be more streamlined, as the first game was reworked to use the Last Light engine and adding a ton of quality of life improvements, despite them removing quite a few fan favorite features such as the stealth and heavy suit, also losing the grittier, darker atmosphere the original Metro 2033 had, even redoing the voice work for certain characters and the third-person cutscenes that were present in the original release, amongst many other things. On the other hand, there's not much difference between Last Light and its Redux version other than the addition of all the DLC in the Redux, but you could argue that's not really a difference, as the Last Light Complete Edition had all of the DLC anyway. Thanks to GOG's game preservation, they've recently released both original versions of 2033 and Last Light on their platform as I was making this video, surprisingly. So if you wanted to play the Metro games in their original form, then you can without spending ridiculous amounts of money on Steam keys from grey market sellers. I could sit here and debate which version is truly better, but I'll leave that up to you guys in the comments. Just know that I'll only be going through the originals due to personal preference. Before we do get further into the video, there will be 5 Steam keys for Metro Exodus Gold Edition and 5 Steam keys for the Metro Redux bundle scattered throughout the video. I just wanted to give something back to you guys for supporting my videos and give the people that have never played the Metro games before a chance to play them for the first time. This video isn't sponsored of course and is from my own pocket, so yeah, be on the lookout for some free game codes whilst watching, just like these two on screen right now. Anyways, let's begin. The year is 2033 and the world is in ruins after the Great War of 2013, or simply World War III, with the surface being an apocalyptic wasteland inhabited by mutants, which forced the residents of Moscow to live in the underground metro tunnels, as the surface became the most dangerous place to be due to the heavy radiation and danger that lurked above. But of course, humanity is the very thing that destroyed itself, and the horrors are not just on the surface, as the metro is divided into different stations, each inhabiting separate societies with different ideals, acting as independent city-states. But it doesn't end there, as one day a new threat appeared. Meet Artyom, the main protagonist of the Metro franchise thus far, a young Russian man in his 20s who still remembers life on the surface and holds some hope that the world may flourish again. And his story starts with him on a journey to the surface to destroy this new threat, the Dark Ones, being accompanied by a man named Miller, who is the colonel and leader of the Spartan Rangers, a faction within the Metro universe that help the civilians of the Metro tunnels by defending settlements and eliminating threats, pretty much acting as the last line of defense for humanity. As Artyom follows Miller up some ladders, he's nearly sent to hell, but Miller manages to grab him just in time, getting Artyom back on his feet, introducing us to the basics of Metro 2033, acting as some sort of tutorial prologue, such as moving, interacting with objects, crouching, looting equipment, reloading your weapons, and jumping, you know, the usual. But what sets Metro 2033 apart from other games is the addition of Artyom's headlight that is used to light up the darkness around him, as this game is very, very dark and gritty, and you could easily lose your way and even be attacked by mutants in the darkness if you aren't careful. Unlike most games that feature a flashlight of some kind, Metro 2033 decides to up the immersion by forcing you to charge up the battery with a universal charger whenever it becomes dim, making the headlight much brighter to work with despite it not being too much help. But there's honestly something about charging up your headlight to navigate the pitch black tunnels that just makes me smile. The headlight isn't the only equipment you'll be working with as you navigate the world of Metro, as the radiation forces Artyom to equip a gas mask at specific moments, such as heading to the surface, making the gas mask vital for survival. But it isn't as simple as just throwing the gas mask on, as filters are required to breathe and can run out in just a few minutes, forcing you to scavenge from dead bodies, lockers, and even purchase filters from vendors to make sure you're always topped up. Luckily, you'll always know when to apply a brand new filter, as you can check Artyom's watch with a click of a button to check how long is left before the timer runs out, or just listen for Artyom's breathing getting heavier, like an asthmatic dude that smokes about 75 packs of ciggies a day, or watch as your vision gets blurrier. For those who are incompetent and can't change filters with the simple button mechanic, the game will actually apply filters automatically, so you'll never truly be panicking, but I always opt to changing them manually as I can't stand Artyom's breathing. Like seriously, it's annoying. I never personally had the problem of running out of filters in my playthrough, but that's probably because I played on regular difficulty, not Ranger Hardcore like an absolute madman. Your gas mask can also get damaged over time, resulting in your vision becoming somewhat obscured by the cracks, forcing you to swap it out for a random one lying around before it completely breaks and you choke to death. Adding even more immersion to the gas mask mechanic, which is easily one of the best parts of this entire franchise that only gets better with every release. Anyways, as the duo arrive at the Korolev Performance Hall, just outside from the tower, which is the unknown destination that they're heading towards, a couple watchers, also known as watchmen, spawn in, which are mutant mammals that represent some type of dog. A couple of uggos if I do say so myself, forcing the duo to quickly take them out before proceeding. As this is our first official gunfight of the game, let's quickly go over the gunplay and weapons, which are just jank in its purest form. You have a range of weapons to play with, from a gun named after myself, an AK-74M called the Kalash. I mean, we're playing a shooter after all, so they had to throw their rendition of an AK in there. A revolver with a stock and optics that make it look like a completely different type of weapon.
The best gun in the world. Recommended.
An automatic shotgun that holds 6 shells, yes, 6. And finally, one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite weapon in this game, the Vault Driver, an overpowered railgun that one-shots a large majority of enemies, if not taking them down in only a couple of shots, but is ultimately held back by the pumping mechanic required to use the damn thing. But I guess that adds to the immersion of using this type of weapon. I honestly found the gunplay to be passable, especially for a janky game from 2010. I wouldn't say I had the most fun time with it, as for some reason the human enemies in this game have aimbot and 360 no scope you across the map at every chance they get, making most gunfights beyond frustrating. And on top of that, having to mind the ammo you use, as sometimes it's hard to come by. Other than that though, the gunplay felt fine, but where Metro 2033 shines the most though is with the meaty shotguns and the overpowered Vault Driver. There's nothing more satisfying than blowing the head off a mutant with an automatic shotgun, or clapping someone across the map with an electric pinball. It's phenomenal. And speaking of phenomenal, the fact that you can see the bullets leave a weapon in real time is just wow. Metro 2033 is absolute peak. Despite the gunfights being quite difficult but somewhat manageable, the stealth on the other hand is just something I couldn't wrap my head around. It's most likely a skill issue, but for some reason I got caught every attempt I made at stealth. But again, I'll put that down to my lack of skill rather than the game, because I'm not really a huge fan of stealth, which kind of changed for the sequel surprisingly. Anyways, after fighting off the pack of watchers, the duo open a nearby door with the power of quickly spamming X and head outside, getting a quick glimpse of their final destination, the tower, before Miller contacts a man we're yet to meet by the name of Ullman, who informs informs Miller that a group of rangers should be nearby. After learning how to sprint, the rangers pull up in a truck to provide backup, but not all is well as a big threat approaches.
Glad to see you, Colonel. Did you hear that? Listen. What the hell is it?
The Rangers form a circle to prepare for the onslaught of Watchers, forcing our team to fight off waves and waves of the mutants in a fight to the death. But unfortunately, it isn't enough as the Rangers are overwhelmed, bringing our team to the ground and in the perfect position to be attacked by a demon mutant.
Demons!
Taking us back to 8 days earlier when Artyom had just turned 20 years old, which was retconned by the way, and apparently he's older than 20 in 2033, I don't know, it makes no sense. And the mutant attacks have been escalating, increasing the fear of the residents at Artyom's home station named Exhibition. We get a glimpse of Artyom's hobby, which is collecting postcards of the old world shortly before his stepfather, well, adoptive father, Alex wakes him up, as Alex's ranger friend Hunter is on his way back with news from the other stations in the metro, forcing Artyom to head to the gate. And on the way we see various promotional material for the Metro 2033 novel, which doesn't make sense for the world, but it's a game adaptation after all. You gotta get some promotion in there, I respect it. As Artyom follows closely behind Alex to the gate, we instantly get a feeling of how Exhibition is coping with the rising mutant attacks, with a soldier explaining another patrol was attacked last night, leading to the hospital being full, people panicking, and 2 people being confirmed dead. We also get some insight on the Dark One's powers, who are tall, black, slender-like powerful beings that the humans are ultimately afraid of, and all the cause of these attacks. They don't completely kill their victims, but damage their minds so bad that they eventually become a victim to death. And we get a glimpse of the effect of the Dark One's power with one of the patients at the hospital not making any sense and mumbling his words. Terrifying indeed. Just as the duo arrive at the gate, Hunter arrives, being let in and explaining exactly what's happening in the outside world, which is not too much at all. Also giving Artyom a postcard of New York City for his collection. What a nice guy. Hunter then goes on to talk about the Dark Ones, explaining that he doesn't know what they are, but his order, the Spartan Rangers, have a specific saying of, if it's hostile, kill it, which will come up many times further in the story as Artyom looks up to Hunter as he is the very first ranger he's came to know. As Alex tries to respond to Hunter's motto, saying that the Dark Ones don't outright kill people, an intruder alarm starts ringing, forcing the trio to gear up with Artyom equipping a nearby revolver. Also getting reminded that we have a knife, which is completely useless by the way. With the revolver in hand, Artyom stands guard till Nasoluses, which are aggressive mutant-like mole creatures, start pouring through the vents, forcing the trio to quickly take them out and protect Exhibition. Now that the Nasoluses are taken care of, Hunter compliments Artyom's shooting skills, but then gets into a petty argument with Alex.
No Dark Ones here. Just the usual tunnel trash.
Even when you don't see them, the Dark Ones are there. Fear. That's their weapon. That's what made the Nasoluses run through the tunnels like rats. The Dark Ones are not simple mutants. They're Homo Novus, the next step in evolution. You've heard about survival of the fittest? Guess what? We lost.
What's happened to you, Alex? You can go like lambs to the slaughter. I'll hang on to whatever life I got with teeth and claws. And I'll take more than a few of your Homo Novus with me to hell.
You think you're some old movie cowboy? Have a look, Hunter. 10 soldiers trained in combat. Their bodies broken, their minds gone.
The Dark Ones! They destroyed the outer guard post! Damn! Shit! Damn it! Damn!
The devil knows what's happening out there, beyond your perimeter. I must go recon the situation. Listen carefully, Artyom. If I'm not back here by morning, you must get to police station and find a man named Miller. Tell him what's happened to me, and what's stirring in the northern tunnels. Show this to Miller, so he knows I've sent you. I trust everything to you, Artyom. Don't let me down. If we are to survive, this threat must be eliminated, no matter the cost. Eliminated. Understand?
Unfortunately, Hunter never returned and hasn't been heard of since in the franchise, till the brand new 2039, but we'll talk about that later in the video. For now, Hunter has not returned and nobody knows where he is, so Artyom has no choice but to follow exactly what he asked of him, and travel to Polis to find a man named Miller and show him Hunter's tags. Luckily for Artyom, he discovered that the caravan was heading to Riga Station the next day and needed guards, so he signed on for the ride, starting the brutal journey to Polis.
Не стучите колеса. Кондуктор, нажми на тормоза.
I have no clue what he was saying. Anyways, Artyom gets woken up by Eugene, a friend of his and someone that is accompanying him on the journey to Riga Station, along with a guy named Boris, and the unnamed Riga merchant, but nobody cares about him. Now that we're ready to head to Riga, Artyom gathers his supplies, which include military-grade cartridges that are powerful bullets that hold great value, and are actually used as a currency within the metro, considering the world has gone to complete shit. So you can use them to buy weapons, other ammo types, or if you sadly run out of ammo, you can load them into your weapon as a last-ditch effort to hopefully survive in a fight, which usually works as they're way more powerful than regular bullets, but if I'm being honest, you're better off saving them as much as you can. Artyom also picks up his journal that will always let you know your next objective and will vaguely tell you where to go if you get lost, with a small compass at the top, but you'll probably never use it as, like I said, it gives you vague directions. With everything collected, Artyom heads for exhibition one final time before his journey to Riga, and soaks in the life of the locals as he walks through the station. This is one of many stations within the franchise, but it's a great starting point to show the citizens of exhibition and their daily lives, with people cleaning, children playing, people drinking, overall showing how humanity is dealing with the world practically ending in Artyom's home station.
Let me get some rest, will ya? Is everything alright? Sorry, I'm busy right now.
I think this is the perfect time to talk about the cursed models in Metro 2033 because goddamn they are scary. Especially the children, as for some reason they just look like 3'5" adults with adult voices too. And don't get me started on the eyes of these NPC models. Sheesh. Before I forget, a unique feature to the Metro franchise is the morality system, which you either hate or love, as some of the morality points make no sense, especially in the sequel, but I'll talk about that when we get to it. But overall, it pretty much boils down to how you engage in a combat scenario, like outright gunning your way through or stealth, listening to optional NPC conversations, giving bullets to beggars, playing instruments for some reason, and other random specific tasks. Many people criticize the Metro series for the morality choices, and to be honest, I don't blame them, as they can be a tad bit confusing and annoying, especially without using a guide, prompting many players to just get the bad ending without even trying. But that isn't a big deal in Metro 2033 considering the bad ending is canon, but we'll get to that in a bit. Anyways, Artyom continues his way through exhibition and comes across a trading post, which are scattered throughout the game at certain sections where you can sell weapons and ammo for the MGR currency, or buy dirty rounds made by the Metro inhabitants, or simply the standard ammo. Oh yeah, and you can purchase brand new weapons with specific attachments for your arsenal, which is exactly 3 weapons, as we all know that a guy can only carry 3 guns at a time. Unfortunately, Artyom isn't quite ready to leave just yet though, as Eugene orders him to head to the armory and gear up. So he does just that and equips the signature bastard submachine gun, some ammo, a universal charger to keep the headlight powered, a gas mask, and army issue first aid kits, which will come in handy as the human enemies love to shoot you. Artyom then tests out his weapons in the nearby shooting range and says farewell to his stepfather, who runs him down with the relationship Exhibition has with Riga, which is a mutual alliance, as Exhibition are sending them a few rail cars with goods and will be the cargo Artyom is looking after on the short trip. With that useful information, Artyom finally hops on the caravan with Eugene, Boris, and the random merchant, starting the trip through the tunnels, which is definitely going to go smoothly. As the crew make their way through the tunnels, the merchant gives us some insight into how getting to Polis is very difficult nowadays, as it requires a lot of luck, considering Hansa, a large and powerful trading alliance federation, connects to the entire metro and it has many stations, not welcoming outsiders whatsoever. But Hansa isn't the only hurdle, as anyone that wants to get to Polis has to potentially go through the Red Line, the Nazis, or the bandits. Pretty much every bad faction within the metro, who are are all actively at war with everyone and anyone nowadays. Despite that, the crew arrive at a crossing where a guard informs them that a military caravan got stuck in one of the tunnels, making the tunnel collapse. So they'll have to use a service tunnel instead, which spooks Boris, but they have no choice but to push on. And we quickly find out why this specific tunnel is bad, as it's incredibly haunted, with the crew hearing whispers and cries in the darkness from ghosts, and out of nowhere, a glowing anomaly appears, knocking everyone out and sending Artyom into a dreamlike state, seeing a vision of Hunter and the Dark One.
Artyom! Over here! If we are to survive, this threat must be eliminated, no matter the cost. Eliminate it.
Now that Artyom is awake from that strange vision of the Dark One getting shot and getting our first glimpse of Artyom's connection and resistance to the Dark Ones, the crew are thrown into a terrible situation as only Eugene and Artyom are awake to face off against a horde of Nasolises approaching from the darkness in the tunnel, forcing Artyom to protect the cart from the incoming mutants whilst Eugene pumps the caravan as fast as he can, leading to a fairly intense fight against the mutants. One thing I did fail to mention is how ammo is gathered, as instead of purchasing them, you can actually pick up ammo from enemy bodies and from their weapons. I wished more games actually utilize this type of mechanic, as it's satisfying picking up items from the bodies of enemy soldiers and taking bullets from their guns, even though you just simply press the X button. With Boris and the merchant out cold, Artyom shanks a mutant and is given a double barrel shotgun to fend off the mutants, but it isn't enough, as the merchant gets dragged away and Artyom gets thrown off the caravan, forcing him to quickly get to cover and hide away from the incoming Nasolises. Damn, they're fast. Now that the coast is clear, Artyom dashes to the roadblock and makes it to safety, where we witnessed a mutant barbecue, finally arriving at Riga Station. The crew chug vodka like it's New Year's to celebrate their narrow escape from the cursed tunnel, but I guess nobody cared about the merchant that literally got dragged to hell, because there is no mention of this dude ever again. Either way, Artyom is still alive, and that's all that matters. So he continues his path to Polis, starting with checking out the station and what or who it has to offer, such as a piano and a floating cup for some weird reason. Anyways, after taking in Riga Station, Artyom comes across a child who surprisingly knows his name and informs him that a smelly guy is waiting for him, even asking for a bullet to guide Artyom to him, which I of course declined, because no kid is taking my precious bullets. The kid needs to get a job, I swear. Eventually, Artyom locates the man who doesn't shower after witnessing the scariest baby doll I've ever seen, and the man introduces himself as Bourbon, informing Artyom that he needs to get to Dry Station for some business, as he's a trader, drifter, survivor, criminal, and adventurer, a man of many talents. But Riga is currently on lockdown and there's no way out, or so it would seem, as Bourbon actually knows a secret cursed passage that the locals are afraid to use. I wonder why. But Bourbon is confident that Artyom can help him, as he's heard that the weird cursed stuff doesn't work on him. So Bourbon strikes Artyom a deal, get him to Dry Station, and in return he gets his sexy AK, even handing Artyom an upfront payment of a few bullets. But before we accompany Bourbon through this cursed passage, Artyom receives a surprise from a notorious prostitute.
Now, close your eyes and wait for a big surprise.
You dumbass! Everyone knows not to go with Nikki. Her ass really packs a punch, no? It looks like your pockets were emptied. That's what you get.
This is why you don't trust the ladies of the night, folks. Now that Artyom is broke, he follows Bourbon to the secret passage out of Riga, into the abandoned tunnels, despite not knowing if he should trust them. Either way, he has no choice because Artyom needs a way forward and Bourbon needs protection, both needing each other for this short journey together. As the duo traverse the abandoned tunnels, we get introduced to our first lurker, which are annoying small creatures that jump out of holes and attack lone humans rather than groups of people, so for now, Artyom is safe. Because most of this game is set within the metro tunnels, I want to quickly go over the atmosphere and tone of Metro 2033, which is very, very dark. Contrasting with the glow of the plants that light the tunnels, the thick fog in the air, abandoned trains, the various camps you come across, and the bodies of the dead scattered around. I don't think many games have such a vibe as this, which is slightly lost with the future sequels as nothing comes close to how special Metro 2033 is. Not to say that the sequels are bad, because they are not by any means, but there's something truly beautiful and unique with how Metro 2033's world feels. Anyways, Bourbon goes on about tales of people hearing voices in the pipes if they listen long enough, to which he thinks is bollocks, but considering we've just came from a cursed tunnel, it doesn't seem very far-fetched. After heading through an abandoned train, the duo locate a few dead bodies, which confirms that there are bandits nearby, leading to a short tutorial on stealth with how to identify the enemy's signature alarm system, cannons, broken glass, and tripwires. Unfortunately, stealth won't come in handy for me at all, because as I said before, stealth was a no-go for me in this game. Either way, the duo slowly make their way through into the bandits' hideout, and Artyom watches Bourbon take out a drunk bandit with a throwing knife, leading to Artyom going guns blazing and taking out every single bandit in his way, also picking up the trusty vault driver at the bandit camp along the way. With the bandits taken care of so far, the duo arrive at a huge bridge and traverse said bridge whilst watching each other's backs and taking out mutants till a Hansa military trolley arrives looking for bandits, forcing the duo to hide in the shadows till the coast is clear. More bridge action later, the duo are stopped in their tracks as there's unfortunately a cave-in, but luckily there's a nearby staircase leading to the lost catacombs, which is definitely not the best place to be venturing, but the duo have no choice but to push on, eventually arriving at a green glowing room littered with dead bodies, a graveyard of some sorts. Whilst Artyom loots the bodies for supplies, Bourbon attempts to open a nearby gate, but then the duo are thrown into another vision by the Dark Ones, this time some kind of hallway with a bright light, all whilst Bourbon starts getting seductive with the gate. Bourbon was smart for bringing Artyom along because without him, he would have definitely not made it through. Thank God for Artyom's immunity and plot armor. This is clearly Bourbon's first encounter with the Dark Ones with how shook up he is, not even wishing the experience on his worst enemy. Anyways, the duo push on towards the market station, eventually coming across the gate entrance, and after Bourbon threatens the guards to open up, waves of Nasalises start emerging from the darkness, leading to an all-out gunfight, where the duo of course come out on top, finally being let into market station by an old friend of Bourbon's, well, someone he is in debt with, as Bourbon has a pretty shitty reputation around these parts. Like I mentioned before, the Hansa control many stations and the market is one of them, but considering we're with one of their old buddies, Artyom is allowed to pass through. As Artyom enters the market, Bourbon hands over some bullets to buy a couple of filters as we're finally going to the surface. Well, after he sorts out a deal with one of the guards. So in the meantime, Artyom smokes a shisha, trips balls, and shops around the market, eventually meeting back up with Bourbon, who informs him that he's made that arrangement to get out of here. So after Bourbon has his little exchange, the duo venture out to the surface, the Dead City, a place Artyom hasn't been since the bombs dropped. Now that we're on the surface, you can instantly see the Stalker influence, and it's not a coincidence as many of the dev team members actually worked on Shadow of Chernobyl, believe it or not, and just like that game, the outside environment is stunning. Being able to see the nuclear winter aftermath of what happened whilst the citizens of Moscow were hiding in the metro tunnels. It's morbidly beautiful with the broken down buildings, the ice and snow, the cracked roads, absolutely breathtaking. Props to 4A Games for bringing this world to life in such a way. And just like most things in this game, it only gets better as the franchise goes on. Anyways, the duo come across the body of a stalker, which are surface scavengers that venture to the surface for supplies to bring back to the metro stations, having one of the most dangerous jobs within this world. After looting a nearby stalker hideout, the duo head inside into the dead city, but are stopped in their tracks as a couple demon mutants fly by, which are winged bat-like creatures, forcing the duo to hide in cover, whilst Boorman gives us the nickname he has for the demons.
Some people call these demons, I call them bitches.
I honestly love this guy. Now that the demons are gone, Boorman hops over to the other side of the street and Artyom follows suit, but unfortunately fails the jump, splitting us up from our partner. So now Artyom has to traverse through the dead city on his lonesome and find a way back to Boorman, fighting watchers along the way and receiving strange visions of the past. As much as I love this specific section, the tension was at an all-time high, as this is the first time we fully explored the surface, but also on our own too. So I would be lying if I said I wasn't shitting myself at every turn, especially when the watchers took notice of me or the demons flew past. After 20 minutes of shooting mutants and exploring this broken down city, Artyom finally regroups with Boorman, who is actually happy to see us, showing that he actually somewhat cared about Artyom's survival, especially considering that he could have left him behind, but he didn't. Luckily, Dry Station is not too far, so the duo head across the final courtyard, but are cornered by mutants, forcing Artyom to take them out till Boorman decides it's a good time to run and jump into a nearby tunnel back into the metro, leading to Dry Station itself. But as we all know, Boorman's reputation isn't the greatest, so the friends he claims to have there aren't friends in the slightest.
Listen carefully. The bandits control this station. We need to move quietly and take a look around. If we don't see my friends, we get the hell out of here. I remember this crate. Let's just... Shit, I can't fit. Okay, you just stay here. First in, we're good.
Hold it! Who are you? Hey, give me some light. Oh, ha, ha. Who do we have here? It's Bourbon the Huckster.
Look who's talking. Take me to your boss. I have business with him.
The boss? But of course! Then to the boss it is! Where else would you like to go, huh?
Okay, that's enough. Or else we'll have to drag him.
Move it. We'll finish this later.
Move it!
See if he's forgetting something. I don't see his stuff around.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing but the rats here.
Okay, let's go then.
With Boorman captured, Artyom fights his way through the bandits in one of the most frustrating sections I've ever played. Like seriously, you don't want to know how many times I died here. I tried stealth, I tried blasting my way through, no matter what I did, I died, but luckily I managed to prevail. Anyways, with the bandits taken care of, Artyom finally locates Boorman being interrogated by the boss.
Answer, suka, or I will shot you up! What? Who is it? Who is it? I'm right! Hypocrite Boorman, who?
Artyom!
Who the fuck is...
Rest in peace, Boorman. But there's no time to mourn, as we're introduced to a new character by the name of Khan, who is a wandering soldier that's very knowledgeable in the metro and the paranormal, and he's easily the best character in this entire game. But god damn, those eyes are scary. With no choice but to accompany Khan on his journey to Cursed Station as Bourbon is dead and following Khan is the only way forward to Polis, Artyom gears up and closely follows behind Khan, but before the duo head into the tunnels, Khan informs Artyom that nobody ever walks in there, no mutants, humans, or even rats. So that sounds very fun. We quickly find out why nobody comes down here as Khan orders Artyom to listen to the pipes, hearing cries from ghostly beings, and as the duo move further through the tunnel, they come across many ghosts trapped here along with a ghost train. I'm a sucker for paranormal elements in any form of media, so the addition of ghosts added to both the scare factor and utter enjoyment of my playthrough. Khan explains that the tunnel has to relive its past over and over again, and whoever dies here joins that past. Moments later, the duo come face to face with a crowd of ghosts blocking the way forward, so Khan uses some sort of prayer to keep them away, allowing the duo to pass through, and Khan explains that he was actually with these soldiers when they died, leaving him as the only survivor. Khan also believes that spirits being trapped here in the metro tunnels is their punishment for what they did to the world, destroying themselves, which makes a lot of sense to why they're trapped down here reliving the past for eternity. A pretty grim fate if I do say so myself. Eventually, the duo come across a recent victim of the mutants from Cursed Station, showing that things have gone from bad to worse over there, so the duo pick up the pace, but their journey is not an easy one as out of nowhere an anomaly spawns in, forcing the duo to stand still till it leaves, and Khan gives Artyom some advice. He tells him to try to get a better understanding of things before you make your judgment, which is wise advice that will tie into future events, but something that Artyom completely ignores for now. After witnessing the anomaly demolish a few mutants, the duo hop on a nearby railcar and make their way to Cursed Station in the most smooth railcar ride yet. I know, it's very rare to have nothing go wrong in this universe. On the way, Khan explains that most of the residents of Cursed Station have left, but those who remain are in an endless battle for survival against the growing mutant attacks. And we see this firsthand as when they arrive at the station, the soldiers inform them on exactly where the mutants are coming from and the fact the demolition squad they sent out hasn't returned. So considering Artyom has plot armor, he is tasked with blowing up their entry points, the left tunnel and the crossing. Easy stuff. With the explosives dealt with, Artyom heads back to Khan, but he lets him know that he isn't going further and is still needed at this station, which sucks, but what sucks even more is that the tunnels have collapsed, so Artyom has to take a detour to the armory, which is where most of the weapons in the metro were made, and of course Artyom has to go through the Red Line and Nazi stations too. As Khan takes Artyom to the detour location, he explains that the armory station is an independent station, but the Reds are residing there, but has a mate there called Andrew the Blacksmith who will help Artyom out. With that handy information, we part ways with Khan at a shrine for the fallen. One last look at humanity before we head into the middle of a war. As Artyom crawls through some vents and approaches the armory station, he's spotted, but luckily for him, he's human and isn't shot on sight, and is actually let into the station, but as I stated before, it's being watched by the Reds, and we feel the force of the communists instantly as Artyom enters a room where a man is being searched.
And who are you? The comedian's boyfriend? Put your hands out! You're under arrest.
All right. Lay off. I'll come quietly. Shoot! Run!
Artyom runs for his life through the armory station being chased by the Reds, but the random guy being searched comes in clutch as he points Artyom in the direction he needs to go, sacrificing himself because why not, I guess. But it isn't that much help though, as Artyom is surrounded.
There!
Stop, you punk!
If there is still a god left in our world, that day he was with me. I had been rescued by Han's friend Andrew the Blacksmith. He would prove to be my ticket out of the communist station.
Despite Artyom being close to death once again, to progress forward he needs to go through the battlefield between the Reds and the Nazis, so Andrew gives him a disguise so that he could freely move through the station, and luckily for Artyom, he has a ticket straight to the battlefield as the Reds are rounding up volunteers to storm the Nazis, allowing Artyom to hitch a ride underneath the rail car, the best seat in the house. Before Artyom heads to the rail car though, he quickly gears up, purchasing heavy armor which makes you more resistant to damage for the rest of the game. game, which is pretty handy for the intense gunfights that are about to come. There's also the stealth suit too if you're going for a stealth playthrough, which makes stealth 10 times easier. And like I stated earlier in the video, they were removed in the Redux version of the game, which didn't sit well with a lot of Metro fans because they do give the player an edge in their specific playstyle. Now that Artyom has the brand new heavy armor, he climbs into the luggage hold of the rail car and chills for the duration of the ride, listening into the conversations of the communist volunteers and why exactly they've volunteered to join the fight, such as someone's father being a Red Army soldier following family tradition, someone following their political beliefs, and someone here just for the moolah, with a young man even joining onto the rail car at the last minute. The Reds clearly waste no time throwing people into the fire. We also find out that the Reds are carrying cyanide pills just in case the Nazis capture them for, you know, not being able to be captured anymore, which is brutal. After some time, Artyom jumps out the luggage hold at the perfect time to get the jump on both the Reds and Nazis, fighting his way through tons of soldiers and even a bullshit turret that made me want to rip out my eyeballs. Along the way, Artyom finds some night vision goggles, which I barely used at all, but I guess they'd come in handy if you're stealthing your way through this game. But like I said before, stealth is a no-go for me in Metro 2033. Eventually, Artyom reaches a room where he gets mistaken for a Red, moments away from getting eliminated.
Why should we hesitate? Let's shoot this red spy and be done with it.
Shouldn't we call the Gestapo?
It'll take them forever to get here from Reich. Who'll watch this peak till then?
Good point. All right, you Red Scum. Offer a prayer to your Marx or whoever.
Hey, maybe if you beg, we'll think about killing you quickly.
You know, one thing I like about the bad guys, there's always a lot of discussion before they get around to pulling the trigger. You owe me one, kid. You don't look like a rat. Who the hell are you? That's Hunter's token. I'd better take you to Miller. Whatever message you have, save it for him.
Alongside the Rangers Orman and Pavel, Artyom comes across a very familiar looking body and hops on a turret to continue the journey to Miller, but this time with a badass Spartan Ranger on our side, whilst Orman heads back to Black Station on his lonesome. But we quickly find out that Rangers aren't great at improv, blowing their cover and starting an all-out gunfight with the Reich, leading to everybody's favorite, a turret section, which is a decent change of pace as I love eliminating Reich trolleys. Eventually the Reich throw a Panzer at the duo, but it is no match for Artyom's turret skills as he easily takes it out by destroying the bridge beneath it, ending the short-lived turret section. This is just the beginning as things go from bad to worse, as the duo hop in another rail car and head towards the next station, but on the way, they come across a Nazi checkpoint, forcing Artyom into an intense gunfight with the Reich and eventually more mutants at a place called the Depot, which seems to be abandoned at first, but within seconds, the duo are overwhelmed by Nasoluses and many variants, such as the Wing and Nasolus that blur your vision with supersonic attacks, which is quite annoying. The duo tries their best to fight off the mutants, but Pavel is forced to make the biggest sacrifice of all and gets dragged away, blowing himself up in the process. But then the rail car starts speeding down the tunnels, bringing the rail car to a stop. Yep, this is the only line Artyom has in the entire game. I mean, it's fitting for the situation he's in, to be fair. Luckily, Artyom survives and pushes on alone, eventually reaching Hull Station, which is yet another station facing constant mutant attacks. And because Artyom is the good Samaritan he is, he lends a hand and defends Hull Station from the incoming mutant horde, well, after everyone gets knocked out by an unknown force to kick off the mutant attack. A few minutes of gunning down the Soluses, while letting the AI handle them, as for some reason the friendly AI in this game is quite quite good. I mean, it makes a change, to be honest. Artyom gets knocked out by yet another force blast or gust of wind of some kind, which is definitely the Dark Ones. And once he awakes, Artyom then listens to the station's captain's final words.
Too many of the mutants broke through. Polis must be warned. But my fighting days are over, as you can see. I have a critical mission for you. Go up to our radio beacon. Contact Polis. And broadcast the emergency message I have prepared. Good luck, brother.
Yeah, I can't be asked to do that. Sorry, not sorry. Unfortunately, the station is lost, and Artyom has no choice but to make his way through the flames and ruins of whole station, seeing dead bodies everywhere, humans and mutants alike. But he comes across an unlikely survivor.
Uncle! Uncle! Come on, get up! We'll get eaten! Please, why are you sleeping? Let's go to Mom. You told me you'd take me to my mom. You promised. Go away! Leave me alone! Mom told me to not talk to strangers. Please, Uncle, are you hurt? Say something! He won't wake up. I think he's dead. He's dead, isn't he? How will I get home? You'll take me? I don't know you, but if I don't, I guess I'll get eaten by the monsters. You'll have a gun? Okay. Maybe I'll come with you then. You can shoot the monsters, right? Okay. My name is Sasha. You shoot and I'll watch your back.
Is it me, or do I just hate the kids in this game, man? Like, one, they are annoying, and two, what is that voice acting? Anyways, Artyom picks up the child, and they make their way out of this hellhole. I remember this section being hell when I was younger, but it wasn't as bad as I remember. Well, that's a lie, because I was sweating the entire time. So pretty much as you navigate the dark tunnels whilst carrying the child, you can fall through holes that insta-kill you, sprinting is disabled, and waves of the stupid lurkers harass you the entire time, making this section pretty frustrating. But I managed to power through it and delivered the kid to his mummy, even getting a thank you from one of the soldiers and a reward for my hard work. Well, I kinda deserved way more bullets than she gave, but it's the thought that counts, I guess. The soldier then informs Artyom that Black Station isn't too far ahead, and he'll have to journey to the surface where the Reich have built an outpost. So Artyom gears up for one of the toughest fights yet. With some new gear purchased, Artyom heads back to the surface and murders his way through the Reich. Well, after dying about 50 times and getting lost at every turn. Seriously, how did I play this game growing up? Finally reaching Black Station and meeting up with Ullman.
What took you so long?
Ullman explains that the Nazis have flooded the station, so Artyom will have to act alone and sneak past the guards. But do I listen to his advice? No, as I blasted through the Nazis till we met up with Ullman at the deserted tunnel to Polis. Finally, we're about to reach Polis after all this time and meet Miller face to face. On the ride to Polis, Artyom has yet another vision from the Dark Ones, even having Khan's advice being repeated back to him, showing that potentially the Dark Ones aren't a threat, but we can't be too careful as they're screwing with everyone's brains.
Even children hated by their parents try to love and understand them. We wish to understand you and help you. We want to help. We want peace.
Wicked phenomenon, yes? But, you know, it's not any more evil than, say, fire. It all depends on your point of view. Try to get a better understanding of things before you make your judgment. Let's move out now. It's not safe here.
Despite that weird vision, Artyom finally arrives at Polis, and it's as impressive as we were led to believe. Even more so, as this is the heart of the metro. After resting for a bit, Artyom meets up with Miller himself and delivers Hunter's message along with what happened leading up to this point, such as wanting to save his home station, leading to Miller calling an emergency meeting with the council. Artyom then gets escorted to the council chamber for the meeting, and god damn does this place look beautiful. But surprisingly, the council doesn't want to help Artyom and Exhibition against the threat of the Dark Ones.
Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Artyom, I'm stunned that the council has refused to help your station. I'm ashamed that they lack the courage you have already shown. But Polis is not the whole metro. There still are people who will rise up and fight the threat of the Dark Ones. Okay. Listen carefully. The Rangers have found several well-preserved missile bases near the city. Some could probably be activated and deliver a missile strike against the Dark Ones. The problem is that the missiles are supposed to be launched from the command center, D6, but we don't know where that is, or if it's operational. However, we do know where that information can be found. There's a huge library on the surface. Dangerous place, but it contains a secret military archive. We must go there. Okay, we'll split up now to avoid the tension. You'll go up from here. I've already arranged that. When you've made your way to the library entrance, I'll be there waiting for you. Okay? Hey, Artyom, be careful. One more thing. When we go back, we'll head straight for Sparta base. My rangers will meet us there.
Bro really said, screw the system, I'ma do it myself. You gotta love Miller, man. Now on the surface, once again, Artyom makes his way to the dangerous library to find the secret military archive, coming across some feisty demons along the way, and eventually meeting up with Miller and the rest of the squad outside the library entrance. Miller informs Artyom that the military archives are beneath the main library, so the team head through into the main reading hall whilst Danilo watches their backs, but then some demons decide to join in on the fun, forcing Miller and Danilo to block the door with their insane upper body strength, whilst Artyom finds a way to open the next door. With the locked door opened and barricaded, the squad are now safe to continue to the military archives. Well, after a very important question.
Did anyone fart?
Artyom then opens another door with a conveniently placed chandelier to allow the squad to move further into the library, coming across a spacious hall, but then we're introduced to the mutants that reside here, the librarians, which are huge gorilla-like monsters and are insanely bullet spongy, but are easily taken care of by looking them in the eye, which I didn't do because I eliminate everything inside. Oh yeah, and for some reason, the library features these stupid tentacle things that are just, why are they even here? Moments later, Danilo gets attacked by a demon, forcing Miller to take him back to Polis and leaving Artyom on his own to find the military archives with the D6 dossier himself, leading to a horrifying section where we have to deal with a few librarians whilst navigating our way to the archives. I mean, it would be that simple if there wasn't this bullshit hole that is literally impossible to crouch through, having to be slapped by the librarian to even progress forward. Like, what? Who designed this? Like, seriously. Anyways, after about 20 minutes, Artyom locates an elevator leading down to the underground depository. Here we get to see firsthand the mutant food chain and that they stay with their own kind, fighting not only the humans but other mutant creatures too. Artyom makes his way to the archives using his epic parkour and navigating skills and finally locates the D6 dossier. Well, after searching about 10 different deposit boxes, despite only one being labeled D6. I guess Artyom lost a few brain cells wasting his ammo on the librarians, I don't know. With the D6 documents in hand, Artyom heads outside to wait for Miller's return, but is instead met by an angry looking beast.
There you go, my man. I'll take you there for 50 bullets. So you made it, Artyom. I had my doubts, to be honest. Did you find anything? Okay, saddle up. По коням, ребята. So, where are we going? To church. Artyom, does the name Khan ring a bell? Help us find you. I still don't know how you did it. Hey, how about some music? Sure, put it on.
After a short drive, the squad arrive at Sparta's outdoor base to gear up for the journey to D6 and to give Miller some time to read over the documents, but Miller explains that there's not much there, just hints and the path to D6. So with no time left to lose, the squad head out and enjoy a nice cart ride. On the ride, we learn that there's several ways of reaching D6, with the closest being through the facilities near Kievskaya, hopefully I'm saying that right, which is a station that has some strange history with people being buried alive from an explosion and surviving, but no longer resembling humans. But that's just a myth. Whilst the squad continue their conversation, Artyom starts tweaking out and has yet another vision from the Dark Ones.
Artyom. Walk on, believe and walk on. You see the sky, the sun. And to breathe.
Artyom!
Walk on.
Artyom! 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 More smelling salts, now! Wake up, Artyom, wake up!
Great, he's coming to.
Put the light away, you're blinding him. Artyom, are you okay?
Oh, well, you sure did give us a scare.
Artyom, who is that?
Hey, can you stand up?
We're arriving. There's an airlock here.
Great, stop here. Boris, take a look at the gate.
The control unit is broken to smithereens. All the lines are cut.
Not sure, I knew things were going too smoothly.
Vlad, get your tools ready, we need this door open. Artyom, you stay here and cover our backs, we don't need surprises here. Watch your backs, boys.
So whilst the squad attempts to open up the gates, Artyom mans a flamethrower turret. Yeah, I've never seen something like this in my life. With the flamethrower in hand, Artyom burns the incoming Nosalises to a crisp. But then an anomaly approaches, but before it can take out the squad, the gate finally opens, narrowly escaping a brutal fate and allowing the squad to push on. They then find the door leading to D6 and enter to regroup, but the journey is far from over yet as the team push on, and after some back and forth joking between Miller and Ullman, because Ullman is a part-time stand-up comedian, the squad fight for rooms and the Nosalises till they reach a gate, and out of nowhere, Boris, Stepan's best friend, gets clapped. Rest in peace. But there's no time to give him a funeral as the squad still need to navigate through to D6, reaching a heavily contaminated area where you'd never guess more Nosalises show up. After yet another gunfight against the mutants, the squad reach another gate, but this time it doesn't fully open. So R2 quickly slides under to take a look inside the room, but the gate closes behind him, leaving him alone in the darkness to search for an exit. He introduces us to the most powerful Nosalis of them all, the plated Nosalis, having more strength and durability, but can be stunned with the headlight as their eyes have adapted to the darkness. These were replaced with the spiders in the Redux, which is such a huge downgrade in my opinion, as the plated Nosalises are far more menacing to face against. But I guess it depends if you have arachnophobia or something. Sometime later, Artyom locates the rest of the squad, but without Stepan, as he died whilst Artyom was fighting for his life against the plated Nosalises. After taking in yet another death, a random train conveniently pulls up just in time to take them straight to the D6 station station. D6 hasn't been touched for over 20 years, so Miller warns the squad that they should be careful navigating this abandoned facility, especially Artyom, showing that he cares about Artyom's well-being considering he's young. Miller then spots a nearby control booth, so Artyom accompanies him to get the station back online, but unfortunately, the machines aren't in working order just yet, as Artyom needs to perform a drawn-out hit the button puzzle to start up the systems. After a few minutes of being shouted at, hitting buttons, and Miller smashing the console, the systems finally start up, allowing the team to take the elevator to the control center. On the way down, Miller expresses that he feels something is very wrong at the bottom of D6, but luckily we don't have to go down there. Well, not right now anyway. After Artyom opens up the gate with his epic puzzle skills and coming across more Metro 2033 books, the squad finally arrive at the control center, but as Vladimir boots up the computer, locating the missiles that they can use to destroy the Dark Ones, the systems crash as the backup power is depleted, but luckily for them, there's a reactor at the lowest level they can activate to turn everything back on. Yeah, we're heading down to the depths of hell, literally. So Miller and Artyom descend to the lowest level of D6 and make their way towards the reactor, but as they arrive on the ground floor, the path forward is locked, forcing them to go around and defend themselves against a brand new bullshit enemy type that chase after you and explode on impact and spawn in every 5 seconds from the pores around the place, which will be fine to face alone, but Artyom has to protect Miller as well as himself, making it the worst part in this entire game. No, seriously, it's terrible. After yet another great Allman joke, he activates the elevator for the duo to go even further down into the heart of D6, wishing them luck. I mean, they'll definitely need it. Once they reach the bottom, Artyom faces off against the green blobs once again, an absolute piss take. With the green blobs now finished, Artyom and Miller finally arrive at the reactor, but quickly find out that the reactor is covered in some grotesque flesh called the biomass, so Artyom has to hop in a crane and lift the reactor rods to activate the reactor in a fairly easy minigame using a handy computer screen to let us know where the rods are located, all whilst the biomass shoots disgusting mucus at us. Now that the reactor is online, Artyom quickly makes his way towards Miller, but unfortunately the lift they came down in is lost, so the duo have to use a different elevator, which is close by, thankfully. What about the biological mass at the bottom of D6? Well, for now, the squad have no time to face off against that monstrosity and have to focus on the mission, taking out the Dark Ones. On the way back up, Miller notices a room full of old military gear, which makes him more hopeful for the future, dreaming of them rebuilding society and living on the surface again, but that's all it is, a dream, hope, something that may never come. Now that the missiles are ready to be launched and D6 is back online, Artyom grabs hold of the guidance system and heads to Austin Kino Tower alongside Miller to target the Dark One's home, taking us all the way back to the start of the game, but this time, we get to see what happens after the mutants attack.
Are you okay? The orc is dispersed. That's our only chance to reach the tower.
With no time to lose and too many men being lost, the duo rush over to the tower, eliminating watchers along the way. Once inside the tower, the duo use a counterweight stopper to hitch a ride to the top of the tower, leading to Artyom nearly being sent flying to his death. Now Artyom is at the top of the world, and just looking down at the cold wasteland of Moscow makes my fear of heights worsen. But Artyom still needs to keep moving further to finish this mission once and for all. After being reunited with Miller, a demon comes out of nowhere and attacks him, forcing Artyom to save Miller, but now that Miller has been injured, Artyom has to go on alone. Artyom continues the dangerous climb, spamming the X button and nearly getting killed at every turn, all whilst experiencing visions from the Dark Ones trying to stop him.
Destroy him.
Moments later, Artyom reaches the top of the tower and quickly sets up the guidance system before being sent into another vision that consumes him, acting like a maze with some moments of parkour where you have to find your way out and escape the Dark One trying to stop you. This is a desperate final attempt from the Dark Ones to stop Artyom from destroying their entire species and home, but unfortunately for them, Artyom's mind is way too powerful, and their attempt is quickly fizzled out as Artyom comes across a familiar face in the vision.
If it's hostile, you kill it.
He's coming to destroy us.
Artyom aims his revolver and fires, killing the Dark One trying to stop his efforts and allowing the missiles to launch, successfully completing his mission.
wise man once said, "He who leads a war for the love of his fellow man will defeat his enemies." I led my war protecting my family and friends, protecting my home, the metro. We had won. But to this day I wonder, when we burned the Dark Ones from the face of the earth, was something lost as well?
Artyom doesn't celebrate, he just sits there overlooking the destruction of the Dark One's home, not knowing if he did the right thing. He blindly followed orders to what he believes will protect the metro, ignoring any doubts along the way. In the end, he achieved the goal, but was it worth wiping out an entire species? Like I said before, the bad ending is canon, and this is the bad ending. The good ending sees the Dark One surviving, but makes no sense moving on to the sequel, Last Light. Artyom is young and wants to prove himself and finish the mission for Hunter, a man he looks up to, in the name of protecting his people and his home. So the bad ending makes the most sense of him ignoring the Dark One's pleas and just obliterating them. Metro 2033 is a solid yet janky start to the franchise. There's a few things that slightly grinds my gears, which I won't mention again, but I'd be lying if I said this game wasn't phenomenal. From the gritty, grungy world to the captivating story to just everything. It was the perfect starting point and blueprint to build off of, which leads me to the sequel and second game in the franchise, Metro Last Light. A year after the release of Metro 2033, a board game was released. Yeah, a board game which provided fans of the game with some entertainment whilst they waited for the release of the next game years later in 2013. Despite many people who have played the board game explain that it's very confusing to play. I'm honestly lucky that I even own this board game because trust me, it's hard to get your hands on nowadays. A few months after 2033's release, a sequel was confirmed but had the title Metro 2034 before being changed to Metro Last Light. And just like the Saints Row franchise, the Metro IP was handed off to Deep Silver after THQ went under for reasons I went over in my Saints Row 4 video. But luckily that didn't ruin the Metro franchise. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Saints Row. Despite being so close to finishing Metro Last Light before the unfortunate incident with THQ going bankrupt, and the terrible working conditions whilst developing the game like power outages forcing them to use construction generators, cramped environments, smuggling things like dev kits into the country, working in freezing temperatures, stuff that most studios never experienced whilst developing a game. They prevailed and managed to develop an absolute banger of a game. During development, 4A Games were also planning to add a cooperative multiplayer mode, but ultimately scrapped to keep focused on a tight single player experience, which was a great move in my opinion, as not every video game needs multiplayer to stand out. A lot of the time, especially in this day and age, multiplayer could completely ruin the single player experience. The final release of Last Light was unfortunately overshadowed by the release of GTA 5 the same year, making it a sorely underrated game that many overlooked at the time, but that didn't stop the die-hard fans of the franchise buying this game, especially with the awesome promotional material, like the live-action trailers and even an authentic gas mask with a Metro Last Light branded military-style bag that they sent to people such as GameStop managers, contest winners, and press specifically at E3. I'm not even joking, it's kind of crazy that they did that. And just like the board game, I have the gas mask in my possession, and it's kind of scary to be honest. But it was definitely an amazing marketing move from the team behind Metro Last Light, as I've never seen anything like it before for a game release. And on top of that, there was a short digital comic book release called The Gospel According to Artyom, which acts as some type of bridge between the ending of 2033 and the start of Last Light, describing the guilt that consumes Artyom after destroying the Dark Ones, but it isn't required to read to fully know what's going on within the story, as Last Light explains its story very well, which was of course written by the author of the novels himself.
I created the entire plot. It was my idea from the very beginning, all the story. Like I created a general plot outline, then they cut it into pieces and like kind of fit it onto the gameplay process. Like you take a texture and you fit it on the model, same way. Then they created some provisional like dialogue, and then I rewrote it completely from scratch. I made sure that it's filled with characters that are not NPCs but living people. They got lots of dramatic stories to tell, and even if you're not listening to them, they still are there. They still are discussing their hopes, their dreams, their frustrations. They remember their past, and it's filled with living characters, and the entire story is very psychologically driven and motivated. So I made sure that you don't feel that it's a game you're inside. It should be as serious as any dramatic show on American TV, like, I don't know, like those that Showtime or HBO show. And it's even more realistic. It should be as real as the real life. So unlike the usual American post-apocalyptic game, it's not playful. It's not. It is fun, but it's the dark fun, you know. And you're not doubting for any second, in spite of all the monsters that you see around you, that how the world after World War III would look like.
I may as well go over the Metro Redux Switch goodies too, which is a Ranger cash pack that came with the pre-orders of the Nintendo Switch version of the game that includes an alternate artwork inlay, a double-sided poster, double-sided art cards, and a pin badge set. I honestly wish there were more collectibles for the Metro games because even the Nintendo Switch goodies are sick. With that all out of the way, let's actually get into the meat and potatoes of Metro Last Light. Before the story of Last Light truly starts, we're taken back to Artyom's youth when he and two of his friends explored an abandoned station and ventured to the surface after persuading his friends to go. We also learn more about his life before the bombs dropped, but the most important thing to him, his mother's face, is something he cannot remember, as he can only recall a day out with his mother in the botanical gardens, which was the last day he saw the beauty of the earth and humanity thriving, giving us more insight into Artyom as a character and his connection to the world around him, which is a huge step up in terms of story from the last game, as they didn't give us much insight into Artyom's backstory at all really, only his thoughts at the start of each mission through his journal entries. Unfortunately, when Artyom and his friends left the gate open to the botanical gardens, it let in some familiar figures.
The Dark Ones came much later, from the garden's direction. The Dark Ones, huge, towering a full head over the highest man. Nightmarish creatures, creepy as a man turned inside out. Monsters born to destroy us. The word was they were incredibly strong and unnaturally evil, that with bare paws they could tear armed men apart. That's all lies. Truth is even scarier.
So pretty much it was all Artyom's fault that the Dark Ones gained access to the Metro. Nice job, bro. We then witnessed the first encounter that the humans had with the Dark Ones, which is as bloody and brutal as you think, as Artyom has a drink by a campfire with a few soldiers, but then out of nowhere, the Dark Ones appear, causing an all-out gunfight as mutants randomly spawn in. But as Artyom stabs what he believes is a hostile Nasalis, it turns out he actually stabbed his own friend right in the head before being approached by a Dark One. The Dark One then touches Artyom's shoulder and he awakens from this paralyzing nightmare, being greeted by an old friend.
Artyom, wake up, Artyom. It's me, Khan. Nightmares, eh? No wonder, after all you've been through. Listen, I have incredible news. A couple of days ago, I was near the ruins of the Dark One's hive, and I saw one of them, still alive. I immediately set out to find you, as you were the one they tried to contact, before you launched the missile strike against them.
Khan, how the hell did you get here? Get out, now!
Yes, Ullman, one moment. If a Dark One has survived, it is vital that you try to speak with it, Artyom. I realize that, as one of the Order now, you report to Miller, but we must persuade him to allow this mission.
Khan, I told you to get out! This is a classified base, you shouldn't even be here. I'll take you to Colonel Miller. Follow me, Artyom.
Get ready, Artyom. I'll be waiting at the exit.
Move it, you windbag.
It's been an entire year since the events of the last game, and Artyom has officially become a fully fledged Spartan Ranger, operating out of the new D6 base that he discovered alongside Miller and the others during the events of the first game. As soon as Artyom gets up from his bed and collects his journal and signature lighter after being woken up by Khan, we instantly see how they transform D6 into a fully functioning base with many Spartan Rangers residing in the base. Whilst Artyom explores D6, we overhear a few conversations from the Rangers, with some of them congratulating Artyom for his recent admission into the Order, as some people take years to get accepted. The Rangers getting skeptical about how cozy D6 is, as the base can help them survive for decades to come, so it's inevitable that someone will try to take it. And finally, a group of Rangers talk about what I assume is Danila from the last game that got attacked in the library, explaining how after he was discharged from the hospital, he went on patrol with a squad through the marshes to the church base, but he was the only one alive, finding him in a church on the floor praying, and now he doesn't eat or even react to anyone, just constantly prays to God. Hopefully we don't have to visit the marshes anytime soon. As you can see, just like Metro 2033, the morality system has returned. Listening to conversations is vital for good karma once again, but for some reason they include ridiculous good morality points, like listening to two women converse whilst bathing, or just simply play a guitar. Why? I have no clue, but I guess that's how you become a good person in the Metro. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot, when you gain positive karma, a white flash will appear alongside some sort of chime sound effect, but if you do something bad, the screen will darken. Anyways, Artyom makes his way to the armory, where he's introduced to the essentials for survival, such as the gas mask, filters, med kits, and military grade rounds for extra damage in combat, which actually applies fire damage this time around, or you can just use them for simply purchasing weapons, items, and attachments from merchants. Yeah, you heard me right, attachments. This time you can customize each of your guns from the optics to the barrel, which is a pretty nice addition and adds more variety to the weapon selection. But that's not the only thing that's new, as the gas mask system has been heavily upgraded with the sequel, as you can now wipe blood, dirt, rain, literally anything that's obscuring your vision from the gas mask, with flies even landing on your mask throughout the game. Now that Artyom has gathered his supplies at the armory, he tests out a few weapons at the firing range, as Last Light has added a few brand new weapons to the roster, such as a semi-automatic machine pistol, the RPK, a shotgun pistol, a goddamn Gatling gun, and a range of sniper rifles, amongst a couple of weapons that I rarely used, as stealth was my best friend in my playthrough. If you couldn't already tell, the gunplay and HUD have changed quite a bit. This time the gunplay feels more akin to an average FPS campaign than something janky, with the guns feeling a lot heavier and the overall game resembling a more linear Hollywood experience that you would see in something like Call of Duty. That's not a bad thing, by the way, as I absolutely adore this game, but you can definitely see the tone is slightly shifted, as Last Light is much more brighter than 2033. Not to say it isn't dark, it is, but 2033 had that grungy atmosphere that isn't quite captured in Last Light, and that was clearly intentional.
This one is, it's a bit less, maybe scary, but more dramatic. And I made sure that it's more dramatic, more psychologically, whatever, realistic. And it's more about human beings and less about monsters. And if it is about monsters, it's about the monsters that we are.
As for the HUD, well, it's a HUD. What can you say? But I do like how they kept the orange, as I pretty much associate this entire franchise with that color. Oh yeah, and I completely forgot, there's also collectible notes this time, which adds more to the lore and Artyom's thoughts throughout the levels. Anyways, Artyom continues through the base and listens in on some more conversations in the cafeteria, with one soldier explaining that there's still doors sealed within D6 that potentially contain radioactive material, making this base not as safe as it seems. We also find out that the Reds and Nazis are still at war, and the Nazis have been actively searching the nearby area, which means they might already know about D6, which is very concerning for the future of the Order. Despite learning that, Artyom meets back up with Khan and Ullman, whilst Khan performs a history lesson about the tombs of ancient kings. You know, the usual Khan philosophical bollocks. Whilst the trio head up a spiral elevator to meet up with Miller. Along the way, the trio come across a few guards that explain that one of the rangers named Lesnitsky is currently missing after they noticed he was gone and the lab was ransacked, not knowing what he stole but completely betraying the Spartan Order, which Colonel Miller isn't going to be too happy about. Just outside the gates of the command center, Artyom eavesdrops on some more rangers and we hear more about the Reich trying to locate D6 and find a way to break in, but luckily the Order have a ton of men guarding D6 with their machine guns and with their lives. Artyom then follows behind Khan into the command center, whilst Khan explains that he believes that the Dark Ones may have not been a threat, but were actually trying to communicate with the humans but were incompatible with them, which is why they caused the humans harm. But Artyom being unaffected by the Dark One's visions, as he is the only one compatible, so the last Dark One being alive might be their only chance at redemption. After arriving at the boardroom, Khan informs Miller about the Dark One he located at the Botanical Gardens, but unlike Khan, Miller wants the final Dark One to be eliminated, as he believes the Dark Ones are the greatest threat the Order has ever faced, quickly ordering Artyom to head to the gardens alongside Miller's daughter Anna, a skilled sniper, to eliminate the Dark One, completely disregarding what Khan is saying, having him escorted out, but Khan gives Artyom one final piece of advice: it's your last chance of forgiveness. But Artyom has no choice but to follow orders. Miller then explains that they suspect Lesnitsky was a sleeper agent but have no idea who he was working for, but that's something we will find out sooner than later. For now, Artyom follows closely behind Anna, and whilst they head up an elevator, her, Anna explains that she wishes she got to see the Dark Ones burn, showing that she doesn't believe Khan either, and backs up her father all the way. She also disrespects Artyom by constantly calling him Rabbit or Little Rabbit, like he's not the guy that literally did everything in the first game, a guy in his 20s I might add. Despite being disrespected, Artyom joins Anna on a monorail train and head towards part of the secret Metro 2 line, specifically tunnels that nobody has explored yet, so that's fun. On the way, Anna talks about the brutally honest future of the people in the Metro, with how trains used to be ordinary, but their kids will probably think they were built by gods, showing the dark truth of their world and how the simplest things will become myth. The duo then arrive at the secret tunnels and turn on their flashlights to make their way up to the surface, and Artyom opens the gate leading to a staircase. As the duo head up the stairs, we come across phrases engraved into the walls and piles of skeletons, further showing the horrors of the Metro and the world around them. After getting a nice look at the gorgeous Anna, the duo head through some sewers using a lighter to burn down cobwebs along the way, eventually locating ladders to the surface, and as they climb said ladders, Anna decides to call Artyom out for something he can't control.
You're looking at my ass.
A few seconds of climbing, the duo finally arrive at the surface, and we instantly see the change in weather and environment from the last game, due to it now being springtime in Moscow rather than winter. But it's as deadly as winter, so nothing has truly changed other than the way Moscow looks. Humanity's future still looks bleak. Anna then proposes that they go to the main entrance as there's a good shooting position there for her sniping skills. So the duo quickly head over there, and along the way, Anna brings up Artyom's immunity to the Dark One's influence and says he should stay out in the open to bring out the Dark One and she'll cover him. So with that totally thought out plan in place, the duo split up with Anna taking the high ground and Artyom pushes on to locate the Dark One in the gardens, seeing the aftermath of the missiles, but then a pack of watchmen start approaching, forcing Artyom to quickly take them out. With the watchers dealt with, Artyom finally locates the Dark One, which turns out to be a child. God knows how he survived that absolute massacre at the end of the first game. So with the Dark One located, Artyom chases after it whilst Anna attempts to take it down with a sniper shot till eventually she hits it and Artyom approaches, cornering the little Dark One.
Guten Morgen!
So yeah, not only did Artyom fail his mission, he got captured by the Nazis due to him being knocked out by the Dark One. Artyom then wakes up in a Nazi prison cell with 3 other prisoners, a Hansa citizen with the other 2 being Red Line soldiers, or simply just communists. And apparently they were also captured at the Botanical Gardens too, and their interrogation starts with the citizen being analysed with a measurer to check his skull proportions as they suspect him to be a mutant, carrying out their Nazi ideology all these years later, and after the guy fails the test, he gets shot and killed. The Reich soldier then interrogates one of the communists, and after refusing to give him information about their mission in the gardens, he gets shot too. The second Red Line soldier distracts one of the guards in a desperate attempt to escape by saying that he will talk, giving both the communist and Artyom a chance to take the soldiers out.
Get the officer! Here. You keep the knife. Keep it.
Despite being from different groups, the 2 are forced to work together, but luckily for Artyom, this guy seems pretty nice. Well, too nice for my liking. Either way, the duo work together and head down a garbage chute to start the epic escape from the Nazi prison. Oh, and by the way, this guy's name is Pavel. No, not the Pavel from the last game, a completely different Pavel. I guess they forgot they used that name already. Anyways, as the duo arrive at the bottom of the chute, Pavel explains that if there's a riot or any type of escape, the Nazis have a backup plan where they turn the prison into a gas chamber, so they need to quietly move through the prison so that backup plan never happens. After moving through the shadows, Pavel attempts to open a gate, but unfortunately it doesn't budge, forcing Artyom to give his new buddy a boost to kick down some ladders. This mission pretty much acts as a tutorial for stealth, which is something that helps with obtaining the canon ending of the game, especially with not killing human enemies and instead knocking them out. Luckily for us, the stealth has been improved a lot. Well, it depends on who you ask, because instead of the enemy AI being able to spot you in an instant and no scope you across the map, the AI is far more stupid this time, which makes stealth 100 times easier to perform and much more forgiving.
So we did listen to all of the feedback. I mean, there were some issues with the stealth, our enemy AI.
There's also a sound effect that plays every time you step into the light, along with Artyom's watch flashing blue. No, not when you're spotted, by the way, when you're visible in the light, which always gave me a goddamn heart attack and made me feel like I was spotted by an enemy. But I will say the stealth was very satisfying to perform. There's just something about knocking out guards and clearing out a whole area without anyone noticing. And on the topic of Artyom's watch, that has too been changed, but specifically with the design, as it looks completely different, and we have lost the mechanic of manually looking down at the watch. Instead, it's visible at all times on the screen, which brings the immersion down a tiny bit, but not too much, as the core mechanic of the watch is still present, this time making it easier to tell how much time is left on your gas mask filter. And more on the topic of stealth, you can either kill or knock out an unsuspecting guard, which is a brand new mechanic in Last Light, and like I said before, it does make sneaking around through the levels a whole lot easier. Or I guess if you're bloodthirsty, you could just use throwing knives from a distance, which is a tool they brought back for the sequel. One thing I have failed to mention thus far is that Pavel uses a lot of Russian words in his dialogue, which just adds immersion for those who play in English, like myself. Anyways, as Artyom makes his way through a pipe after he splits up with Pavel, he overhears some soldiers talking about how they sold the Dark One to a Hansa trader for 200 bullets, so Artyom has to locate the Dark One before it's potentially killed. After meeting back up with Pavel and acquiring a brand new silenced pistol, the duo make their way towards the exit of the prison, and it turns out that the Führer is delivering a speech, which is the perfect way to escape amongst the crowd. So the duo head to the rally for a gate, but before they pass through, Artyom releases the prisoners as a goodbye gift to the Reich. The duo then head up to the rally, and after the Führer delivers his speech where he explains that the Reich, the Hansa and the Reds all want D6 for themselves, but the Reich are planning a huge war to take D6 from the Spartan Order. Unfortunately, the duo's cover is blown as the Führer gets notified that 2 prisoners have escaped, forcing Pavel to shoot his gun, leading to an epic chase sequence through the Reich station, eventually sliding underneath a closing gate just in time to showcase Pavel's insane combat skills.
Roll through here! Shit! You right? Hold on, Artyom, hold on! There you have it, suka! On the ground, you bitch! Hold on, Artyom, hold on, just a little more! After them, now! Catch them! Bastards, blin, they're opening the gate!
As the Nazi soldiers open the gate, Artyom does nothing because they have the worst aim known to man, allowing the duo to escape the prison on the rail car, but now Artyom needs to get back to Polis to inform the Order that the Dark One is missing by heading to the nearest neutral station first. And luckily for him, Pavel knows the way. So alongside Pavel, Artyom continues down the tunnel, eventually reaching a dead end where Pavel hops into a nearby pipe with the help of Artyom, but as he reaches the other side, he's captured once again by the Reich. But that's not a concern for Artyom right now, as he needs to make his way through the Reich enemies. After being forced into an all-out gunfight, Artyom takes out all the goons and spares the final one that surrenders. I mean, all he was doing was reading a book, to be fair. Because Pavel saved Artyom earlier, Artyom repays the favor instead of leaving him behind and finds where Pavel is located after heading through some vents.
Artyom! Shit! I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew it. You're a true comrade. I'm in your debt for life. Now get me out of here and I'll lead you home in no time. Fuck! Fuck, they're coming for me! Gonna take me to the noose! Good luck, my friend! You're my only hope now!
The Reich guard takes Pavel away for execution, so Artyom quickly makes his way to Pavel before he hangs, and along the way we get introduced to a new armored enemy type, which I luckily didn't have to face off against in the firefight as I snuck through this entire section. With no time to lose, Artyom finally arrives at Pavel's location as the Reich guards are preparing his execution, taking out the guards and saving Pavel by cutting a rope just in time. But it's not over yet as the alarm sounds, forcing the duo to narrowly make their escape into the catacombs. As the duo head head through the dark tunnels in hopes of reaching Theater Station so that Artyom can return to Polis, Pavel talks about his interest in the Three Musketeers book, even comparing the two characters within the book, further growing their friendship despite their differences. But all of a sudden, the Reich give up chasing and cut the lights off in the tunnels, introducing us to a brand new mutant type, the spiders, which will definitely scare the arachnophobes out there. To defeat these disgusting mutant creatures, you have to shine your flashlight on it till it tips over, leaving its belly exposed, as that's the spider's weak point, and pop its belly with whatever weapon you have handy. Pretty simple, but the spiders are easily the most annoying enemy type in Metro Last Light. I am not a big fan at all. Deeper in the tunnels, the duo quickly realize that the tunnel has been blown up, so they have no choice but to open the grate and head down into the spider's nest. And after finding an elevator, they head back up to the tunnels, but along the way they get attacked by the spiders, forcing Artyom to shine his flashlight on them, and after doing some pole vaulting, climbing, running and rope swinging, the duo finally escape the horde of spiders chasing after them. Now the duo are so close to the surface, Pavel lights a torch, which is something he could have done a while ago, but whatever, and the duo discover a locked door, so Artyom follows the wires to a fuse box and attaches his charger to said fuse box to power the gate, which is a gimmick that is used a few times throughout the story of Last Light. With the door now powered up, the duo head up to the surface, only a short distance away from Theater Station, where the two can part ways. So the duo quickly make their way through the ruins of Moscow before nightfall, grabbing a trusty gas mask along the way and getting a flashbang of light from the sun shining over the wasteland. Luckily for them, the plane crash nearby is where they need to go, as the building it crashed into is the entrance to Theater Station. So with no time to spare, the duo slide down the plane wing and make their way to an abandoned station whilst it pours with rain outside. Once inside the station, Artyom checks the service room, discovering a brand new sexy shotgun for the taking, but is then jumped by a watcher, forcing Artyom to take it out. With the shotgun finally equipped, the duo allow a pack of watchmen to slip by, and they quickly make their way towards the plane wreckage, opening the door and heading inside. As the duo explores the wreckage, Pavel explains that it's said to be a plane returning from Mallorca with families on board, and we can see these families' remains across the plane seats, even getting flashes of visions which spooked me quite a bit, but out of nowhere, we then witnessed the Great War of 2013 occurring within the plane, and how they reacted to the nuclear explosions, which is heart-wrenching to say the least, and gives more perspective on this horrifying event.
What happened? What the hell was that? Shit!
We're losing power!
Don't get the whole tower! Flight 76715 here! Mayday! Ask them! Shit! The tower's gone!
Tola! We're going down!
Speed!
Instruments are down! I can't get a reading! Oh my god! Shit! Shit! What's going on here? Come on! Come on! Stop! Piece of shit! Right there, get started! Switch the vehicle! We're going down!
Get down that road! Don't panic! We're gonna land!
Where?
This affects Pavel immensely as he cowers on the floor trying to breathe without his gas mask on, forcing Artyom to put Pavel's gas mask back on, snapping him back into reality. Now that the horrifying visions are over, the duo push on outside, but are then greeted by a demon which picks up Artyom as a snack, but Pavel comes in clutch and shoots the demon, forcing it to drop Artyom, leading into a showdown against a horde of watchmen. So whilst the duo fight off the watchers, they hop into the building containing the station entrance and quickly head down the escalators, but as they arrive at the gate, Pavel bangs on the gate to no answer, leaving the duo pinned, but out of nowhere they get rescued just in time. I guess they were just warming up the flamethrower.
Inside, move! Like a stroll through the park, huh?
Finally arriving at Theater Station by the skin of their teeth. Pavel then informs the guards that there's a watchman nest in the building, and as the duo continue further into the station, Pavel explains that all the actors who survived the war are here, with people all over the metro traveling to this station to watch the performances, which makes sense why it's called Theater Station. Artyom then witnesses a few Reich refugees coming into the station, and overhears a refugee couple talk about their 20 years at the Reich station and how they've been chased out due to their heads being measured and labeled disabled freaks.
She's having a breakdown.
Which is why many of the Reich refugees are ending up at Theatre Station in the first place, with it being a neutral station with a free market despite being effectively owned by the Red Line. After listening to the couple's conversation, Pavel explains that he will vouch for Artyom to his fellow communists to let him through the next station. So now it's just a home stretch to Polis, if Pavel is able to get Artyom through Revolution Square, which doesn't sound difficult at all. For the time being, Artyom takes a look around the station, coming across some bladdered drunk, a beggar, and a bullshit guy blocking my way, forcing me to restart the level. I swear, bugs like this only happen to me. Anyways, Artyom overhears the soldier informing a woman that her boyfriend or husband didn't make it, and suffocated as his mask broke, which led to his fellow comrades burying him, showing the brutal horrors of venturing to the surface. Something that Artyom does in his spare time at this point. With that heartbreaking conversation out the way, Artyom watches a shadow puppet show, further showing life in the metro and the humanity that still lives within the station. Well, specifically humanity's future, the children, but also showing that the children have adjusted to this destroyed world, as they don't recognize any of the animals shown in shadow puppets, instead only knowing mutants, which is quite sad. He then comes across two children that talk about dolls, further showing the innocence of the children within the metro. But on the flip side, Artyom comes across a dealer trying to sell some type of narcotics, showing that the metro also contains the darker side of humanity too. Anyways, with all the NPC conversations eavesdropped, Pavel informs Artyom that he's made the arrangements with his people and they can finally head to Revolution Square. But before that, Artyom watches the entire theater show whilst Pavel waits in the dressing rooms, getting introduced to the greatest show within the metro that includes insane jiggle physics, a mutant tamer, a guy playing an instrument, some dude spinning fire around, another guy playing an instrument, and finally both guys playing instruments simultaneously. What a great show if I do say so myself. With the show completely finished, yes, I sat back and watched the entire 8 or so minutes of this show. Artyom follows after Pavel, denying the beautiful performers along the way, till the duo reach a bar with some pretty nice tables covered with red cloth. So before the duo push on towards the Red Line station, Pavel proposes they drink to their survival, and if you know me, I never pass up on a drink. In this little celebration, Pavel tries to convince Artyom that the communists aren't bad and their ideals are the best way of life, all whilst the two drink, but then Pavel's true intentions come to light.
Come on, Artyom, come on! Bottoms up! Bottoms up! So, my friend, that's how it goes. Don't be mad, Artyom. Just doing my job to protect the Red Line. And you, Musketeer, are from the wrong side of the barricade. Privates, take this comrade in.
Yes, Major, sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Comrade Major.
It is private.
So yeah, Pavel trapped Artyom and had him arrested by the Reds. Why? Well, he was just following orders, as he is a high-ranking officer in the Red Line. And Artyom had information on the D6 bunker and is also a trusted Spartan Ranger of the Order. But that doesn't stop the fact that my heart is completely shattered. Also, why does this guy look like that? Jesus.
Move it!
Hey, stop that, blядь! It's just being over-enthusiastic, you know? Artyom, look, I think of you as my friend, really. But as a soldier, you understand that I had to follow my orders and bring you here, okay? Now, you're under arrest, but perhaps it's not the end of the line for you. I hope.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
At ease, товарищ. So, you're doing good here? Are you not?
Yes, sir. Comrade Moskvin is here, inspecting the troops, sir.
The Secretary General here? What about Comrade Corbin?
Yes, sir. Comrade General is here too.
Oppa, it's my lucky day, huh? Okay, things are moving faster than we anticipated.
Move it!
Look, Artyom, you're a smart guy, so we understand there is no such thing as coincidence. You are here because we need you. And information. So, my advice to you, my friend? Cooperate. Okay? But don't worry, I got your back. Because we are what? Musketeers! All for one, and one for all. But your comrades in the Order, their motto is all for us. War is coming, my friend. That bunker you guys found, whoever controls it survives, and fuck the rest of us. But we have been preparing for this. And I want you to join us, Artyom. Good day, Comrade General.
Comrade Morozov, I was beginning to think you had not survived your mission.
I was captured, Comrade Corbett. This ranger here, saved me.
What a coincidence. Isnitsky, you're one of the Spartan Rangers. Do you know this man?
Yes, sir. His name is Artyom. Miller trusts him. They found D6 together. He's also earned several commendations since officially enlisting with the Order.
Well, I am overjoyed to meet you, Comrade Artyom. I think we both have something to offer. Take the comrade to the negotiation room.
Now in the Red Line interrogation room, Artyom gets interrogated by Corbett, who is beyond evil. I mean, he looks exactly like a main villain with the scars and stuff, just straight Dr. Evil vibes. Corbett gives Artyom a choice, tell him everything he knows about the Dark Ones, and in return he'll keep his life and job with the Rangers, but will have to act as a spy for the Red Line, which is exactly what Lesnitsky did. But before Corbett can finish his speech about the Three Musketeers, Secretary General Moskvin bursts into the room and starts wailing on Artyom, whilst demanding information, but then out of nowhere his son Lenya walks in and calls him out on his brutality against Artyom, even saying that Moskvin's brother ruled better than he did as he ruled peacefully, not through violence and torture, which of course riles up Moskvin, leaving Corbett to handle the rest of the torturing session by injecting truth serum into Artyom, sending us back in time to when Artyom came across the Dark One when he was younger. As Artyom awakes from the flashback, he overhears Corbett order Pavel to head to Venice to take care of the locals, which are hired bandits who made an unknown delivery for them, and after that, pick up the baby Dark One as it's been located. Sometime later, Artyom wakes up once again, but this time he's greeted by Moskvin's son, Lenya.
Fuck Corbett. Fuck my father. And Morozov. And the revolution and my own future. I'd rather be shot and end up like father, killing his own brother. Listen, if you get out of here, just live!
So with no time left to lose, Artyom makes his escape and hops into a vent, and whilst crawling through said vent, he makes his way past Moskvin's office where he listens to Moskvin and Corbett talk about how their plans have been leaked to Polis, Hansa, and the Nazis, but Corbett is more than chill about it because he wants a full-scale war anyway, as that's part of the plan to enslave the Metro and have the entire Metro completely taken over by the Red Line. We also find out that Corbett helped Moskvin take out his older brother who was originally in charge so that Moskvin could take over, so Corbett is using this as blackmail to control Moskvin, as everyone loved the previous Secretary General. So if the truth came out, it wouldn't be very good. After Artyom hops out the vent, he gathers his equipment, including his trusty helmet, which looks like it's been through hell. Artyom then sneaks his way through a factory of some sorts, coming across a lot of Red Line soldiers, even learning that they draw the line at burning people, which is great I guess, but they're still the bad guys. I honestly love how you get rewarded for stuff, as the conversations the soldiers have just builds the world even more and can be easily missed if you just blast your way through, such as some soldiers complaining about their food and parts being stolen, or just simply talking about the amount of spiders within the tunnels. Eventually Artyom heads for a vent in the spider infested tunnels and reaches a room where we come across a familiar face.
Stay down, or your brain goes splat. Wait a minute. Artyom, is it you?
Gotta love Andrew the blacksmith. Artyom catches Andrew up with the events that has happened thus far, even being able to send a report back to the Order to let them know that Artyom is alive, but is still continuing his mission, courtesy of Andrew and his buddies. But for now, Artyom needs a way to get back to Polis, well, after catching up to Pavel in Venice, that is. And Andrew explains that there's unfortunately no direct route here, but the Order actually have an outpost at a church on the surface within, you guessed it, the marshes. Before Artyom goes on his merry way towards Venice, Venice. Andrew talks about how his life has changed since the last time we saw him. As he left the station, it was that due to the Red Line tearing the station apart looking for traitors and spies because the war is coming. But it's not all bad news, as Andrew reveals he has a sexy custom railcar ride called Regina, equipped with flashlights to use against the spiders, lending it to Artyom for his journey to Venice to chase after Pavel's group, as he has the location on the Dark One. But Andrew also has people in Venice that could take care of Regina. So with no time to lose, Artyom rides Regina through the tunnels, and this section is pretty open for such a linear game, adding more exploration and depth to the tunnels, even being able to divert off the path and discover abandoned trains or creepy rooms with ghosts, you know, the usual. Despite being more interested in the linear side of the Metro games, I found this open area to be quite interesting and just adds a whole lot more to the experience, which they expanded upon greatly in the next game. Anyways, eventually Artyom reaches a dead end but smashes through, which leads them to crashing after speeding deeper into the tunnels. Luckily, Artyom survives, hopping back onto Regina and heading further down the tunnels till he comes across a group of friendly refugees from the Red Line, and the guy in charge informs Artyom that a few of their men went with their other caravan of refugees further down the tunnels but were attacked, so he of course asks Artyom for help. So after stocking up with their traders' supplies and listening to the refugees' heartbreaking conversations, Artyom hops back on Regina in order to help out the refugees that got attacked and captured. Artyom then hears cries from further down the tunnels, and as he approaches, he witnesses two bandits assaulting a poor woman, forcing Artyom to take the bandits' lives and saving the woman. Honestly, this section surprised me as we see firsthand the brutality of the bandits as they just follow their own rules and do whatever they please, which then results in horrific situations like I just mentioned. More bandit killing while knocking out later. Artyom comes across another refugee, and after untying him, he explains that they took all the women and children alive, so with no time left to lose, Artyom makes his way deeper into the bandit camp, eventually saving the women and children with a simple QTE and blowing the bandits' head off. With the bandits dealt with and the refugees rescued, Artyom smashes through a spiked barricade, which then disables Regina, forcing Artyom to continue on foot through a broken down train and witnessing a body being dragged into a hole in the wall, which could only mean our best friends the Nasolises are lurking down here. So Artyom quickly heads to the nearby dock to Venice and rings the bell for the boat to pick him up, but the service is slow in these tunnels. And moments later, waves of Nasolises pull up, forcing Artyom to defend himself for a good few minutes till the boat arrives. A bunch of killing later, the boat arrives and Artyom hops on, escaping the Nasolises and starting the dangerous adventure across the waters to Venice. On the boat ride, the fisherman explains that this tunnel leads to Revolution Square and the Red Line, well, after Artyom gets knocked out of the boat by a log. After hopping back in the boat, the fisherman goes on to explain that a boat came from Revolution Square today, which was definitely Pavel's group, and as the duo pass through the swampy waters, we get introduced to the sea mutants called shrimps, which apparently the locals eat with a pint of beer. Usually this route is smooth sailing, but out of nowhere, Artyom gets attacked by a shrimp, forcing him to stab it with the power of spamming X, and with the shrimp dealt with, more start approaches, so Artyom snipes as many as he can so they don't get turned into shrimp food, but then Artyom is knocked overboard once again, but quickly hops back on for a quick lesson on how explosives work as the fisherman orders Artyom to grab a box of explosives, and the fisherman takes a few drags of his cigarette, throws it in the box and dashes it at the shrimps, resulting in a massive explosion followed by a wave, finally stopping the shrimps for good. As the duo approach Venice, the fisherman explains that the boat rides are usually safe and someone must have angered the shrimps beforehand, and we quickly find out that it was in fact Pavel's group, as another local fisherman hops on board, even giving Artyom some advice as Venice is full of gangsters, which is an organized version of the usual bandits. As you can see, Venice is clearly a fishing station with various fishermen and boats as it's surrounded by water due to the melting of the ice and snow from the nuclear spring on the surface. I honestly just love how each station has its own vibe and theme within the metro, making them distinct from one another and showing how different people have adapted to living in the tunnels. Anyways, as Artyom gets off the boat, he overhears a guy called Simon, a local law enforcer wanted to take out the bad guys that are gathered at the storage facility, even wanting Artyom to help him, but the station master prohibits him from doing so. So I guess Simon isn't getting his hands dirty anytime soon. Artyom continues to explore Venice, overhearing some guys talking about their experience seeing the baby Dark One, which confirms him to be close, which is good news. After Artyom donates a bullet to a beggar, donates another bullet to a musician who plays a track from Metro 2033, and gets an offer to stay at Venice by the station master, which of course he declines. He arrives at a bar where he drinks and drinks and drinks till he blacks out and sleeps with an older lady, I assume, but once he awakes, it turns out he smashed up the entire bar, so he hands 100 bullets to the bartender for compensation. action. This is how you get good karma in this game, by the way. Smash a bar and pay the damages. Yeah, it makes sense. The bartender isn't the only one that needs Artyom's help, as he comes across a child crying about losing his teddy at the shooting range. So Artyom heads over to said shooting range and competes in a shooting challenge where he has to eliminate all the rats in under 40 seconds. Easy stuff. After 3 rounds of taking out rats, Artyom wins the special prize, the child's teddy bear. So he hands the bear back to the child, which his mother is more than grateful for.
My teddy bear! Mom, the teddy bear is back! Where have you been? Were the buns good? Don't leave me again!
Oh, thank you so much. I was at a loss. What should you say? This person helped your teddy bear come home, so what should you say?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a godsend. Simon brought that teddy bear from the surface. Toys are scarce here, as you know. So he grew really fond of it.
With the teddy bear delivered to its rightful owner, Artyom continues through the Venice station and enters a brothel where he locates Pavel and eavesdrops on him.
Alright, we had some fun. Now it's time for work. So, first thing, we pay Kesley and you head to Comrade Corbett. Tell him the virus container's been successfully delivered to Oktyabrskaya, okay?
So yeah, the special package that the Reds had delivered via the gangsters was a virus container, further uncovering what Corbett is planning to do. But before we can gather more info, a woman nearly blows Artyom's cover, forcing him to keep her quiet till Pavel leaves. That was way too close. Anyways, after sneaking past a couple of gangsters, Artyom finally comes face to face with his old acquaintance.
Drop your weapon, boy. Hands behind your head. Well, what an unexpected encounter. Looking for the Dark One, huh? Well, maybe there's a hope for you and Polis. But you're too late. Yeah. Those Dark Ones of yours are the real deal, yeah? Comrade Corbett had an eye on them for a long time. Just imagine them domesticated, then unleashed on the enemy. Hey, steady now. Alright, you're on top, D'Artagnan, you are on top. What now? You were looking for the Dark One, right? Well, he is nearby, at Oktyabrskaya. I can take you there. No tricks this time, you have my word.
Everyone on the ground, now! Artyom? No!
Despite Pavel narrowly escaping, it's time to meet up with the Spartan Order at the church base to tell them everything we know about Pavel and the experiment the Red Line are planning, and then continue to Oktyabrskaya, I think that's how you say it, as the Dark One is there. I hope I didn't butcher that name. Luckily for us, Simon knows the way to the surface, so he takes Artyom there, and Artyom gears up for his journey through the marshes.
Here it is, the swamp. The base is right across, in the church. You can't see it from here. There's a powered winch ferry, it needs fuel. You should be able to get some in the plane or in the cache at the gas station. Stay out of water if you want to live. Well, that's all. Good luck, Artyom.
So just like Simon said, our team needs to find fuel for the powered winch ferry to make it across the swamp. The marshes are beyond deadly, and it's arguably the hardest section in the game, with the constant shrimp and demon attacks, and on top of that, you can fall into the nearby water, forcing you to navigate carefully. But I would say the amphibians, which are a different variant of the shrimp, are the deadliest within this area, as they're heavily armored and use their claws to attack and block, making them fairly annoying to come against. Despite the evident danger, our team makes his way over to a plane wreck and finds a few fuel canisters inside, but unfortunately they're empty, leaving him to check the gas station instead. But on his way out of the plane, he gets attacked by a brand new enemy, the bog shrimp, which is a huge green glowing monster that is very territorial and is essentially a massive version of the amphibians. Considering the bog shrimp has no way of getting into the plane, it eventually leaves Artyom alone, giving him the chance to quickly head to the gas station, where he finally finds some fuel. With the fuel in hand, Artyom powers the ferry, but it turns out to be the slowest ferry within Moscow, forcing him to defend himself from the incoming shrimps till eventually the bog shrimp pulls up, but after a few seconds it gets attacked by demons, making it flee into the waters, allowing Artyom to continue on the ferry to the church. Sometime later, nightfall begins, but this doesn't stop Artyom as he faces off against the bog shrimp once again. But before he can take it down, it runs away like the true coward it is. Artyom then makes his way through an abandoned abandoned building shortly before being spotted by Anna at the church, as it's very close, but also because she has insane eagle vision due to her sniping skills. With the church only a hair away, Artyom quickly runs over to the church, but as he attempts to cross a log into the safety of the church base, he gets a surprise of the big and ugly kind.
There's a shitload of them! Where are they all coming from? Artyom, let's get the big one!
Forcing Artyom into a boss battle with the bog shrimp once again, but this time he manages to beat it. Well, after wasting hundreds of bullets and dodging and weaving like his life depends on it, which it obviously does. Finally meeting up with the other Spartan Rangers at the church and even getting an apology from Anna for what happened in the gardens. Even stopping the rabbit jokes too.
I didn't take you seriously before, but Hunter, he read you right from the start. He put his trust in you. It took me time. I didn't understand until I saw you in action, and I almost got you killed. You don't make this easy for me, Artyom. I'll stop for now. Go on and get ready. The guys are coming soon and we're all going to Oktyabrskaya.
Now that Artyom has had some rest, Anna informs him that a traveling gun merchant has stopped by the church for the night. So Artyom takes the opportunity to resupply, especially after that awful fight with the bog shrimp. With Artyom's ammo restocked, he makes his way to the church entrance alongside Anna to wait for the rest of the squad to continue going after the Dark One. So whilst they wait, they talk to some rangers about a legend within the church catacombs. Something about people from the church hiding down there and just disappearing, which evolved into a legend about something called the Big Mama, which is of course no legend at all. But as the ranger is telling the story, a knock is heard at the door along with a very familiar voice.
Lesnitsky? You damn traitor.
Anna, what a surprise. I'm no traitor. I never served you in the first place. We'll take this one back.
No!
That's it. Move!
A few moments later, Artyom escapes the rubble with his sheer strength and quickly looks for survivors, coming across a voice recording from one of the rangers explaining that the Reds attacked wearing the rangers' uniforms and took Anna hostage into the catacombs, as it leads to, yeah, that. God knows how that guy had enough time to record a short voice message with everything going off. Anyways, Artyom quickly heads down the basement and takes an old school elevator down into the church catacombs, and we quickly realize that this is where a group of Nosalises live, as Artyom starts getting attacked from all angles, forcing Artyom to fight him off, but then he gets thrown off the elevator, prompting a quick time event, and after killing the last of the Nosalises for now, Artyom has no choice but to continue further down the catacombs on foot. So after coming across more Nosalises, skeletons, dead bodies, more winged Nosalises from the last game, you name it, Artyom arrives at yet another makeshift elevator, which is of course another slow ride. So Artyom is left defending his position from waves of Nosalises for a few minutes till it arrives. Artyom heads up and attempts to make his way across the bridge to the final exit, but is stopped by the legend the Big Mama, also known as the Rhino. Terrifying yet exquisite. Due to the absolute size of the Rhino, it breaks the bridge, dropping Artyom into some type of boss battle arena, and just like the bog shrimp from earlier, the Rhino tanks quite a lot of bullets and requires you to dodge and fire to gain the upper hand, but of course it's no match for Artyom, the goddamn Spartan Ranger. And after it bursts into another area to catch its breath, I guess, Artyom pumps 200 shotgun shells into it, taking down Big Mama for good. But considering the sheer size of the Rhino and the fact it was smashing into every single wall it came across, the catacombs start flooding, sending Artyom spinning through the water, but luckily he lands exactly where he needs to go next. I mean, his plot armor is insane. After heading through a short tunnel, Artyom comes across a vent leading to the exact station where Anna was taken.
So, who is this girl again?
A hostage. We'll use her for negotiating with the Order. Just make sure she wears a gas mask. If she's infected, she's dead, and of no use to us.
So what do we do with her?
Lock her up and keep an eye on her. anything happens, it's your head.
Further down the vent, Artyom witnesses civilians of the station getting executed for being infected with a virus of some kind, which is the same virus that was delivered here by the Reds, and this is confirmed by a dying civilian amongst the bodies of his neighbors, as he tells Artyom that the Reds came with flamers the second day of the infection before anyone died, ready to do what they plan next, confirming that they're behind this massacre and are trying to control the virus by wiping out the red line control part of the station. Unfortunately, Artyom can't help the poor soul and has to push on, sneaking through the station and knocking out red line soldiers along the way, even coming across a Red taking out his own fellow comrade for being infected and being asked for a swift death by the dying officer himself, further showing the brutality of the red line. We also find out that this entire thing was an experiment to test out the virus, which was of course orchestrated by Corbett and carried out by Lesnitsky, so it's safe to say we know exactly what he stole from D6 when he left. Oh yeah, and Honor is just a hostage for negotiations with the Order, considering she's the Colonel's daughter after all. Further up into this part of the station, we see exactly what the Flamers were here for, to burn down the infected buildings, and the lighting in this area is absolutely beautiful. It's honestly crazy to think that this game came out in 2013. Full respect to 4A Games. Anyways, after a short gunfight against the final Red Line goons, Artyom opens up a red door and knocks out a guard, putting Lesnitsky at gunpoint, but unfortunately, he uses Honor as a human shield with a knife to her throat, and gives Artyom the count of 5 to take off his gas mask, in exchange sparing Honor's life. So of course, he obliges and takes off his mask.
Why did you do that? Hurry! We have to get Kotsavaya! There's Hansa! And our men! Suffocating would be a real shame after surviving all that.
They've no masks.
We need 2 masks here, now!
Now that Honor and Artyom are on the other side of the station that is controlled by Hansa and is now a quarantine zone, the two have a little heart-to-heart conversation where Honor explains that she is scared and is frightened that nobody will survive the war, and even them, as they might be infected, feeling so alone, so she needs some of that Artyom loving, if you know what I mean. And after the two, get it on, Artyom receives his diagnosis for the potential infection from the virus.
Well, there seems to be nothing wrong with you. Congratulations, youngsters.
Thank God we're okay. So with this good news, Artyom explores the quarantine zone, coming across infected patients, which is just heartbreaking to watch. Eventually, he comes across a doctor who explains that the virus is an Ebola strain, but not a regular virus, a weapons-grade strain engineered to be completely lethal, but eventually turn harmless after some time, which is why both Artyom and Honor are fine compared to the patients here. And within the first 2 days of the virus, the mortality rate was 95%, but by the third day, it dropped to around 25%, so it's killing off the civilians one by one. Either way, Artyom has to push on, and after passing through the quarantine zone, he is greeted by Khan of all people, who explains that they can't lose the Dark One, so they need to go after him ASAP. So the duo do just that. Well, after stocking up on supplies once again. With Artyom's ammo resupplied, the duo push on, and Khan explains that the leaders of Hansa, Red Line, and the Reich will be meeting in Polis for a peaceful settlement on D6, but Khan is adamant that war is coming, unless a miracle happens. So with that being said, they have not much time left to get the Dark One, especially with it being on a train as we speak. As we all know by now, Khan is a man of extreme knowledge, and of course he has a way to practically teleport to the Dark One's location by a place called the River of Fate, which can change your destiny, washing the sins of the past and have a chance for a different future. So if someone enters the river wishing desperately to earn the chance, they might be taken to the exact place and time where it can be carried out, but but of course there's risk to this, as some who come across the River of Fate never return. Luckily we have Khan on our side, so nothing is going to go wrong. Anyways, after the duo pass a grate with skull and bones next to it as a warning, I assume, Artyom reaches a phone that rings, and once he picks it up, it's his mother reaching out, which of course scares Artyom, but it's all a part of this place that they're in, as strange things occur. I mean, every time we accompany Khan, weird things start happening. Eventually the duo reach the River of Fate and enter the water, which takes them all the way back to the tower where Artyom destroyed the Dark Ones, putting Artyom's sins on display, but this is the only way he can be cleansed, to forgive his sins and change his fate. The duo then get teleported to the gardens where they chase the baby Dark One, reliving the mission from earlier, but they're teleported once again, and this time to the train where the Dark One is located. And after diving headfirst after said train, the duo are transported back into reality, teleporting close to the train. So the duo get moving and hop on a rail car for an epic chase to save the Dark One.
We need that miracle now, Artyom. Remember everything I told you about the Dark One. You must save him! And then he just might save us all.
In an intense chase sequence, Artyom mows down some Reds whilst Khan blows up rail cars like a complete badass. They really up the action set pieces from the last game, and I love it. Some more rail car shooting later, Artyom hops onto the train, splitting up with Khan, but don't worry, he'll be just fine. Artyom then proceeds to fight his way through the train, taking out a ton of Reds along the way till he finally reaches the Dark One to rescue him.
Mom? Mama? Mama?
Artyom, darling, you're so big now.
Mom, I'm scared.
Don't be afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of now.
Don't leave, Mom. I'm all alone now.
You're not alone. You're the first.
We remembered you and were waiting. We could remember all the thoughts of our race. And you killed everyone. And now I'm alone.
Artyom and the baby Dark One are one and the same, both alone in this destroyed world, with the two having a deep connection due to Artyom being approached and essentially adopted by the Dark One whilst he was a child, which explains why they were reaching out to him in the first game and how he is not affected by the visions compared to the other humans in the metro, which drove them mad, but not on purpose, as they were actually trying to communicate and make peace, making Khan completely correct with his thoughts at the beginning of the game. Gotta love Khan's wisdom. Anyways, Artyom picks up the Dark One from the fiery train wreckage instead of listening to his original orders and killing him, and takes him to the surface, as we find out that the Dark Ones actually breathe better on the surface due to them adapting to the radiation. The little Dark One also notices Artyom changing his ways as he let him go, even joining us as we traverse the surface and handing Artyom some infrared powers to see enemy mutants, which come in handy and actually scare off the watchers as they don't understand how Artyom can see them. Eventually the Dark One comes across a billboard showcasing a human wearing clothes, and he cutely says that he wants to wear clothes too, just like the humans, which is just adorable. And moments later we even see him find some rags and wears them to be like Artyom. Oh my god, I just love this little guy. This cute moment gets cut short as a demon decides to bring down the abandoned train Artyom was traversing across, forcing him to take a different route after falling into the water. So some parkour and taking out amphibians later, Artyom climbs up to a broken bridge whilst the Dark One starts to understand how this world came to be, with the humans destroyed destroying each other. This journey with the Dark One is essentially him learning about humanity and what has happened to them, which makes him understand more about the humans living in the metro tunnels, pretty much acting as a huge bonding moment between the two. Now on the bridge, Artyom makes his way across, capitalizing on the newfound X-ray power from the little Dark One to sneak around the mutants, and eventually reaches a zip line, which he then uses, but is unfortunately attacked by a demon. But the Dark One comes in clutch and leads it away, preventing Artyom from becoming the demon's next meal, and allowing the two to push on to Polis. The Dark One then explains that sometimes he sees a door and someone calls for Artyom from there, which could potentially be his mother from the other side. Either way, the duo continue towards Polis, but as Artyom enters the building, he's held at gunpoint.
Who are you? Where's your identification? I'm not fucking around.
Shit. It's alright, people. Stand down. He's a police ranger.
Luckily, these soldiers are not here to fight us and are friendly, even allowing Artyom to gear up for the rest of his journey. With some ammunition purchased, Artyom pushes on, and the Dark One informs him that there are Red Line soldiers here looking for him and are eager to kill, so Artyom needs to tread carefully, but the Reds aren't confident at all, as when we sneak through the depot, we overhear them talking about how many soldiers Artyom has taken out, even being scared to come across him. After a few minutes of sneaking, Artyom comes face to face with the leader of this kill squad and the traitor Lesnitsky.
Hi, Lesnitsky. Everything all right here?
Of course. Nothing ever happens in D6. Makes you wonder why we have to stand guard.
Looks like something important. All right, position taken.
Perfect, Lesnitsky. Now it is your turn, Comrade Morozov. We must field test this virus that we have obtained at such risk. I think you had some associates. Should you go for the task?
Yes, Czeslaw Andreevich, out of Venice. His bandits think I'm one of them, and if we pay them...
Spare me the details. I just need results. Is your task clear, Comrade Lesnitsky?
Yes, Comrade General.
We also get a creepy inside look to when he captured Anna, showing the absolute depravity of Lesnitsky and how evil he truly is. But that's not the only information we get from Lesnitsky's mind as we learn about Pavel's next orders.
See to it then. And you will have to handle Red Square, Pavel. It's the most critical part, and there's no one else I can trust with it. Do not let me down.
I won't, Comrade General.
Interesting. But I'm too tired. Need to stop.
Despite everything that Lesnitsky has done, Artyom spares him to show the little Dark One that killing is much worse, and that you can be better than evil men in this world. Even though I just wanted to take him out so badly, like seriously, I wanted to take this dude out. So now we know Pavel is at the Red Square. Artyom has to head there before going to Polis to warn everyone that the peace conference is a cover-up for the true plan, attacking D6 whilst their back is turned. So with that being said, Artyom and the little Dark One head through the Moscow ruins, where we come across many ghostly visions of the citizens that are long gone, but roam the streets and buildings stuck on Earth in this purgatory, alive and dead at once. And in these visions, we see what life was like before the war, when it was sunny and the people were happy. Well, that's until we get ran over by a ghostly car. Oh yeah, and the Dark One learns about music on this adventure too, which is quite sweet. Along the way, Artyom is asked to spare the mutants they come across, as the Dark One can feel their emotions, showing Artyom that they don't want to attack, with one demon trying to protect her child. So of course we listen to the Dark One and refrain from killing anything, and allowing him to learn from the compassion Artyom has, and various ghostly visions we come across. Sometime later, Artyom has a blast from the past, where we see him on the train pointing at an ice cream, which is one of his only memories of the surface. After that nostalgic trip, the duo arrive just outside the Red Square, where Artyom starts seeing ghostly hands trying to grab him, which disappear, but don't worry, they'll show up again soon. The duo then come across a massive hideout for the Watchmen, but Artyom spares them as they don't attack, including another Watcher that's afraid once the storm hits. So before the storm gets worse, the duo get a move on, but then the shadowy hands appear again in a pool of blood.
stand. I will help. Do not disturb them, Artyom. Stay close to me.
The Dark One explains that they're damn souls that have been here for so long that they don't even know that they're dead, only feeling fear and pain and just want someone to stay with them, which is just so creepy but depressing at the same time. Artyom pushes on either way and arrives at Red Square, but of course it isn't sunshine and rainbows as Pavel and his red goons ambush Artyom and start firing, forcing Artyom to fight back, even getting some help from the Dark One with his special vision powers, all whilst Pavel taunts him. So after an intense gunfight, Artyom takes out the red goons and chases after Pavel, landing a few shots on him till he's cornered and has nowhere else to go. But because the Dark One can see everyone's emotions, he senses that Pavel doesn't even feel any anger, just sadness, showing that he actually saw Artyom as a friend and doesn't even want to kill Artyom. He's just trying to follow his orders and serve the red line. So with that being said, Artyom enters Pavel's mind to uncover Corbett's plans.
The fuck is this? You're letting the beast loose on me? Huh? No, you are, so I'm here, huh?
The test at Oktyabrskaya was successful. The virus kills fast and goes inert fast. If we can get enough of it, clearing out the whole metro is possible. But we must capture D6 first. Thus, Comrade Morozov, you have only one chance to pull this off. The Order has good fighters, but there are too few of them to cover all the entry points. Our scouts have located a boldly descended entrance through Kremlin. While Miller's at the peace conference in Polis, he will be unable to command his men. That's when we strike. Yes, a week longer, and then comes the dawn of a new age.
Now that we know exactly what the Red Line are planning, Artyom decides to save Pavel from the damn souls, giving him another chance at life because at the end of the day, he is still a musketeer, overall teaching the Dark One about forgiveness, which will come in handy for Artyom's future. Now the duo just have to head through the gardens to finally reach Polis. So after a boss battle with a huge mutant bear that's protecting her children, where you shoot her while she's vulnerable and being attacked by watchers, she runs away and collapses, being eaten by watchers. So in a last attempt at compassion, Artyom saves the mother bear because all she was doing was trying to protect her babies. Artyom then meets back up with Miller and Khan, who are waiting for him to arrive, and the Dark One disguises himself as a human child, which is something I had no clue they could do up to this point and thought a random child just spawned in. But when Miller gets suspicious of the child as he's not wearing a gas mask, he transforms into his true form, which of course scares Miller, being ready to attack, but Khan calms him down, leaving the Dark One to communicate with Khan for the first time.
How is this? I can understand his thoughts. And I can hear yours, Artyom. Can you hear anyone's thought just by touching them?
With Artyom, it's different. We can talk from afar. He was adopted long ago.
Do you see, Artyom? The Dark Ones changed you so that they could understand us.
What's behind that door? Did you hear? They call you. I can hear. Open this.
Wait. That looks like one of the sealed doors in D6. Yes, at the exhibition. It has a strong lock, too. We've yet to break it. What's there?
My people? They're inside. Sleeping.
Incredible. Look at this. They're hibernating. He is not alone.
I must wake them up. It's time for them to live.
We are all going there now. We'll open the door if we can.
There's death nearby, all around. But I must wake them, or be alone forever.
Now listen. Help us, and we'll help you.
I will. What needs to be done? I must wake them.
We'll have to improvise.
Hey! Wake up, you bastards!
So with that new information of the Dark Ones not being extinct, but behind one of the sealed doors at D6, Khan asks Miller if he has a code for the gate, but he'll only open the gate if he's convinced that the baby Dark One will help them. So all four of them head to Polis for the peace conference, and we find out that Moskvin has even tried to make out that the virus wasn't planned, saying that he was lucky that his chemical defense squad was nearby to stop the epidemic that could have swallowed the entire metro, showing he's already trying to sweep everything under the rug and act like a savior, which of course Miller believes, as he truly thinks the Red Line wants peace and to share the wealth from D6, which obviously isn't the case. They then gatecrash the peace conference, and the Dark One forces Moskvin to share all his secrets, where we get to see each of Moskvin's memories through doors along a nightmarish red glowing hallway, and finally getting the full context of what had transpired, with Corbett using Moskvin by convincing him that his brother wanted to assassinate him, in turn making Moskvin assassinate his brother first by poisoning him, and in turn make Moskvin Secretary General so that Corbett can use him for what he wants. And all of this isn't just shown to us, but he says it all out loud for everyone at the peace conference to hear, showing everyone the truth.
What was I out loud? I see. So you gave me something. Just like I gave something to brother. Yes. Yes! I did. I poisoned him. But Corbett, I'm a fool. I thought he wanted to save me. And he just took the power. Took me by the throat. And he's storming the D6 now. And there's that virus. And if that falls into Corbett's hands, the end.
But you are the leader! Order him! Call the troops back! You sold them at least! Buy some time to make a deal!
What kind of... There's nothing more we can do here.
Spyless!
Hurry! Faster! To the platform! Damn them! I am not surrendering D6! Follow me!
It will be bad for everyone if you lose? Then I will ask for their help.
Let's hope that the baby Dark One comes in clutch and that we have enough karma points, because otherwise we are screwed with a capital S. So after gearing up for the final battle for D6 against the Red Line, Miller gives a speech to his team of Rangers to fuel them for this inevitable battle. After the short speech, the Rangers take point till the Red Line bursts through the barricade, leading to an epic gunfight to protect D6, which looks awesome, but unfortunately the Rangers are forced to fall back, with our team even getting knocked out. Our team then protects Ullman from incoming Reds till they get to a safe position to continue the battle, but this time the Reds don't only deploy soldiers, but a tank on the far platform, so our team is forced to take out said tank by destroying the red glowing parts, which is quite tough because it's hard to get a clear shot whilst the turret is trying to mow you down. But of course our team prevails and destroys the tank. Our team then picks up a goddamn minigun and rips the incoming Red Line soldiers to shreds, till the group of right shield wielding goons pull up, backed by a flamer, but they're pretty easy to take out. Despite doing well so far, the Red Line won't be stopping anytime soon, so Miller informs everyone that he rigged D6 for demolition, and this gave the word back to Polis, making sacrificing themselves and D6 their only option to stop the Red Line. But then out of nowhere, a train crashes into them.
Secure the perimeter! Cover the exits! Stay alert, men!
Save your voice, Gideon. Here, there are only dead Spartans. I feel a bit like Xerxes.
What an unforgivable waste of men and resources. So many good soldiers lost. And for what? Police station? The council? Well. All are cleansed by the fires of revolution. What a pleasant surprise, Colonel Miller. Or what remains of you.
Artyom, it is time.
And who might this be? The resourceful young man. Tell me, Artyom, savior of the Metro. Where are you going?
Artyom, no need for that now.
Ullman died, like most of the Spartans. Miller survived and is now in charge of police guards, even though he's confined to a wheelchair. And Khan just disappeared. He once told me, what if this little dark one is the last of the angels sent to save us? The fact that the little one came back and brought his kin, maybe that was the pardon and salvation. For me, for the Order, for all of us in the Metro. The last light of hope in this kingdom of darkness.
It will be better for everyone if we go away, Artyom. But one day we'll come back. I'll be big then. Goodbye, my friend.
The dark ones are gone. But I know we will meet again. Maybe they really were sent to save us.
Now this is the good ending, or should I say the canon ending to Metro Last Light, which is a more fitting end to the story, as the bad ending sees Artyom triggering the explosives, wiping everyone out, and Honor telling the story of Artyom's sacrifice to their child. Yeah, not really the best at all, but still kinda badass. I honestly love the journey Artyom goes through, from just following orders to walking the path of forgiveness and bonding with the baby Dark One, truly seeing the world the way it actually is, being misled and betrayed along the way by people he saw as a friend, but still learns to forgive, still learning to be a better man, because war and hatred was the thing that destroyed humanity in the first place. Anyways, now that the main story of Last Light is finished, it doesn't mean that there's not more content to go over, as Last Light has a plethora of DLCs, starting with the Chronicles pack, which shows 3 different perspectives within the story of Metro Last Light, from different characters, Honor, Pavel, and Khan. Well, technically Khan and Ullman, you'll see what I mean. So let's start with Honor's mission, which takes us to near the beginning of the story, when she was providing sniper cover for Artyom in the gardens.
You know, I'm glad my father sent me with you. I've wanted to shoot a Dark One myself, ever since they killed Hunter. And if you have second thoughts, don't worry, I'll do it. Okay then. Good luck.
By the way, once starting this DLC mission, we get a short monologue from Honor, which states that she was actually out looking for Hunter when the missiles dropped on the gardens and barely escaped, which is quite a big plot point to just throw into a monologue instead of the main game, but interesting nonetheless. Anyways, Honor performs some epic climbing and gets into position to watch over Artyom and locate the Dark One. After helping Artyom with a pack of watchmen, Honor changes position and finally locates the Dark One. A couple of missed shots later, Honor finally hits it, but as Artyom approaches, approaches, he's knocked out cold, so Honor quickly makes her way to his position, even fighting some Riker goons along the way, but is unfortunately too late.
Artyom? Artyom?
Quite a short mission, but vital in my opinion to show that Honor didn't leave Artyom in the gardens, but actually tried to rescue him. Next we have Pavel's mission, which starts shortly after he escaped from Artyom in Venice. He was captured the moment he ran from Artyom, landing him in yet another interrogation room, but this time by the bandits.
So, are you with us already, you cum fuck? Let's just carve you up right here and now if I had my say. But our boss is a major Ubuntu because you comments. And if the boss says something, we make fucking sure it happens, sir. You got me? See what's around? It's a fucking power plant. So, I'll give you a shot, and you'll get to spinning the generator, which you'll do till you fucking drop.
So before the bandit can inject Pavel with the serum that will render him unable to do anything but be a slave to the bandits, Pavel takes out the bandit with his epic combat skills and makes his escape. This mission is pretty much just an escape the bandit camp type of deal. There's not really much to it than that, but there's quite unique ways to take out the bandits along the way, such as making someone accidentally shoot their own comrade in a shooting range, which just adds to the stealth aspect if you choose to stealth your way, which 9 times out of 10 you will in this mission, as bullets are scarce here, so you're going to get rewarded tremendously for stealthing your way out. Then he visits a medium of some kind, which actually shows him his fate, but that's pretty much it. Pavel escapes and hops on a rail car, heading back to the Red Line. Finally, in the Chronicles pack, we have the Khan DLC mission, which is easily the best of the 3, and you'll see why. This mission starts around the same time Artyom is on the train to capture the Dark One through Ullman's perspective.
Ullman, come in.
Secret Agent Ullman, on the air.
Cut the jokes. The target's approaching.
Roger that.
By the way.
Yes?
Are you sure you won't blow the tunnel up?
You can take it to the bank.
All right then. Over and out.
And here we are.
So yeah, Ullman was the reason that the train crashed. Gotta love his taste in chaos. Amongst the flames, Ullman comes across Khan leaving the wreckage, which actually scared me as I thought it was an enemy, so I started shooting before I realized it was Khan. I'm honestly so brain dead. Anyways, Khan explains that Artyom is on the other side of the cave-in and exactly what's going on, such as the Reds stealing bioweapons from D6 and are planning to take over the metro. Pretty much stuff we already know, but of course Ullman doesn't. All whilst the two make their way to Polis to inform Miller with what's going on. Unfortunately, the journey to Polis isn't simple, as the duo need to pass through Polyanka Station, which if you didn't already know, from Khan himself suggesting that route, it's filled with ghosts from the past. And according to Khan, it shows people things that have to be seen. So as the duo head for an abandoned train, Ullman starts experiencing hallucinations, but is then woken up by Khan to continue moving. Hallucinations and ghosts aren't the only thing here, as an anomaly decides to show up, but quickly moves on, allowing the duo to find a hatch, and after hopping down said hatch into a mutant nest, the duo crawl for a vent where they get a cheap jump scare.
Calm down. Wow, I almost shit myself.
I just love Ullman, man. After heading through the vent, the duo come across hundreds, and I mean hundreds of rats, which genuinely spooked me because I have a fear of rats. I have no idea why, but I hate the things. Luckily for the duo, the rats are afraid of light, so Ullman uses his lighter whilst Khan creates a barrier of fire using oil and his torch, but now they need a way to pass through the insane wave of rats blocking their path. Khan, being the absolute goat he is, quickly comes up with a plan, using the anomaly close by as wires with current in them attract anomalies, so Ullman quickly heads to some backup batteries to charge them up and turn the lights on, in turn attracting the anomaly to the light, wiping out all the rats along the way. So with the batteries charged, the lights turn on and the anomaly annihilates the rats, allowing the duo to pass through to Polyanka. As the two enter Polyanka, we hear screams in the distance, but as the duo turn a corner, the station doesn't seem empty at all, as two guys are sharing a drink at a campfire. But if we learned anything so far playing the Metro games, not everything is as it seems, and these blokes are not alive.
They think they're alive,
It's just an anomaly. They don't think, Khan. They're a hallucination.
Well, guys, let's have a drink. To living.
Drink. Now.
But you told me I couldn't talk to them.
And now I tell you to drink.
Ah, well, why shouldn't we, eh? To life.
We're then transported back into the past where we control a young Khan, as he tries to defend Polyanka from Ways and the Solaces but is unsuccessful in doing so, forcing him to leave his friends behind to their grisly fate, making the ultimate choice of life or death.
And that's how it happens sometimes, Ullman. I don't know why Polyanka decided to show this to you too. I only hope you'll never have to face a choice like the one I faced then. I was too young.
Let's go, Khan. We've no business sitting here.
You're right.
I honestly like the different perspectives within the Chronicles DLC, especially the car mission, and it's easily my favorite of the DLC packs within this game as it adds more to the story of Metro Last Light, and fleshes out the specific characters a bit by filling in a few gaps, and learning more about them and their journey, albeit subtle. Next we have the faction pack, which includes missions from different factions such as the Reich, where you play as a heavy soldier defending the Reich frontline from Waves and Waves of the Reds, which is very similar to the battle for D6. Then there's the Red Line, where you play as a sniper tasked with infiltrating a guarded Reich outpost, acting as a short stealth only mission.
Ha, we're inside! Alright now, let's give these Nazis some bruises to remember us by. Follow me!
Finally, in the faction pack, we have the Cas Austria DLC mission, where you play as a ranger trainee, and it acts kind of like a unique scavenger hunt, where you head to the library from the first game and collect different items, heading back to the base to trade items for MRG, for more supplies to use on the surface. Closest we'll get to a roguelite Metro game, and you can actually speedrun it like I did. Next, we have the Tower pack, where you test a VR training ground, which actually had a competitive side to it, with online leaderboards and such, overall being a way to test your combat skills in the arena. Pretty simple. Last but not least, we have the developer pack that acts as a dev level where you can test all the weapons in the game in the firing range, take a look at all the character and mutant models in a museum, and force enemies to fight in a huge arena. Ever wanted to watch every single enemy in the game face off against each other, mutants and humans alike? Well, you can. And this is honestly the first time I've ever seen anything like this get added to a game. This developer pack also includes the Spider Lair mission, where you play as a young stalker between the events of 2033 and Last Light, essentially acting as a prologue to the Last Light story.
Well, Petrovich, this is where that silo is, you see? My father used to serve there, so he told me. And there's not a single map to it, that's for sure. Do you see the possibilities?
Sure I do. But even though there are no maps, some guys already did go there, and none returned.
And how do you know that they went exactly to this place?
Well, they went in its general direction.
Well, even if they did, they were no match for us. We are coming back. Never fear, Petrovich. Let's drink to our success.
Why not? Well, to success! That's some fine stuff. I feel refreshed. Let's have a smoke too. Would you care for a light?
What the hell? Are you mad or what? Your damn jokes are worse than boatswains.
Quit whining like a little girl.
To hell with you, you comedian. I know you well, but you could scare the new guy off. So are you coming with us? You see the gun Petrovich carries around? We'll be safe with him. To luck!
To luck!
taking us to 2 days later where the Stalker and his team ventured to the bunker, but of course it went wrong, as the Stalker is suspended in a spider web. After freeing himself from being the spider's next meal, he explores the bunker for an escape, fighting spiders along the way, and that's pretty much it. It's kind of like a survival horror twist for those who are into their survival horror games, scavenging for supplies and using light to your advantage considering you're facing tons of spiders. In the end, the young Stalker escapes without his buddies, well, not really escaping per se. I think the main appeal for the Spider Lair DLC mission for me is that it shows more of the Metro world than just Artyom and everything surrounding him in a unique nightmare spider-fueled way. And speaking of DLCs, the beloved Ranger Hardcore mode was unfortunately locked behind a pre-order bonus and eventually a paywall, which of course sparked controversy, as many players see it as the definitive way to play Metro, which was only fixed with the Redux version, as it included the mode as a standard feature along with the rest of the DLCs. Overall, Metro Last Light is a step up from the previous entry in many ways, but you could easily notice the shift into a more blockbuster action story driven experience with crazy set pieces, which in my books is welcomed, as it feels like a step in the right direction of the Metro franchise really becoming a staple in video game history, and in my opinion, the games just get better and better with every release. I honestly don't know how they do it, but like I've stated before, 2033 is so much darker and grungier, and I love that. The atmosphere, the claustrophobic feeling you get is perfection despite the jank that comes with it, but Last Light has a much more engaging story that kept me captivated to the very end, with its various twists and turns, making both games strong releases in the franchise no matter what way you view them. But a burning question I have that neither games go into detail with is, where did the Dark Ones come from? Some people believe they were an experiment to create some kind of post-nuclear humans or super soldiers, and others believe that they evolved from humans that survived on the surface. There's many theories out there, and if I'm being honest, I'm leaning towards them being some type of experiment, as a few Dark Ones were locked in the D6 bunker. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Anyways, before we move on to the next release within the Metro video game franchise, let's quickly go over products that released in between. Of course, you had the second novel by Dimitri called Metro 2034 that released for English readers in 2014, the Metro 2035 novel that released in Russia in 2015, but then was released for English readers in 2016, giving fans of the franchise more to the world on the novel side of the universe, as they're vastly different to the games. How different, I hear you asking? Well, Artyom's journey overall is quite different, with him not being the gun-toting action hero that he is in the games, and the book Metro 2034 even featuring completely different protagonists to Artyom, which I didn't mind, as I enjoy almost all the characters in the Metro universe. I also feel like sparing people in the video games makes it more similar to the novels, as Artyom is for the most part a pacifist that rarely kills any humans unless necessary. Either way, both the books and the video games are phenomenal, and that's all I can say. The two novel releases aren't the only thing Metro related that came out before the next installment in the video game franchise, as there was actually a mobile game. Yeah, that's right, a mobile game titled Metro 2033 Wars, which was later renamed to Moscow Metro Wars. That was officially released globally in December 2015 for iOS and Android devices. As many mobile games end up, it was eventually removed from the App Store, so unfortunately I don't have the means to play it myself and describe the game in great detail, but from what I can find online, it was a turn-based strategy game that was based on the Metro novels but added nothing to the overall lore and story. It was kind of a nothing burger of a game, or should I say cash grab, and didn't look the greatest compared to a lot of mobile games out there, but I guess if you wanted to play something Metro on a mobile device, then that was the game to play. I completely forgot to mention, I do have a signed copy of the Metro 2033 novel from the author too, and it's honestly one of the coolest looking novels in my collection. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there. So shortly after the release of Metro Redux, 4A Games got to work on the next installment into the Metro video game franchise, following on from the ideas Dimitri had for the next installment.
Further development for the franchise would be setting a new game in a different location, because Moscow is great, and definitely the knowledge of the Eastern European, Ukrainian team of the post-Soviet reality is enormous. But I would be really curious to see a Metro game set in New York or Italy or UK. And we actually have a book franchise called The Universe of Metro 2033, where dozens of authors from across the world are co-creating this world of Metro 2033 in their own places, like coherent stories set in different locations across the world, like written in different languages. Some of those books might become basis, like literary basis, for some of the new video games, and that could be great. Like, the purpose here, again, is not to create a product, but to create a world.
Taking players from the claustrophobic metro tunnels to brand new areas on the surface across the post-apocalyptic Russia, using the team's expertise developing Stalker to make this semi-open world survival shooter experience, and at the same time making it fit into the overall uniqueness of the Metro franchise. And they worked their asses off, reworking so many elements, story beats, and areas of the game dozens of times, scaling down immensely from ideas such as the train containing over 100 passengers, acting as some sort of mobile surface colony, focusing on bringing people out of the Moscow metro, amongst many other things. And on top of that, being watched over by the publisher Deep Silver, who didn't want to publish another flop like Homefront: The Revolution, which shared many mechanics that Metro Exodus was going for. The amount of stress from developing this game even led to the former creative director, Andrei Prokhorov, suffering a major stroke, which just shows the amount of effort and work these guys put into their games. Thankfully, he's doing much better now after stepping back from his role as creative director. After so much stress and hard work and scaling down the scope of the next title, Metro Exodus was finally revealed to the world. Metro Exodus was initially scheduled to be released in 2018, but was then pushed back to 2019 because it needed extra time to be polished. But there were more bumps along the road, as close to the official release date, it was announced that Metro Exodus was going to be a one-year Epic Games Store exclusive, which of course sparked a massive controversy, and rightfully so, as it was already up for pre-order on Steam, misleading players and making them wait a whole year to play on arguably the better PC gaming platform. Thankfully, there aren't just negative things leading up to the release of Metro Exodus, as for the first time in the franchise, there was a real collector's edition for the game, but unfortunately, I don't own the Metro Exodus Spartan Collector's Edition, as it's super rare and limited, and oh my god, it looks awesome. Especially the goodies inside, such as the Spartan Order dog tag, the Artyom statue, collectible postcards, the Spartan Order patches, even the packaging it came in is sick. I'm honestly jealous, but trust me, I'll continue scouring the internet till I find a seller for a reasonable price, of course. The Spartan edition wasn't the only edition released for Metro Exodus, as there was one called the Aurora edition, which includes a sexy steelbook and the World of Metro art book, which is always nice to have. And that's pretty much it. Well, unless you pre-ordered the game, as the pre-order included a carab and a compass, which is quite a funny add-on, as gamers such as myself are never gonna use it because we're glued to our desks. Well, at least I am. But it doesn't end there, as there was another edition called the Master Artyom edition, which was given to 9 lucky fans for a giveaway, and the final one was given to 4A Games, as only 10 were made, making them easily the most exclusive video game collector's items out there. What did this edition include? Well, it had a fully functional Nixie watch, Artyom's bullet lighter, an authentic gas mask, a leather-bound Metro Exodus map, personalized Spartan dog tags, a letter of authenticity signed by the author of the Metro books, and of course the Aurora limited edition of the game. And all of this was packed into a military crate, goddamn. Anyways, let's not waste any more time and get into the third installment in the Metro franchise, which starts with a monologue of Artyom's memories of the surface and the aftermath of the war, but also Artyom's dream for the future in a pretty cool looking intro cutscene.
But I remember we were born for a better life. And I can't accept that I'm destined to grow old and die underground. I don't care if I'm called an idiot. But if even a single shard of the old world still exists out there, I have to find it. Between endless years of hopeless existence and even a single moment of hope, I must choose hope. I must find that signal.
Metro Exodus takes place roughly a year after the events of Last Light. The Dark Ones are gone, and Artyom has been making frequent trips to the surface to find any sign of life in the world outside the Moscow metro by searching for any radio signal whatsoever that will point to his dream becoming a reality, but also absorbing a whole lot of radiation along the way. So we take control of Artyom after one of his excursions on the surface as he heads back into the tunnels. And off the bat we can see the insane visual upgrade from Last Light, and yes, I'm using the PC enhanced version of the game considering the original crashed multiple times whilst trying to record, but either way, Metro Exodus has to be one of the most gorgeous looking games from 2019. It's honestly crazy it's been so many years since then. Anyways, as Artyom enters the tunnels, we get hit with that classic Metro atmosphere, skeletons scattered across the tunnels, the sense of dread, just everything we've loved about the series so far. The lighter also makes its return as there's going to be quite a few cobwebs to burn throughout this game, and if you know what that means, the spiders are making a return too. Well, only the little ones for now as they crawl across Artyom's mask and arm. But cobwebs aren't the only thing to burn, as you're able to ignite torches, bonfires, and even candles, which just adds that little bit of spice to the use of the lighter. Sometime later we're introduced to a brand new weapon mechanic as Artyom collects a convenient upgrade for his ammo on the shotgun, but we'll get more into that later once we fully unlock the weapon upgrade system. For now, Artyom makes his way further into the tunnels and out of nowhere gets ambushed by a watcher, forcing him to pop its skull. God, they're way more terrifying this time around. But of course, this isn't the only mutant lurking, as moments later a whole pack of them spawn in. So after Artyom takes a few of the watchmen out, he quickly reaches a door just outside his home station exhibition, but of course, his arrival doesn't go smoothly.
We'll get you out. Whoa! It's Artyom! Artyom? Artyom! What the hell? Is he alright? He's hurt! Come on, Artyom, stay with us. That bad.
They're coming back. Attention, people. Oh, look, it's the hero.
Why are the lights off?
It's nighttime at the station. Don't worry. I told you.
I got it. Open up. Go!
Looks like Artyom's been on another one of his mad trips up top.
He got hit one too many explosions at D6. Where to now?
Left, across the square. Hey, Damir, do you think the Colonel knows what Artyom been up to here?
How am I supposed to know? Ask him yourself. He radioed from the ring, said he'd be here tomorrow. Hey, you! Leave him alone!
I killed him myself with my slingshot. Let him learn to stand up for himself. How else can he hope to survive in the metro?
Rise and shine, people!
Hang in there, Artyom. You gonna get a fresh dose of Spartan blood now?
Artyom, are you awake? It's okay. The doctor said you'll be fine. Are you trying to kill me with worry? What if next time you don't return from the surface? There's no one out there, Artyom. No one to find, no one to talk to. If there was, don't you think they'd be here already? We've talked about this again and again. You have to accept it. There's only us.
Colonel. Hello, Alex. There you are, you stubborn fool. How many times are we going to have this conversation? I don't care if you kill yourself over this silly dream of yours, but don't you see what you're doing to my daughter? Your wife?
Dad, please.
The Order is short on men after the battle for D6, but you leave. People need you, and you pursue your selfish obsession. But now this shit has to stop. There's only Metro, nothing else. And the Order is here to defend it. Because if not us, then who? You look fine to me. So, get ready to go. Then, we'll discuss your transfer to Polis. Come, we need to talk.
I'll get the doctor. Artyom, please, promise me this was the last time. I'll see you later.
Artyom, we managed to bring you back from the brink, but people are giving you their blood, which could save so many wounded, and you keep bringing it back irradiated. Don't you think that is unfair? Let me put it this way. I can't promise I'll be able to bring you back next time.
So if you didn't already catch on, Artyom and Honor are now happily married and living at Exhibition. Honor and Artyom's relationship is explored a lot more and deeper in Exodus, even making them one of the best post-apocalyptic couples in gaming, which is a nice improvement as their relationship was pretty bare bones in Last Light. And don't get me started on their relationship in the Metro 2035 novel either, because it's a whole lot darker than the games, being a pretty unhealthy relationship. Her father, on the other hand, is now walking again after losing both his legs in the battle for D6, and these specific robo-legs made by our boy Andrew the blacksmith, but unfortunately for Artyom, he's clearly in Miller's bad books due to his consistent visits to the surface in search of life outside Moscow. Before we move on any further, I do want to mention that the character models look beautiful as ever, so detailed and way more realistic than the first two games, from the facial animations to the hair. It's just wow. They're as amazing as the surroundings. Before Artyom meets up with the Rangers that saved his ass earlier, he explores the medical room a bit, finding a note which shows his blood type, which will be of huge importance later in the story, as he's able to have blood transfusions from any Spartan. But an important detail within the medical note is that he must not return to the surface for another year, and if we know Artyom by now, he's of course not going to listen to that advice. After Artyom has a quick conversation with the doctors, who clearly think heading to the surface to find signals is a waste of time, and that he's lucky that Colonel Miller even wants him back with the Order helping them out, we see that Artyom has been telling stories of his dream to the kids within Exhibition, proving he actually has a voice, but also that he truly believes there is life beyond the Moscow Metro. And of course, the mother of this specific child has taken a dislike to Artyom for telling her child such stories. This type of conversation world building continues throughout the story, and in my opinion are essential to really immerse yourself in the world and understand everything, exactly like the previous titles. So if you rush through the game, then you're not truly understanding the world that 4A Games has built alongside the author of the books. Oh yeah, and notes on the only collectibles scattered throughout Metro Exodus, as now you can find postcards throughout different areas, which just adds something extra to seek out whilst exploring, bringing back his little hobby from Metro 2033. But unfortunately, I didn't realize this till after I beat the game, so I only collected this postcard after the fact. Anyways, Artyom finally meets up with the Spartans after a rapid recovery.
Oh, I can't believe my eyes. Artyom, you're all right. You gave us a scare, brother. Artyom, how are you, friend? I see you're all right.
Gentlemen, give way.
This calls for a celebration.
A few more scars and you will be completely irresistible to any woman. Speaking of which, how are the nurses in the hospital, huh?
Could you just stop crowding him? Welcome back, Artyom.
Привет, Artyom.
Alright, you're all dismissed. I give you 2 hours, people.
Yeah! Oh, it's official. I knew it.
You guys are like kids.
So I brought something. And here we go again. Please, let's not repeat the last
Hold
time.
on, Artyom.
So this is pretty much the main set of characters that will be accompanying us on our journey. Duke, the youngest scout ranger and a survivor of the battle for D6. Demir, the Kazakhstani medic of the group. Alyosha, the oldest scout specialist and a ladies man with an awesome face tattoo. Stepan, who was actually in the Metro 2035 novel but is also a survivor of the battle for D6. Idiot, who is funnily enough one of the smartest people in the group. That is also voiced by the guy who voiced this dude in Metro Last Light. And the Spetsnaz announcer in Modern Warfare 2, which is pretty interesting. And finally Sam, the only American within the Metro, and surprisingly voiced by the one and only Steve Blum, which I clocked instantly as his voice is so iconic. There's also Tokarev, who's not here, but he's the weapon expert and is vital for the group's survival and journey within Metro Exodus. Whilst the Spartans celebrate Artyom's survival, we skip to 1 week later, where Artyom is once again on the surface searching for radio signals, but is accompanied by his wife this time, despite her thinking it's a waste of time.
And? More of nothing? Artyom, the only thing I can hear is that Geiger counter ticking. Yes, and there's also those damn things. Calling all the time. Let's go home, dear, please. Don't you think I'd also love to live on an ocean beach or in a green forest? But what good are these fantasies in a silent world? Silent, Artyom? Because it's dead.
Artyom packs away his transmitter and the duo make their way back to the station across the frozen wasteland. On the way, Honor attempts to talk to Artyom into settling down with her rather than chase this dream of his. He even suggested settling down in a flat with a shower and a kitchen in Polis, which is honestly every couple's dream right there. But things go from wholesome to dangerous as moments later a couple watchmen spawn in, considering they're in an off-limit zone, forcing the duo to take them out, and after a few minutes of watchmen killing, the duo performs some epic parkour, well, attempt it at least, as Artyom nearly slips to his death. Considering we've had our first proper gunfight in Metro Exodus, I guess it's time to talk about the gunplay, which is honestly way better than the previous games. From the sound design to the overall feel of the weapons when shooting, it's honestly a huge improvement in every way, despite sometimes feeling like you're being shafted by bullet spread a lot, which does get quite annoying, especially when you know for a fact that a bullet should have licked someone's head clean off. As for the usual equipment we've come to know and love, such as the gas mask, filters, watch, flashlight, and medkits, they're way more streamlined this time and are much easier to perform, as we have visual icons so you'll never forget which button does what. And speaking of medkits, the healing system has been changed from being able to have health regeneration after a period of time on the normal difficulties to being forced to use medkits even out of combat, which is a huge problem as the visual damage that Artyom takes is visible on screen at all times and gets bigger the more you get hit until you eventually die. But this red effect never leaves until you pop a medkit, which led me to feeling quite annoyed when I had no medkits prior to a cutscene. They could have definitely portrayed Artyom's health in a much more visually appealing way for sure. As for the gas mask, that of course is as awesome as ever, even bringing back the wipe mechanic from Last Light, but this time if you take way too much damage and your mask ends up breaking, you have the chance to patch it up, which slightly obscures your FOV, but is a neat addition rather than just insta-killing you for not being aware of how much damage your gas mask is taking. Anyways, a blizzard starts which forces the duo to switch to radios to talk to each other, despite Artyom not being much of a talker, as we all know. But out of nowhere, a goddamn train passes by on the surface, which has been pretty much unheard of at this point, and points to Artyom's suspicions being true. Then a car pulls up just in time for the duo to head after said train, which Honor mistakes for the order. It turns out that they're Hansa soldiers, not the Order, but considering that Colonel Miller has an alliance with Hansa, they're not in any danger. The same can't be said about the other passengers though, as we find out that they're actually not from Moscow at all, but a village 200 kilometers out, as they came to Moscow searching for the teen's father, because he left for Moscow a year ago and never returned to the village. Before I go any further, this guy right here is supposed to be a teenager. He looks like a grown-ass man. Anyway, with these folk being from a village, it proves that Artyom was right after all. That is life outside the metro, but their excitement gets cut short as the Hansa stop the vehicle to drop off the villagers.
Hey, you people drove us halfway to nowhere.
They can handle it.
At least give them their masks back.
Artyom's insane plot armor comes in clutch once again, and he manages to move the bodies of the poor villagers and locate a nearby gas mask to slowly make his way out of the grave. After a slow crawling section that was originally intended to be much longer, Artyom grabs a conveniently placed medkit, allowing him to hopefully make his way back to Honor, and along the way he finds a crumpled letter from the teen's father explaining that Hansa promised him work there, but of course they were lying and clearly had the same fate as both his son and the old woman. Despite that unfortunate discovery, Artyom pushes on and crawls through a pipe leading to the heavily guarded Hansa train depot, introducing us to the stealth within Metro Exodus, which is as easy as Metro Last Light, thank god. It's pretty much unchanged down to the sound effect that blares once you're in the light, but there's two new features: the ability to use cans as a distraction to lure enemies away, and being able to see enemies actively searching for you if they become alerted, overall improving the enemy AI. As Artyom ventures through the vents of the train depot, he overhears an old man by the name of Yermak questioning the Hansa troops' morality as they're constantly taking out women and children and labeling them as spies, but of course Yermak knows they're full of it. Eventually Artyom comes face to face with Yermak and he recognizes Artyom from Honor's constant screaming about him, and it's our lucky day as Yermak is here to help and escorts Artyom to Honor's location, utilizing the stealth mechanics such as turning off the lights with the lighting panel, because if you don't know by now, darkness is our best friend in Metro. After sneaking through the train depot using Yermak's guidance and help, Artyom finally reunites with his wife after busting down the door and going John Wick on the fools.
Oh my god! You're alive! Alive! Are you hurt? Hunter's badge? It stopped the bullet!
Take this, bitch!
Don't move.
Due to the gun firing on the control unit and damaging it, the duo uncovered the dark truth Hansa has been hiding. This specific control unit is a universal broadcast radio jammer, stopping Moscow from hearing anyone and vice versa, proving Artyom was right all along and that there's not just life within Moscow but the entire world too. But the commander explains that this is very bad as the Great War is apparently still in effect, which is why they were using the jammers, but Honor doesn't care and knocks the commander out, shortly before meeting up with Yermak, who passes Artyom his equipment back and gives them a plan to escape, also explaining that he's the train engineer and will assist them in taking the train. But before they engage in some more stealth, Honor asks the train engineer a very important question before they part ways for now.
Why are you helping us, Andrei Ivanovich?
I had... I guess I'll tell you later. I hope. Be careful.
Artyom gives his wife a quick boost and stealths his way through the courtyard with ease, eventually reaching the hangar to help Yermak as he's obviously been captured after helping the duo out. So after Artyom takes down a few guards and saves the train engineer, he orders the two to switch the turntable mechanism on whilst he prepares the train for escape. So the duo do just that and fight their way to the control room, but after Artyom flips the switch, the Hansa guards desperately try to stop them from blowing up the room.
Was intense.
Plot armor coming in clutch once again. Considering the generator was blown up by the Hansa goons, the duo quickly head over to the manual drive on the platform, and after yet another gunfight, they get the train into position by using the manual wheel instead, freeing the train and escaping safely. Well, safe as can be anyway.
Come on! Yes!
Come here, quick! You're going to run the gate! You should put the masks on. The seals might be damaged.
We did it! Yeah!
We apprehended the engineer with 2 accomplices. Over.
Roger that, base. Over. All right, shoot these 2. And as for the engineer...
What do you mean, shoot these 2?
Don't you dare give me lip, soldier.
The Colonel will give you a piece of his mind now. Colonel, sir, we have a situation here. Honor.
Dad! Guys! It's us! Help us!
What the hell?
Artyom!
What are you doing here?
Talk about surprise.
Colonel, it will mean court-martial for all of you.
All right, everyone, shut up! I can't believe this. Just can't. Shit!
So this is true? You're working for them? The bastards shot Artyom!
Be quiet! How did you end up here? It doesn't matter. You have no idea what you just stuck your heads in. We've no moves left. Hansa can't take this lying down.
No shit,
The Watchers
Sherlock.
won't let them.
No, I won't be quiet! What is this jammer for? Why are they hiding the fact that Moscow didn't survive alone? There,
What
in
is
the
Anna
ravine,
talking
there
about,
are
sir?
people
One of
from
his
other
not the
cities,
boss.
dead! All of them,
Everyone shut
women,
up.
children!
I'll tell you all later. Everything. Gramps, what's going on out there? Down this road.
The road is fine, at least until 100 click mark.
Is there a safe place to stop nearby?
Of course. We have to make haste though. They called the cruiser.
All right, gentlemen. Artyom and Anna have just made a huge mess, and they can't go back to Moscow now. The wartime legislation dictates they'd be killed. In any case, I have to get them out of town until it all blows over. But you all should stay. Hear me, Major? My people are in no way related to
It's not my
this
call, and you know.
misunderstanding.
Well,
as a
I'll
general.
fight for the guys no matter what. Of course. Artyom, Anna, they are with us.
Leaves no one behind.
All right, Spartans. Throw these overboard and full steam ahead.
Come with me, Artyom. Let's catch some air. I'm so glad the boys supported us. It looks like my father didn't say a word to them about this either. We spent 20 years in Metro, thinking the rest of the world was burnt to a crisp in the war. But they just circled Moscow with those jammers, and we were none the wiser. How perfect of them! While you were getting irradiated on the surface, my father just kept lying. Lying to you, to me, to everyone, the whole fucking world, and not even batting an eye.
Stop the engine immediately and come out with your hands above your head. That was just a warning. If you do not comply, we will shoot to kill.
Fuck me, that's some armor. And look at all the machine guns.
Happy now? Is this what you were hoping
How
for?
is this his fault? You knew everything and never said.
Shit!
This is your last warning. Stop the engine immediately.
Oh, fuck! Are you okay? Yeah, just a scratch.
Okay, you stop it. But I must warn you, our brakes are not in great condition. Yermak, start slowing down. Let them think we are surrendering.
Finally some good sense. Now, keep braking to a stop.
Well, grenades will barely scratch their paint, so...
How about from the inside?
Not enough explosives. Unless we put everything we have in their firebox.
Please, let me do it, Colonel, sir. I will be appointing the volunteers here. Our team will do it.
Why Artyom?
Because he started it all, and he better do something about it. Artyom, leap over as soon as we slow down. I will distract him in the meantime.
Is that you, Yakov?
So with nothing left to lose, Artyom hops onto the Hansa train and sneaks his way through, all whilst Miller argues with the Hansa officer in a pretty badass section, where Artyom sneaks past unsuspecting goons, eventually reaching the engine to destroy it, and allow the team to live to see another day.
Don't shoot! I proved the stalker! I'm not with you! They made me! Just
Artyom,
come on! They're going to tear us to pieces! Now we are not just traitors. We are honest-to-God enemy saboteurs.
I can't lie, Miller gets on my nerves so much in Metro Exodus. He's genuinely beyond annoying to listen to, but I guess it fits the father-in-law stereotype from all forms of media. Anyways, the team head out 100 kilometers from Moscow to check their Geiger counters, which surprisingly are all green, meaning that they don't need to use masks on the surface out here, and Miller proceeds to back up what the commander said earlier, and explains that the Great War of 2013 did not end at all, and the jammers were put in place around Moscow and the suburbs to protect the people of the Moscow metro from any new nuclear attacks from the enemies, overall playing dead and using radio silence as a shield system. This information isn't just new for everyone else on board, as Miller was only informed half a year prior on a you talk you die basis, which is why he couldn't share the information with anyone and allowed his son-in-law to take dangerous amounts of radiation. So considering there's no heading back to Moscow now, as they'd probably all be killed or locked away, Miller suggests that Artyom should check their airwaves and search for transmissions from something called the Ark Project Base, which is where the government officials and military leadership have taken shelter from the nuclear war. Well, supposedly anyway. So Artyom does just that and searches for any signal from the Ark, and luckily Artyom locates a signal which gives the team the exact rally point location of the Ark, pointed towards the Yamato mountain, which excites Miller a little too much if I'm being honest. And in celebration, the team have a drink from Demir's secret stash, and whilst they drink to a bright future ahead, they decide to name the train, eventually landing on the name Aurora, which is the Roman goddess of dawn. A beautiful name if I do say so myself. With a tasty drink down the hatch, Artyom takes a look at the map with Anna to see exactly how far they need to travel.
Hey, Artyom, let's take a look at that map.
Alright, we had a round. That should be enough. You're back. Full steam ahead.
Hi.
Full steam ahead.
Wow, that's some distance. I wonder how long it will take.
So yeah, the majority of Metro Exodus is a huge cross-country train journey, stopping at different points and dealing with whatever threats they face along the way, getting stronger and closer as a team. You could either skip straight to your next destination or explore the Aurora and what it has to offer, which is quite a lot to be honest, as you can listen to conversations around the Aurora and in turn learn more about characters and build some form of connection with them and their stories due to them being such well-written characters. But there's a lot of dialogue, and I mean a lot, which could turn quite a lot of people off, but like I said, the short train sections in between destinations whilst traveling through the country are pretty much optional and can be skipped fairly quickly. But I do find these sections quite enjoyable, leading to me being so immersed into the game, way more than the first two due to the overall playtime and just listening to conversations, getting to know characters, and just truly living in that world to the point where I was dreaming about this game. I'm not even joking. Exploring the Aurora isn't just about listening to conversations though, as you could do things like take a smoke break, shovel coal, read Artyom's diary, listen to some tunes on the radio, overall just some realistic stuff that one might do on a cross-country train journey. Also, considering we're on a train journey, the saving graphic at the bottom right changes to how many kilometers the Aurora has traveled, so you'll always know how far out from Moscow you are, which is quite inventive, and I haven't seen a game utilize something like that, especially with the little saving screen. Whilst the Aurora makes its way to the Yamato mountain, Idiot lays down some philosophical thoughts on Artyom, with how if he never launched the missiles against the Dark Ones, then maybe they'd have never been out here, overall explaining the meaning behind the butterfly effect. Sam then debates with Idiot about taking the people out of Moscow, considering there's no radiation out here, but Idiot explains that they can't tell the people about anything as they literally can't go back, unless they want to be thrown in the death pit, but not just the Rangers, but the innocent civilians too. Sam tries his best to argue against Idiot's explanations, but eventually agrees as he's obviously right. We also find out that the Hansa was actually supplying the Spartan Order with weapons and recruits after the Battle of D6, which explains the relationship between the factions further, but also Colonel Miller's negotiations with them. As for Demir, he isn't as excited as everyone else, as he actually stocked up on a ton of filters, but considering there's no radiation whatsoever, there's no use for them, wishing that he got MREs or a new hazard suit for the amount of ammo we spent on the filters, but at least he got a book as a freebie. Back at the bridge, Honor asked Yermak about his backstory and how long he was working for Hansa, which turns out to be only a year, and at first thought he was helping, but eventually realized that Hansa was eliminating innocent people, which is why he chose to help the couple back at the train depot. Surprisingly, Yermak never took the train beyond the city borders and has always worked within Moscow, even being a metro train engineer prior to everything, and always dreamt of leaving the metro to travel around Russia, but his wife never let him as they had 2 children, and when Moscow Moscow was hit, his wife and one of his children were at home, leading to their death, but luckily his other child, Irishka, was waiting for him in the metro as she was returning from cram school, but eventually he lost her too to TB. Such a tragic tale for one of the kindest characters in this game. Finally, Artyom has a quick conversation with the weapons expert, where he goes on about guns, a little too much to the point where I think he makes out with the things. Anyways, Artyom has a nice relaxing sit down outside the Aurora as they approach over 700 kilometers from Moscow.
Froze anything off yet, darling? Here, let's warm you up a little bit. So, what do you think our chances of getting to Yamantau alive are? It's the only thing on my father's mind. How to earn his forgiveness, get back to Metro and his old life, the life you had always been running from. And to think, I never believed you. And now I'm looking at this fog, thinking it could actually be hiding our new life from us. By the way, we should be approaching the bridge soon. Damn it! A campfire! People! There are people there! Hit the brakes!
Now that the Aurora is stuck in the town of Volga after ramming into that roadblock, Miller scouts out the area and locates a village and a church nearby and orders Artyom and Anna to gather some intel, even handing Artyom the iconic journal, which also acts as a map this time around, as the areas in Metro Exodus are vastly different to the previous games. They're still somewhat linear and you're still on a set path, but the main levels act as semi-open world hubs, similar to Gears 5, but also having linear sections mixed in, so the vibe of the Metro games is still there, but stands on its own as a fresh idea, which some people criticize, and I slightly understand, as you're not even in the metro tunnels anymore, but are on the surface across Russia, which is something you either hate or don't mind. For me, it's very refreshing for the third game in the series, and I loved seeing the different places you visit across Metro Exodus, as they're beyond gorgeous. Before Artyom ventures out alongside Anna, he equips his backpack, which acts as a portable workshop. Yeah, you heard that right. Crafting is a big part of this game and is essential for survival, as there are no stores this time around, making MGR useless outside the metro and forcing you to craft your own filters, medkits, airgun ammunition, throwables, pretty much everything in the game. Well, after you gather the right resources for the specific item you want to craft, such as scrap and chemicals. But a standard workbench is required to craft items like regular ammo and explosives, which are located through the open areas at various camp save zones, also including the ability to skip time by sleeping and pretty much have a breather. The workbench also acts as a place to repair your gas mask, but not just repair it. No, you can upgrade all aspects of your loadout, such as armored glass for the gas mask, a motion scanner for the bracer, ammo pouches for the carrier vest, and a battery charger controller for the electrical equipment, amongst many other upgrades. You can either clean your weapons throughout the game, as your gun picks up quite a lot of dirt, mud, and water exposure, forcing you to clean them as they can get jammed if you don't take care of the weapon's condition, or if the weapon simply overheats from constant firing. And on the topic of weapons, you can take off attachments from guns on the floor dropped by enemies, or simply gain scrap from dismantling them. And these attachments can be interchanged from the backpack, overall making the weapon to your liking, or just using the attachments that increase the weapon stats, which is what I did, by the way. The amount of detail they put into the weapons in this game is actually insane. I normally hate crafting within video games, but Metro Exodus is one of the exceptions, as I enjoyed exploring different camps to gather resources or even new weapons with attachments I hadn't yet acquired. Once again, just getting lost in this beautiful world. With that out of the way, Artyom and Anna head out just before getting a pep talk from good old Miller, warning them to be vigilant in this foreign land. But this is Artyom and Anna we're talking about, literally the best pair of fighters the Metro universe has ever seen, so they're going to have no problem whatsoever. After Artyom gathers some resources, Anna spots a nearby sniper position at an electric tower, so the duo quickly head over there, which happens to be located right next to a dock with a conveniently placed boat, which Artyom uses to traverse the waters leading to the church, whilst Anna uses her sniping skills to watch over her husband. Whilst making his way over to the church via boat, a transportation system that is utilized more times than I can count, Anna spots a woman waving a rag at the bell tower, seemingly looking for help. So Artyom picks up the pace and arrives at the church, where he witnesses a cult leader of some kind called Salantius performing a sermon at his so-called temple. Instantly, we see that these people believe that electricity is a sin and worship a mutant called the Sawfish, but overall are harmless compared to the bandits that plague Lake Volga. The sermon is then interrupted by a little girl called Nastia, who calls the cultists out and explains that they killed her father, and in return, Salantius locks Artyom up at the bell tower along with the woman and the child. So Artyom meets up with the woman Katya and her daughter Nastia, and she explains that Salantius locked them up there a year ago and is willing to give more information on this place if we save her, but there isn't much time to talk as the bridge guard, also known as paladins, begin to arrive to take out Artyom, who are also under the delusions of Salantius, but unlike the locals, they carry weapons. So Artyom quickly sneaks his way out of the church whilst Anna swings by and saves Katya and Nastia, and after a tense stealth section, Artyom escapes without harming a single person, which Anna praises him for. But on the way back to the Aurora, Artyom gets attacked by mutant shrimps, which he quickly takes out shortly before being greeted by the starfish itself.
Come on! What the fuck was that? A whale?
No, it was the sawfish. It turns out that Duke is out here as a forward sentry just in case things went wrong at the church. I honestly think Miller underestimates Artyom's skills. Anyways, after Duke complains about Artyom getting all the fun missions whilst he has to sit and watch, Artyom arrives at the Aurora and overhears Miller questioning Katya about any signs of foreign armies in the area, to no avail, before informing Artyom that a mechanic called Crest is hiding in the port and will most likely be able to fix the Aurora to continue forward. Well, after figuring out how to cross the bridge, that is. We also learn more about Katya's story through a conversation between her and Stepan, with how she ended up in Volga, traveling from the southern Urals a couple of years ago with a group of 15 people, but unfortunately, the rest of them are long gone, including her late husband. The Volga, as you can already tell, is very different to Moscow, so much so that Katya explains they called the demons gargoyles and that Salantius forbids anything medical despite Katya being a skilled nurse. So most of the locals just die from diseases and have their bodies fed to the sawfish, as they believe it's their only way into heaven, and the reason she was even locked up in the bell tower in the first place was because she wanted to help the locals, also being forced to be Salantius' bride. But not only that, Salantius cursed the mechanic for giving Nastia a flashlight, which is why he is out at the port. Before Artyom ventures out to the mechanic after that insightful life story, Tokarev hands him a sexy T-Haul, which mainly comes in handy in the next area, so for now, we'll hold on to it. With the brand new T-Haul in hand, Artyom heads over to the mechanic's location, and on the way he takes out a bandit camp and in turn saves a villager, because the villagers aren't our enemies here, they're just a bunch of harmless loons. A few minutes later, we're introduced to a brand new mutant type in the Metro video game series called the Humanimals, which are pale feral creatures that resemble humans but have sharp claws and teeth, even using debris as throwable weapons. Personally, I like to call them zombies, as they pretty much act and look like zombies. After defeating a gang of Humanimals, Artyom finally reaches the mechanic atop a crane, and instantly gets praise from him for being able to defeat the mutants. Crest then informs us that he was heading east before stumbling across the Volga with his rail car full of trading goods, and of course, he wants to get out of this hellhole. So considering we're heading east, Crest is willing to help fix the Aurora and tag along. But before he gets to work on the Aurora, he hands Artyom some binoculars to give him a little tour of the surrounding area. The binoculars are very useful for scouting out the hub areas and to place markers on your map for POIs to explore, which I only use when instructed to by certain characters. In this case, there's the bridge where we need to get across, but can only do so if the emergency mechanism still works. There's also a huge hangar, also known as the terminal, where the sawfish lives, and the cultists consider it a holy place, and finally there's a train depot that the bandits have taken over. Luckily for Artyom, Crest set up several safe camps across the Volga too. Before he leaves, Artyom also gets a nice tour of Crest's home, which acts as a nice little safe space for us to come and go as we please. Cheers, Crest. Once Artyom takes a zipline down from the crane after a short conversation with Crest about the local mutants, he's contacted by Miller, who informs him, along with Demir and Sam, that Anna has went off the grid after checking out the antennas nearby. So with no time to lose, Artyom makes his way to her last known location and comes across a hole where she fell.
Artyom, I heard you call me. It was so great there. But I heard you and couldn't leave you.
With no time to lose, Artyom quickly makes his way through the bunker to turn on the power and open up the door. Once the door is open, Demir and Sam pull up to check on Anna, and they suggest telling Miller about what happened. But Anna refuses, as she doesn't want to bother him with any further trouble, which makes sense considering he's on his way to having a full-blown heart attack from all the stress. It turns out that the toxins Anna inhaled whilst down in the bunker were from a bunch of chemical barrels, which isn't a good sign. But it looks like Anna is okay for now, even reassuring her dad over the radio. Anyways, Artyom makes his way back to the Aurora, and upon arrival, Stepan pleads with Artyom to talk some sense into Miller, as he apparently won't let Katya and Nastia tag along. But Stepan's concerns all become clear, as he seems very close with Katya, to the point where he definitely is going to be the new stepdaddy. Artyom then has a meeting with Miller and Crest to talk about the bridge and how traders do business with the bridge dwellers, so they'll be able to be disguised as such traders and infiltrate the bridge to lower it and cross over, after they acquire a trader's boat. This meeting is then interrupted by good old Stepan, who begs Miller to let the woman and girl aboard the Aurora, but of course, Miller isn't having any of it, and Anna butts in to say that they should collect the carriage that Katya told them about, which will give the Aurora more rooms. So Crest devises a plan using his rail car hidden in the terminal to bring the carriage over here. With that awesome plan, Miller finally agrees to bring the civilians, as long as Artyom can retrieve the carriage, which of course he can. So after receiving the breaker for the rail car from Crest, and a quick warning about the bandits and electrical anomalies around, which only appear at night, Miller explains that Duke is keeping tabs on the bridge in that area, so he'll be able to update us on the latest developments in the terminal, which will be a huge help. As Artyom leads up to meet with Duke, Nastia calls him over to ask him to find a lost teddy bear, which is unsurprisingly at a demon's nest. But of course, Uncle Artyom is up to the task. It seems like everyone wants something today, as when Artyom makes his way to retrieve the teddy bear, Stepan contacts him asking for a guitar from a nearby tower, as he's quite a skilled guitar player. So after picking up the guitar for Stepan, Artyom stumbles across as what I can only describe as a Frankenstein's monster experiment. God knows who did that. Despite witnessing such insanity, Artyom makes his way to the demon nest whilst avoiding the electrical anomalies, as they can eliminate you with one hit. I'm not even joking, making them one of the toughest enemies in the game, but can be easily avoided if you take your time. After a few minutes of traveling across the Volga, Artyom finally locates the teddy bear, ready to give it back to little Nastia, but first he meets up with Duke at his little hideout, and Duke explains that the bandits are keeping captives at a nearby camp, but also patrolling some ruins nearby. So first Artyom clears out the ruins for some extra resources. I also cleared out the train depot, which is something I didn't yet need to do, but I appreciate the developers allowing players to explore and complete POIs in whatever order they please. With the ruins and train depot dealt with, and saving a few locals from captivity, Artyom comes across some paladins performing some kind of ritual against the electric anomaly, as they believe that they're demons, not the flying mutants, but literal spawns of Satan. But props to them, as the protection ritual actually works, and after a lengthy prayer, the sun rises, making the anomaly disappear. Now that Artyom has survived yet another electrical anomaly encounter, he discovers an aftermath of a fight over poker with one bandit survivor, which is a nod to the movie Inglourious Bastards. Anyways, it's time to finally get the rail car. So Artyom quickly makes his way through the humanimal infested terminal, also coming face to face with the sawfish once again, eventually eliminating the fish at its feeding grounds, where the local drop the dead bodies. With the fish, or should I say the cultist god dealt with, Artyom picks up some new swanky night vision goggles that I barely used, and finally locates the rail car. With the rail car now in his possession, Artyom attaches the carriage to the rail car and takes it back to the Aurora. But this isn't the only thing he takes back, as he hands Nastia her long lost teddy bear shortly before meeting back up with Miller for the next step in leaving Volga. So pretty much Artyom, Duke and Crest need to capture the tugboat and take it to the bridge, and whilst Crest distracts the guards, Duke and Artyom will have to infiltrate the control room at the top and lower the bridge. Miller also orders Artyom to set a good example for Duke as he's young, so taking the stealthy option is a must. With the plan all set, Artyom meets up with Anna at the port for the final push.
You made it. I was worried sick while you were running around in that terminal. Yermak said you brought the sleeper carriage. You are simply the best. Sorry I'm talking so much, but I missed you. Okay, Back to business.
I just absolutely love the relationship between Honor and Artyom. It's honestly the perfect marriage, especially compared to the novels. Anyways, Honor explains all they need to do is capture the captain of the tugboat and everyone will surrender, making it a fairly easy task to acquire the boat. So for now, whilst the rest of the squad get into position, Artyom rests till the nighttime as it's much easier to stealth under the night sky rather than the daylight. After a fairly tense stealth section at night, sneaking past traders, Artyom, Duke and Crest finally reach the captain, and after some negotiations, the captain tells the rest of the traders to stand down, allowing the trio to take the tugboat, and a few hours later, around 4 in the morning, as the fog is the thickest, the trio arrive at the bridge. So whilst Crest distracts the bridge guards, Duke and Artyom sneak onto the bridge with some epic climbing skills, and after yet another lengthy stealth section, all that's between the team and freedom from Volga is Salantius, who is currently giving one of his inspirational sermons.
So you got me, you damned heretics. You took Katya, and now you have me.
Damn, you are quick, Artyom. Look, we're just passing through. Let us through peacefully, our guys won't shoot. We've been easy on you people the whole time, and Katya asked us to take her along herself. Do you get me?
Sure thing. First you kill off the local cutthroats, and then you switch to us. Will you kill elders and children too? Or have you drunk enough blood already? Leave us for good now. God may punish you for your sins, but my responsibility is to tend my flock.
That's a good boy.
Hear me, brothers. Hold your fire. You hear me? I'll excommunicate everyone who shoots. Well, I did all I could. Just don't shoot. And tell the driver to keep it slow. The bridge is in shambles, so don't stop, or the bridge might collapse. You will have to try to keep
We've reached an agreement. They will let us through if we don't shoot and move slowly. And don't stop. I repeat, do not stop. Over.
Hear you loud and clear. We're on. All hands, hold your fire until ordered.
Artyom, let's jump! Well, that's a job well done, huh?
It's honestly quite interesting to see how different humans have adapted to the aftermath of the Great War of 2013, despite me missing the metro tunnels though, but the Volga area is surprisingly among the most metro-feeling open areas in the game. Also, one thing I've forgotten to mention is the morality system, and that has too been changed, as each area has a good or bad ending that is affected by bad or good moral points you gain in the hub areas, even being able to get a good ending in one section and the bad in another. So in this instance, Duke can actually die before leaving the bridge, and that's usually the case for the bad endings in each open section, so you'll see how keeping your buddies alive affects the final ending of Metro Exodus when we get to it. Overall, the morality system is a lot more refined this time around and not as difficult to get the good ending, as in the other two games you're pretty much required to follow a checklist on the wiki to be guaranteed the good ending, or just know exactly what to do, whereas in Exodus it's much more clear, with achieving good karma with sparing rather than straight up killing certain enemies or simply just saving prisoners. Now that Volga is behind him, Artyom catches some Z's but is then woken up by his wife and Alyosha as the colonel needs to talk to him at the bridge. But first he has a sweet conversation with his wife about Honor's philosophical thoughts about the cultists back in Volga and hopes for the future, but also her growing concerns on if the war is still even going on as they have yet to come across an enemy. Overall, just venting out her frustrations. I honestly love these intimate moments between Honor and Artyom. There's just something about them being so close and going on this journey together. Kind of like a really insane honeymoon, I guess. After that nice moment with his soulmate, Artyom gets approached by Nastia, who leads him to Tokara's brand new workbench in the Aurora, which will be helpful for their journey to the Yamantau mountain. And speaking of journey, whilst the Aurora travels straight to Yamantau, Artyom has a chance to overhear a few conversations around the train, starting with Crest, who yaps about the government and how they're pretty bad while sparking up a cig, Stepan and Katya, who seem to be getting closer by the day, with Katya even opening up about her late husband and how he died, which involved him being forced to fight an electrical anomaly by Salantius as a punishment for using technology. Absolutely heartbreaking. We also get to hear Artyom and Stepan's insane guitar skills too, which is quite nice. And finally, the main lads, well specifically Duke, bragging to the rest of the guys about his and Artyom's adventures at the Volga. He even tried to claim that he saved Artyom at one point, which we all know is a complete lie. We also learn about Duke's lover back at the Moscow metro, which is such a small detail, but I love how we get to learn about the relationships that the characters have that we wouldn't know about unless we listen to the dialogue. And how could I forget, Artyom takes a swig of that good old drink. After all that, Artyom finally meets Owen Miller, who plays him a tape recording of a conversation he had with the Ark, which seems legit enough, but the guy from the Ark comes across as kinda sketchy.
I must end our conversation here, but know that we are waiting for your arrival.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Miller is beyond pumped up from his conversation with the Ark and proceeds to think about the future of potentially repopulating the country with the government's help, but if I'm being honest, this excitement is a bit too much, especially for someone like Miller, but I guess he's consumed by the thought of a bright future. Anyways, after some more traveling, the team approach the Yamantau bunker, and once again Miller gasses up the situation, but Nastia is clearly smarter than the Colonel himself as she sees through this place, describing it as creepy, which it is, as there's no sign of life around whatsoever. But this doesn't stop the team from pushing forward and equipping their gas masks due to the radiation. So whilst everyone waits back on the Aurora at the safe zone for the word to push on, Artyom, Miller, Honor, Idiot, Crest and Sam take the rail car straight to the bunker, and as they arrive they notice a bunch of abandoned cars, which is a huge warning sign that something strange is happening at this bunker, and the red flags continue to be shown as when they approach the gate and are let inside by an ominous voice over a speaker, there's no patrols, no guard posts, nothing at all around. But of course Miller is having trouble seeing the clear warning signs and continues to lead the group to this so-called meeting with the Minister of Defense. After leaving Sam, Idiot and Crest with the rail car, the main three head up an elevator to report to the Minister, and on the way up, Miller actually apologizes to Artyom for doubting him about pretty much everything. But this apology is cut short as the trio enter a creepy looking room overlooking what seems to be the Russian government, and after Miller salutes them and requests things such as temporary quarters and supplies for everyone, it's revealed that this whole thing was a trap, and the Ark is filled with disgusting cannibals who ambushed the trio and take them captive. Cheers, Miller.
What the? Where am I? Where are the others?
Everything is going as planned. Everyone is fine. So far.
So far? I demand a meeting with the Minister of Defense, now!
Do not worry. Everything will be just fine. And even better. The Minister and the Chief himself are expecting you for dinner.
Dinner? What the hell? Are you fucking mocking me?
Shut up! The doctor is talking.
Where is the government? Answer!
All here, Colonel. All here. We are the government you people deserve.
Don't you dare, you fuck! You're just fucking cannibals!
Calm down. We'll get jaundice like this. And believe me, nobody likes that bitter taste. The girl will have to wait, though. We must run the tests first. I don't like that cough of hers.
Untie my hands, you motherfucker, and I'll shove those tests so far up your ass, you'll be spitting
Watch
them.
your tone, young lady. Do as that young man does. He woke up long ago, but quietly listens to wise people talk.
You fucker! Let me go!
So, Colonel, now you will pick up the radio and tell the rest of your people on the train to come here. If you don't want her to suffer for a really long time before she is served. Do you understand? And here I was hoping for an intelligent conversation for a change. Alas. That's not a problem, though, since this nice young man will surely do it instead. He won't dare be contradictory once we're done with you. Well, nice meeting you and all. Yakov, you may start.
I'll get you even after I'm dead.
That may well happen, Colonel. I could choke on you or something. In the meantime, I'll excuse myself.
Come here! I'll rip you all apart! Every last one of you should have done that before the war! But I'll get you now! Burn this town to ashes! So that not even the dirty bones remain! Now we'll be full again. Good.
Artyom! Here. Colonel, sir, I think that's enough.
So now the plan has changed from getting here to getting the hell out of here. Well, after saving Honor, and Miller is beyond pissed, rightfully so to be honest. Considering that Sam literally destroyed the elevator, Idiot starts up the main elevator, and whilst it makes its way to the ground floor, the trio fend off waves of incoming cannibals for a singular minute till the elevator arrives, and once it arrives, they head up to rescue Honor, taking out a ton of cannibals along the way. Sam points out that the bunker is exactly like D6, which if you didn't know, it actually is. The developers pretty much just copied and pasted the layout of D6 with a fresh coat of paint, changing it up slightly for it to feel like a brand new place. Also, the cannibals that reside here suffer from heavy cerebral damage caused by a disease in eating infected human flesh, which is why they look disfigured and somewhat mutated. As for the doctor, well, he was among around 1,000 workers and communications officers that got trapped in the bunker when the bombs fell, and eventually they ran out of food after being trapped there and resorted to cannibalism to survive. Also luring in survivors by using repaired antennas, which was of course the doctor's idea, as he was the only one that still had his brain functions intact, making him the overall leader of the sick individuals. Considering that the bunker is huge, the squad is forced to split up to locate Arno, with Sam checking the filter room, the generator room and the storage, Idiot and Miller checking the command center, and finally Artyom checking the barracks and the sick bay. So with no more time left to lose, the squad get on it and Artyom fights through hundreds, and I mean hundreds of bloodthirsty cannibals, until Miller contacts the squad to let them know that they've taken over the command center, and to rally there once they've found Honor. For now, Artyom continues tearing through the sickos till he eventually reaches Honor's location at the sick bay, thank God.
Artyom, I knew! Behind you!
There is always one like you, a hero. You're not saving anyone, just like the others. So just
freeze!
Yes.
Let him
just
go.
Don't kill me.
Now.
Remember what I told you. There was an
Enough chatter. Are you alright, Artyom? Thank God.
God knows what that psychopath told Anna, but for now that doesn't matter as they need to get the hell out of there, so Artyom and Anna quickly head to the command center to meet up with the rest of the squad, and upon arrival we witness Miller brutally taking out the cannibals that were posing as the government officials, and Miller begins to apologize and compare the cannibals to the Watchers from Moscow, as they both lie to get what they want, with the Watchers keeping people underground and the cannibals luring people in and eating them. I mean, one is more extreme than the other, but I understand where Miller is coming from, but obviously this isn't the time for ranting as they still need to escape, so Idiot scans the computer before they leave and finds 2 comm stations that were operational after the war at a place called the Caspian Sea, which is where they need to go next as they might contain information on where in Russia is safe to live out their days. So with that vital information in hand, the squad make their escape back up the spiral elevator, finally reaching the rail car to escape this hellhole. After gunning down more cannibals, they safely make it to the Aurora, and a few hours pass by in time for a huge conversation about what their next move should be after that close call with being eaten. And after some more ranting by Miller for getting him in that mess, the team agree on heading to the Caspian Sea to investigate the comm center there, considering it could contain data collected by the satellites showing the radiation levels across Russia, rather than going back to the Volga or even the metro. During this conversation, Honor's cough is getting progressively worse too, but that isn't of any worry for now as the Aurora arrives at the Caspian, a climate that none of the passengers are used to, sand and heat, and on top of that, they've run out of coal, having to use things such as twigs for fuel.
I'm not in love with this place. Nothing but sand and heat. I feel like shit here. Artyom, a car! Somehow, I don't like this welcome either. Let's go.
On top of thugs residing here, we find out that some of the rangers are not doing well because of the heat and the lack of water. So Miller orders Demir and Anna to scout the area for the bunker, water and fuel, whilst Artyom checks a nearby village to see who the men with the car are and find out some info from the comms relay there. Before Artyom heads out, he acquires some brand new incendiary ammo for his T-Har from good old Tokarev, which will prove to be useful as it's pretty much a one-shot kill against the humanimals roaming the Caspian, along with the spiders. Yeah, the spiders make a return. Anyways, with the new fire ammunition in hand and seeing how run down Stepan is, Artyom makes his way to the village through the awesome Caspian scenery. As much as this area is far from the usual metro feeling, the architecture is absolutely gorgeous. It truly gives me Mad Max type of vibes. But what's special about the Caspian environment, apart from how stunning it is that even the humanimals have adapted to the climate, to the point that they blend in with the environment and can sneak attack you at any moment, which is both creepy and fascinating. Once Artyom reaches the comms relay at the village, he turns a couple mutants into barbecue meat and out of nowhere gets jumped by a thug named Saul. But of course, Artyom manages to gain the upper hand and knock him out using the power of spamming X, also grabbing his car key off him. Considering there is no water to be seen, we're not going to be rowing a boat. We're going to be driving a goddamn car, which is nicknamed Loaf of Bread. I'm not even joking. Now on the ground, Artyom proceeds to hop in the car, but is jump scared by a mutant, and after another epic quick time event, Artyom stabs the humanimal in the head, but is then jumped by even more of the freaks.
There you are! Need help digging yourself out? No? Come out then!
Gotta love my boy Demir. Before Artyom actually utilizes the van to venture across the Caspian, Demir explains that he has located some antennas at a lighthouse nearby, so that's where Artyom needs to head next. But first, he heads to a nearby slave camp for some new upgrades and resources, and on the way there, we get accustomed to the brand new car driving. The driving is alright, I guess. Not the best and not the greatest, considering that you're prone to getting stuck half of the time, especially if you're a dumbass like me. But other than that, I quite enjoyed the driving across the desert landscape and taking in the sandy scenery, especially during the day. Like I said before, it just feels like it's ripped straight out of Mad Max. Also, whilst you traverse the Caspian, you'll frequently hear radio announcements from the Baron, who is the leader of the Moon-Eye Bela, that are a large group of raiders who have taken control of the oil reserve in the area and have enslaved the local population through aggression and fear, even presenting themselves as quote fire gods to keep the slaves in line and push their holy flame religion. After taking out a few thugs and looting the slave camp, Artyom receives a call from Miller, who informs him that they've been contacted by a local lady named Gil, who is currently being attacked by thugs at the lighthouse, and will be able to help them find the bunker they're looking for. But before Artyom heads to the lighthouse, he hits a hookah just lying around and catches a glimpse of the baby dark one. Honestly, Artyom needs to lay off the smoke. Anyways, after that trippy sequence, Artyom makes his way to the lighthouse, and after sneaking past some thugs in the caves and silently knocking out the thugs attacking Gil, he finally meets up with this mysterious woman who's willing to help them. Gil is one of the remaining locals not under control by the Moon-Eye Bela, pretty much acting as a freedom fighter figure, and she thanks Artyom for helping her out shortly before Miller radios in and converses with Gil about the comm center nearby within the abandoned bunker, which is exactly where Artyom needs to go, as Miller orders him to find the archive and look for the shots taken after the war, starting from the year 2013. So alongside our new acquaintance, Artyom heads to the bunker after gearing up at the workbench and listening to Gil's recollections of the past and the history of the Caspian Sea, as before the war there was water everywhere, but now it's just a wasteland occupied by the Moon-Eye Bela. And just like every character so far, her mother passed away a few years ago, leaving her alone, eventually becoming the woman she is today. After that short life story, Gil guides Artyom to the bunker and opens up the gate for him to head down on his lonesome, as she's probably scared of spiders, but mainly because someone has to stay up top to keep the power running. Before Artyom heads further down, she asks Artyom for one thing while he's down in the archives in the command center, which is her mum's picture, as she used to work in the bunker. So with that in mind, Artyom traverses through the spider-ridden bunker, and like I said before, the T-Har's fire ammo comes in great use here, wiping out spiders with one singular shot. And I won't lie, this section reminds me a lot of the previous game's DLC Spider Lair, not just because of the spiders but the overall atmosphere of the area. After some time exploring, Demir contacts Artyom to let him know that he's pulled up alongside Gil and actually opens up the lower levels for us. So Artyom heads further down, reaching the command center and finding Gil's mum's picture after being informed by Demir that he can reach the archives through the vents. So he does just that and quickly searches for the most recently recorded satellite map, eventually grabbing one for the year 2019. Now that Artyom has completed his task within the archives, he quickly heads back and uses the elevator courtesy of Demir, and joins up with the duo to fight off more mutant spiders. Some spider killing later, the trio finally head back up to civilization, and Artyom hands Gyul her mother's picture, which of course she appreciates.
Keprakmet. Thank you, Artyom. This is for you. Father gave it to me when I was little. Damir says there's a little girl on your train. Give it to her. May it bring her luck.
As the trio leave the bunker, Demir stays behind to learn more about the oil drillers, whilst Artyom takes the van to meet up with Anna as she's out scouting nearby. On the way to her position, we learn that the slaves are actually willingly working for the Moon-Eye Baylor for their quote protection, essentially becoming slaves from their own will. But that's not any of our concern right now, as Anna contacts the team for some backup near the port, and luckily for her, Artyom is already on his way. A few minutes of driving later, Artyom reaches Anna's position and she shows him the lay of the land, starting with a crane at the dock where some thugs are chilling, a dismantled ship containing prisoners, and finally an air control tower that might potentially contain some equipment that might be useful. So after taking a conveniently placed zipline, Artyom hits up each of the POIs, gathering new weapons and saving prisoners along the way. After a long day of knocking out thugs and being grabbed up by a demon, Artyom decides to have a nap, but as he wakes up, he's surrounded by Saul and a group of thugs, and luckily for him, Saul isn't here to take him out, but to bring him a weapon as a thank you for only knocking him out, and explain his vast plan to take out the Baron as he wants control of the Moon-Eye Baylor faction. But of course, Artyom and the rest of the team messed up his plan with their arrival that involved Gyul assisting Saul and quietly assassinating the Baron. But now that plan is impossible, as the Baron is paranoid and has locked himself in the tower. But not to worry, as Artyom always has a trick up his sleeve, and if Artyom manages to take out the Baron, then Saul will see to it that the rest of the thugs allow the Aurora to leave Caspian safely. For now, Artyom heads back up to the crew's base near the Aurora and hands Miller the maps that he acquired from the bunker, and whilst the team celebrate Artyom's success with a drink, Miller reiterates that the team now need water and fuel in order to move on from the Caspian, but fortunately, Gyul has told them where to get the water, and as all things are, it's heavily guarded, so Demir scouted the place in order for him and Artyom to infiltrate it in the best way possible. Stealthily, obviously. So Artyom rendezvous with Demir, but before he heads out, he has a conversation with Crest about the state of the rest of the team, which is pretty bad, as a few of them are suffering with heavy dehydration, so they need water ASAP. After getting yet another T-Heart upgrade from Tokarev, Artyom makes his way to Demir's location, and on the way comes across a local defending himself from some thugs. But after Artyom deals with the thugs and climbs up to the local, he hears a gunshot and finds the body of the local along with a letter which states that he pretty much just took himself out from the shame he felt from leading his people to death against the Moon-Eye Baylor. Despite that tragic incident, Artyom pushes on and meets up with Demir, who gives us the rundown of the area we're about to trek through, which actually used to be a real town where people lived before the geysers opened up. After getting a gun from a toilet for some weird reason, Artyom and Demir make their way towards the caves and find out that this place has been destroyed, which is bad news to Demir, as he was hoping to find something about his relatives here, or at least reconnect with his people, as he's from around these parts. But despite witnessing the aftermath of this long forgotten town, the duo boost each other up into the cave system, and after taking out a bunch of mutants, the duo reach the other side just below where the water is located. Before they infiltrate the base, Demir hatches a plan that involves Artyom opening the gate via the tower, whilst Demir hops in the truck carrying the water tank, driving it away after Artyom hops on board. So with the plan in place, Artyom makes his way up to the camp using the buckets of water, and after yet another sneaking session, knocking out thugs and freeing captives, Artyom opens up the gate, hops onto the water truck, and the two escape back to the Aurora. Despite not being too far out from the Aurora, Artyom has a quick nap, but is then interrupted by a full-blown gunfight.
Ready! Spread out! Sir, Anna, to the left! Crest, there! Grenade! They're moving in along the road! We have to flank them before they see us! Kill zone here! Move it! I'll give you cover!
forcing Artyom to assist the team and take out the incoming thugs. With the assault taken care of, the team regroups and figures out their next move, which is heading to the Baron's hideout directly, as he apparently has a full tanker carriage of fuel, so if they can steal it, they can finally hit the road. After a few minutes of driving, Artyom meets up with Gyul and Demir for the final assault on the Baron's base in hopes of stealing the fuel tank and maybe taking him out in the process. As the trio approach the lower levels of the fortress, Gyul asks Artyom not to hurt any of the slaves as they're not the enemy but just afraid. Not like I was going to hurt them anyway. With that in mind, Artyom splits up with the other two and sneaks his way through the slaves' living quarters, eventually meeting back up with Demir at the fuel tank. Even though the fuel tank is full and ready to go, there's a problem with the gate as the cable connects to the top of the tower, so it's time for plan B, heading up to the main fortress itself. And of course, the Baron clocks what the duo are planning but surprisingly invites Artyom up to meet him face to face and talk, making getting up there piss easy. And luckily for us, Gyul is already up the tower ready to strike if anything goes down. So with nothing else left to do than comply with the Baron, Artyom makes his way through the tower fortress but comes across a thug beating on a helpless slave. So Artyom does what any real man would do and knocks out the absolute loser, which of course angers the Baron, leading to a full-blown gunfight and the Baron locking himself behind the door, forcing Artyom to fight off tons of thugs whilst Gyul climbs to the other side to stop the Baron from escaping. But of course this decision backfires immensely as she gets captured, but Demir pulls up just in time to help Artyom bust down the door.
You wanted to create a new world with this? Not happening! You're misguided attempt!
I got her! Take the Baron!
It's the strongest who survives!
Artyom, your head's in the way.
Gate open! Hooking the tank up!
You gave my people hope. I'll never forget it. But this war has only started for me, and I must see it to the end. The winning end.
Let's go, Artyom. Thank you for helping my people. I'm in your debt forever.
You're back, my love. I was so worried.
Now that the Aurora is back on the road, Artyom and Anna have yet another intimate moment where Anna talks about her mother and father's relationship whilst the two smoke and drink. It seems that her parents' relationship wasn't the greatest and they'd regularly get into fights, leading to her mum drinking quite a lot whilst her father was away, eventually taking her own life. And this of course made Anna's relationship with her father strenuous, with the two not ever really talking about her mum, leading on to Anna's dreams about the future with Artyom, but she understands that everyone has a dream and doesn't know where others' destinations are, as it's their own to know and decide. After that emotional yet heartwarming conversation, the two head outside just in time for Stepan's and Katya's marriage. Yeah, you heard that right. It's been a long journey, but of course not all weddings go as smoothly as one would hope.
I have to work.
What did I miss?
You should have seen them dance.
Don't you worry, you'll get another chance.
A moment of your attention, please. Half a year on the road, and 4,000 clicks behind us. We have been through a lot. All right, people. I do understand I can't keep it a secret much longer. After a careful study of the satellite maps we've obtained and much deliberation, we've found a place we could call our new home. It is a river valley. There's forest and a hydroelectric power plant. Yeah. This place is quite far from densely populated areas, which, as our journey has proven, is important. We're about 2 days away from it now. So, congratulations again. Yet, this is not our last order of business for today. Stepan, Katya.
Oh, rings!
Stepan, Katya,
Repeat after me. I take you to be my spouse.
I take you to be my spouse.
And vow to hold you from this day forward.
And vow to hold you from this day forward, for better or for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in
In
health.
sickness and in health.
To love and to
To
cherish
love and to
until
cherish
death
until
do us
death
part.
do us part.
As the captain of this ship, I hereby pronounce you husband and wife. Live long and be happy. Oh, and Gorka! Gorka!
Oh!
Anna, what's happening? Be careful, people!
Anna, please hold on to
What's happening? What is it, Anna?
What's that cough? Gotcha. Do something, please.
This can't be good.
Damn.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything.
What are you talking about, baby?
In the Yamantau, when they dragged me away, that ghoul doctor said my lungs were falling apart. The gas I breathed in that ammo dump said I don't
How
have
can you
long.
believe that monster? We've just been through a desert and all that sand, so that might be the reason. Katya, Artem, a few words.
I'm alright, Artyom. Go. I'm fine now.
Yeah, so things went from pretty amazing to absolute dog shit. But for now, Artyom heads to the bridge alongside Katya and Miller to discuss what to do next, and Miller is as pissed as ever. But Katya calms him down with her thoughts on the situation, which is that moving from climate to climate could have been a stress on Anna's lungs, and the fact they're approaching a valley with forest air that could potentially heal her, but just in case, it might be something more severe than even TB. Katya explains that there was an air defense battery stationed in their village around the brink of the war, and they've received a new drug which saved a ton of people from gas exposure and poisoning. And this specific drug was produced in a place called Novosibirsk. Again, I don't know if I'm saying that right, which according to Yermak is about 2,000 clicks out from their position. So with all that information discussed, the plan is set. If Anna's health worsens at the valley, a group of volunteers are to find the drug. As for the valley, the mission is simple. Artyom is tasked to take the rail car and check out everything before they arrive, which sounds simple enough. For the time being, Artyom takes a quick smoke break from the stress of the situation and has a conversation with Demir, who explains that he wanted to stay back at the Caspian Sea but chose to stay with the group as there's nothing to do back there, no relatives or anything, and Gyur can lead the people. I'm kinda glad he stuck with us. I like his character a lot. After a nice song from Stepan, Miller admitting he wants Anna and Artyom to get to work spawning in some grandchildren, toasted to children, the new colony, and love, we witness one of the greatest quotes in media said by the absolute legend Tokarev.
Yeah, I hate sand, I must say. It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Irritates me to no end.
I don't even have to explain where that quote is from. Anyways, after yet another jamming session on the guitar, the team finally arrive at the valley named the Tiger, which is absolutely stunning, like literally everything in this game. And I absolutely love the variety of areas we get to explore. I think I've already said that, but I'ma say it again. So just like Miller said, Artyom takes the rail car alongside Alyosha to check that the valley is safe, and from the looks of it, it seems amazing, other than the rails that is, as Alyosha contacts Miller to let him know that they should take the Aurora across the main track rather than the one they're currently using. And during the ride, Alyosha replays the plan to Artyom, which is to get to the dam, check it out, and call over the Aurora, but despite the awesome view, it isn't all sunshine and rainbows as the track collapses. Artyom's plot armor shines once again as he's rescued by a mysterious woman who takes him to shore.
Nothing here. Coming.
Our guys caught your friend, but I can see your two are not bandits. I'll help you out if you don't do anything stupid. Gotta run now. Just stay out of sight and you'll be fine. Catch you later.
We'll get to know more about her later, don't worry. Some time passes by and Artyom wakes up to see some of the tiger's wildlife somewhat thriving. And unfortunately, all of Artyom's gear is completely gone from the crash, but not to worry, as literally 2 seconds later, he locates a crossbow. A first for the series and completely overpowered. So with this brand new weapon in hand, Artyom explores the forest and out of nowhere has a note shot at him from afar, which states that he needs to get out of there, and if not, he's next on the chopping block as they don't like intruders too much. So pretty much what is going on here is that the current faction who reside here that go by the name the Children of the Forest are currently split up into 2 vastly different groups. One being the pioneers who prefer to live a peaceful life and only kill bandits whilst letting peaceful strangers pass through, and the other being the pirates who actively attack strangers, disobey the forest court, which is the faction's justice system, and overall are pretty much menaces to society that take no prisoners. So with that being said, Artyom will have to navigate through this regional conflict. A few minutes later, Artyom rescues a bandit tied up because he's just a nice guy like that, despite the dude clearly being a bandit, and eventually comes face to face with some of the pirates who actually let him leave if he turns away. But of course, Artyom can't do that and sneaks through the pirate camp without hurting a single person, which is highly recommended for this area as the Children of the Forest aren't a threat in the slightest, as they're just trying to protect their own. So after sneaking past the camp, Artyom uses a zipline which unfortunately snaps, forcing him to hang on for his life and witness a goddamn mutant bear in the area, which will be a frequent annoying threat. Despite nearly falling to his death, Artyom climbs up and continues through the forest, but it seems like it's the absolute worst day to be Artyom as he gets captured.
He was not alone. Yeah, all right. Let's cut the rope and take him to the camp with the first one.
Hey, wait a minute. You pioneers already have one, and this is our catch.
He got caught on our turf.
The net is mine, so bite me.
Oh, yeah? Well, why did you set the trap on our turf then? Besides, you already have an intruder's backpack.
I dived for the backpack, and you chickened out.
Oh, I chickened out? You're pirates! You have more boats! And this one will face the forest court.
Bozhe moi, you are all cowards. He's an intruder, an enemy.
What are you, a bandit? What did the teacher say? He said we must be different. Did you forget?
Isn't your head getting a bit too big? The teacher said we have to defend ourselves first. All the rest was later. Did you forget what the intruders would do here? He's an intruder too, so he must die before he brings the others.
Enough! The forest court comes first. The court will decide if we kill him.
Thank God the bear pulled up. With the mutant bear gone for now, Artyom receives his backpack from the dying pirate and continues to sneak past more pioneers and pirates, eventually reaching some sort of bandit camp. After murdering a few bandits and saving a captured pioneer, Artyom arrives at some sort of graveyard where the bear spawns in for a pretty mediocre boss fight, where Artyom unloads his entire arsenal on the thing whilst dodging and weaving. Honestly, this has to be one of the longest boss fights I've ever struggled through, and it's a complete waste of time as the bear runs away anyway. So now that the bear is gone for now, Artyom climbs up the church tower and comes face to face with the mysterious woman who saved him earlier.
Freeze, Drifter! So, we meet again? Though I bet you don't remember who dragged you out of the water. My name is Olga, by the way. Was it you fighting the Master of the Forest? Awesome. Our hunters had been staying away from him for years. Damn it. Sorry, teacher. The locks all rusted up. Your friend Alyosha is already at the dam.
Olga explains that Alyosha is already at the dam and that she can't take Artyom there as the pirates have planned an attack on the Aurora. So she needs to go sort them out, but has time to give us some directions and go on a 20-minute yap session about the backstory of the Children of the Forest, which was way too long for me to even care. But to put it into simple words, the teacher who raised the children to his ideals took his own life after realizing that he failed his students. Specifically the older boys who became the violent pirates and were no better than the bandits in his eyes. With that yap session out the way, Artyom sneaks through some pirates at their swamp camp to secure a boat to head to the dam, and with the boat in hand, Artyom takes it to a nearby treehouse with a zip line that leads him straight to the mill. And after powering an elevator, Artyom arrives at a room containing the previous leader of the pirates called the Admiral, who is wheelchair bound and is clearly mentally unstable, as despite his comrades being, well, dead, he still believes they are alive and well, literally having conversations with their skeletons and making them talk like puppets. He may or may not have killed them, as during his long conversation with Artyom, he mentions that his comrades wanted to leave but gave them a triple dose of his tea, which apparently stopped them. And of course the tea isn't normal tea as it's irradiated, but that doesn't stop Artyom from taking a swig. I kind of feel bad for the Admiral as he's alone due to the high radiation and mutants in the area after moving there to better defend the valley from mutants, but over time has completely lost the plot. He's honestly the epitome of loneliness and depression. Anyways, after a long yap session from the Admiral and Artyom playing him a song on the guitar, Artyom leaves the Admiral, and after heading up some ladders and taking the zip line, Artyom makes his way through a spider infested cave and manages to make it out alive, coming across a familiar face.
Come get some! Artyom? Damn, you're alive! I'm so glad to see you. And I just managed to get in contact with the Aurora. They are worried. And I get that. This place isn't as simple as it first seemed.
My boy Alyosha. Alyosha then explains the situation to Artyom, so pretty much the dam is barely holding, and there's a lot of irradiated water behind it that will bring an end to the valley, and on top of that, Honor isn't doing good at all. So even if they wanted to stay here, they can't, and neither can the Children of the Forest. So the duo just need to make it across the zip line to get out of here, and on the way to the zip line, Alyosha explains how he met Olga, and he clearly likes her quite a lot, even asking her to come aboard the Aurora, but she refused as she needs to stay with her people. Like I stated earlier, a ladies' man through and through, but this conversation is cut short as the bridge they cross collapses. I'm honestly not surprised at this point.
You alive there? Huh? What the hell? Artyom, get out of there! Shit!
Yay, round 2 with the mutant bear, and it's literally the exact same thing as last time, just 2 times more annoying, but I will admit, I had some fun running circles around the freak of nature. Surprisingly, the bear gets the upper hand on Artyom, ready to take him out, but once again, plot armor is just stuck to this man like glue.
What an enormous beast! Well, Artyom, help me here. Let's restore this line's tension. We're done. Olga!
I told you people, they just needed passage.
Are you sure you're not coming?
I'm sorry, Alyosha. I can't just stop and live like this. No matter how much I like you.
In this case, I bid you farewell, my fair lady. Ah, to hell with it. Olga, I'll be back.
I'll be waiting.
Artyom, let's go! Olga! Remember what I told you! Get them out of the valley! There's death behind the dam! I just hope she convinces them! They are stubborn like children, I guess! Even though they look like these, those pioneers, huh? She'll handle them all right!
Really had us worrying.
Anna is in bad shape. We must move. Time is short. Neither the air nor the drugs we found along the way are of any help now. The illness has progressed too far. Come.
Now the team have no choice but to head towards Novosibirsk for the drugs Katya talked about earlier on. I will honestly say the Taiga area was disappointingly underutilized, and it's clear a lot of things were cut and changed, feeling like a short linear section rather than a huge open area you can explore like the two previous maps. But I do prefer the linear approach within Metro, but after having such big spaces with the Volga and Caspian Sea, I kinda wish there was more to the Taiga section. Anyways, before Artyom goes over the plan with the rest of the squad, he has some quality time with Anna. Hopefully it isn't the last.
Artyom, you know, when I found this photo of the Pacific Ocean, I just knew for some reason that we were going to go there in the end. All these rivers, mountains, deserts, they just won't do. It's ocean or bust. I believed we could make it. I did. I know I'll get there. And if I need some help, you'll be there for me. You'll save me again, won't you? Artyom, please. Stop torturing yourself. It hurts to even look at you. You and Dad, too. It's not your dream, and not his belief in the occupying forces. It's just fate. A stupid piece of cloth in the wind. Rotten concrete. An idiotic ammo dump. Artyom, you should go. I'll give her a shot. Let her sleep a bit.
Whilst Artyom lets Anna rest, wait, what the hell is wrong with Anna? Crest informs him that there's things to discuss at the bridge, and on the way, he overhears how worried little Nastia is about Auntie Anna, and Alyosha attempting to contact Olga, hoping that she leaves the valley soon. As Artyom enters the bridge, the squad talk about how to approach Novosibirsk as the city is beyond irradiated to the point that it's off the scale and lethal. So Miller proposes that only he and Artyom venture out there, as she's Miller's daughter and Artyom's wife, and they're both to blame for this entire adventure, with Artyom's dream and Miller's paranoia about the occupation forces. Considering they don't know the exact location of the medicine, and the fact that winter is coming, Miller tasked the rest of the men to search the Akademogorod dock labs for the medicine and prepare the Aurora for winter by locating a snowplow at a railway technology museum, whilst Artyom and Miller head to the city center where the research institute is located in search of the medicine. With the plan all set, Tokarov informs Miller that he only managed to make 2 complete protective suits, which is perfect, as only Artyom and Miller will need them. A few hours later, the team approach the dead city, and we find out from Sam that the radiation here is 8 times higher than Moscow, and still climbing, so the duo are going to have quite a tough time finding the medicine for Anna. But not to worry, as they'll do anything to save her, and they dap up each other to start this final adventure.
Are you ready, Artyom? Follow me.
After refreshing the plan with the team exactly as I mentioned before, Miller puts Nastia and Teddy in charge of watching over Anna whilst they're gone, which is quite sweet, and the duo hop in the van and drive through the frozen city to locate the metro entrance, as it is a much safer way to get to the research institute's main building, where the drug may be located due to the extreme radiation on the surface. But after finding the metro entrance completely frozen over, our team takes the wheel and continues across the frozen wasteland with Miller's helpful directions, till they reach a tank blocking their path, forcing them to continue on foot, and a few minutes of taking in the frozen scenery later, the duo find a cave-in leading to the metro tunnels, which will hopefully take them to Lenin Square Station, which is right next to the Institute. At this point in the game, my eyes lit up because this is the type of metro vibe I was missing since the prologue, and it's such an awesome last area to end the game off, and it just gets better and better the further you traverse these unseen metro tunnels. A few minutes later, our team gets jumped by a Nosalis. Glad to see those return.
Are you okay? Good.
After some good old Nosalis killing and coming across tons and tons of dead bodies, the duo try to uncover what happened down in these tunnels, and the further they move forward, the more it becomes clear with the people residing here clearly taking each other out in a huge battle, with them even gassing the entire station, hence the huge pile of dead bodies outside the gate and the cylinders of chlorine lying around. Overall, just showing the different outcome of civilization living in the metro tunnels in a whole other city. Despite the different factions and power struggles of the Moscow metro, and all the horrific things that happen there, clearly they're much better off than these poor souls. Either way, the duo continue forward and eventually hear some noises from a pipe, so Artyom checks it out.
Wait! Come on, I'll give you a boost. Follow him. Good luck.
To find more answers and who this boy is, Artyom chases after him, and after a few seconds of running, he finds him hiding in the garbage can. The kid clearly isn't good at hide and seek.
Oh, grab him, Artyom. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Finally, why did you run? Come on, speak up, soldier. Identify yourself.
Private Kirill Klebnikov, Oscar, Rapid Response Unit.
So now that Kirill is cooperating, he takes the duo to his hideout at the station, and on the way, the duo are forced to take out a few Nosalises, and with that threat dealt with, they all arrive at the cozy hideout where Kirill explains that he's the only one here and his dad is out on a mission, but hasn't came back, which isn't any of our concern right now, as Miller notices a satellite map to which Kirill explains that there's a SATCOM center nearby, that his dad was headed to a month back to get the impact map, which will provide locations on a clean place to live. So with that brand new information, Miller hatches a new plan. He will locate the map whilst Artyom locates the medicine at the Institute, which is of course a solid plan, killing two birds at the same time. But before the two get on their way, Artyom gears up, taking Miller's railgun for the road, and Kirill hands both Miller and Artyom a shot of anti-rad, also known as green stuff, as it will buy them some more time on the surface and protect them against the heavy radiation.
Good luck. Remember why we are in this. The life of my daughter, your wife, is in your hands now.
With no more time to lose, Artyom makes his way to the Institute for a gang of Nosalises and one of the most grotesque sections in the entire franchise, where mutant gunk is spread across the walls and is home to giant mutant leeches that can spit mini leeches at you that stick to your mask. It honestly makes my skin crawl. So after fighting off some of those grotesque beings, Artyom continues down the tunnels using the boat, but due to the climbing radiation levels, he starts hallucinating.
Artyom, come on, wake up.
The shot of green stuff only buys Artyom a short amount of time, as whilst he journeys on towards the Institute, his hallucinations continue, even witnessing visions of the war, but Artyom continues to push on, despite him slowly becoming more and more irradiated, eventually climbing up some ladders, being introduced to yet another brand new threat, called the Blind Ones, which are mutant gorillas similar to the Librarians, but instead being blind, making them much easier to face off against, as all you have to do is sneak around them, so you can completely avoid wasting your resources. After a few more encounters with the Blind Ones and sneaking past them all with ease, along with tripping major balls at every turn, and Artyom getting weaker and weaker by the minute, he finally locates the medicine for Anna, but like everything thus far, it doesn't go smoothly.
Stay with me. Hold on. Son. Just a minute. You'll get better now. You found it, you did. Don't you dare die on me now. Don't even think about it. What would I tell her then, huh? No sleeping, soldier. No sleeping now. I did find you after all. Don't know how. Stay with me, Artyom.
Wake up, please! Oh, you're alive! Alive! I thought I was all alone again. Get up, quick! He's asleep. Better leave them be when they get like this. It's just a straight drive from now on. He tried to teach me to drive, but he just went out like this. Can you drive?
With Miller completely passed out, Artyom takes the wheel and drives through the snow to find the Aurora, all whilst intense music blasts in the background, giving you a feeling of hope. But it's also tragic at the same time, as Miller risks everything to keep his daughter and son-in-law safe. I'm honestly shedding a tear right now, and oh my god, the music is incredible in this section. Eventually, Artyom passes out and wakes up some time later to find Miller gone forever. Rest in peace, my goat. But there isn't time to mourn, as the Aurora approaches and Artyom is saved by the boys just in time, leading to one of the most powerful yet heartbreaking final cutscenes in gaming history.
Careful. I don't get how he's even alive. Artyom, can you hear me?
Careful, everyone. He got irradiated badly. And I couldn't even get a reading on the Colonel's body. The counter goes off the scale.
Hold on, Artyom. We'll fix you just fine.
How could this happen?
Focus, Katya! What do we do? Tell us!
An emergency transfusion. We must give him as much blood as we can.
Transfusion it is then. Will it save him?
It will. Keep him alive for a little longer. As long as there's blood.
What's his blood type?
AB positive. We could give him any type. Get everyone here.
Don't go to sleep, Artyom. No, you can't go to sleep now.
Hello there, Artyom. How about we take a walk? Staying underground grew old.
That's it, Stepan. You can't give more.
Look! He's up! Can you hear me, Artyom? Don't you dare die on us. Just don't you dare. You've got a whole life ahead of you. And kids. So fight for it. Fight!
Why did you stop? Didn't you always want to go outside? Didn't you open that airlock at the Botanical Gardens? This place is much better.
This isn't your destination, Artyom. You're not there yet, not even close. It's not your station, it's just a dead end. Not your goal. Can you hear me? Give me your hand. Oh, you're burning up. Well, I hope this old man's blood will do something about that hot head of yours, eh?
Come on, let's go.
Okay, my friend. Time to get some quality blood in that body of yours, huh? With this, you'll be up in no time. Or I'll eat my own shoes, huh? Yeah.
You know, I finally feel like I belong somewhere. I am no longer an outsider. You keep us together, Artyom. You must survive, for all of our sakes.
Let's go to the summit.
Hear me, Artyom. You've got a wife you need to work on making kids with. And my fiancé is still in Moscow. We still have to stir some shit up back in the metro, so don't you fucking dare die here.
Look, Artyom. Lake Baikal. Makes you believe real life is possible. Not the petty rat race we had back in the metro. I just have to say, you were right, Artyom. Right for wanting to get us out, bring us here. And I, the old fool, I was simply afraid. Afraid of life, as I see now.
Look, he's smiling. Smiling in his sleep. He even seems to say something.
It's his fever talking. He's burning up.
This world is worth giving everything up for, Artyom. You were always ready, and I was too attached to my position in the rat race. I'm sorry. Sorry for what happened to Anna. sorry for blaming you. Had I not pumped everyone up about the occupying forces, she'd never have fallen there.
Artyom, I beg you, don't die. Stay with me, please. I don't want a life if you're not a part of it. Can you hear me? Look at me, Artyom. Look at me, please.
Yes, about Anna. You will have to look out for her, now that I can't anymore. I don't care if you go to that ocean. Just stay with her.
I'm keeping her out. She can barely stand herself, but she's ready to give all her blood to him. At least the medicine helped. It's a miracle.
I have a daughter, but I also wanted a son. A really stubborn one, just like me. Like you. I really like this place. It's so clean. I'd like to stay here forever. Could you arrange that for me? And the most important thing, my time's up, Artyom. It's your turn now. Step up, lead them. Just remember that I created the Order to save people. All people, Artyom. Don't forget that. Because I somehow did. Goodbye, Commander. Time to wake up. Come on. Rise and shine, son.
The fever is subsiding. I think he's getting better. Now he needs some rest. You too, Anna. We've got hope now.
We found the place I saw in my dream. That hill on the shores of Baikal where Miller took me. A clean place, just like he said. Everything around is clean. We found ourselves a home. A home at the foot of a hill, overlooking a lake. A home where we could raise our children, who will be born not in the damp and dark tunnels, but under blue sky and bright sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the ranking officer, I propose a motion to entrust the duty of commanding the Order to Artyom. Unanimously approved. So, what would your orders be, sir?
I would say we all go home. But this home seems too large for just us. You know, the Colonel once told me, he created the Order to save people. All of them. I say it's time we perform this duty.
Such a beautiful send-off for the game and wraps Artyom's story up nicely. Well, that is if you got the good ending, as the bad ending requires you to be a complete maniac and get your squad mates killed at the end of each area if you don't get enough good moral points, which, like I said before, is much easier to do this time unless you're playing this game like you're goddamn Rambo or something. But yeah, the bad ending involves Artyom not getting enough blood from the transfusions due to there not being enough people, and he just straight up dies, and in the afterlife he sees past characters we've came across, including the absolute goat Khan, because he of course connects to the other side frequently. That's about it really. The bad ending is so depressing, but it definitely fits Artyom's character if he was a complete savage throughout the entire game. But for me, the good ending is canon and I don't care what anyone says. Now that the main story in Metro Exodus is complete, it's time to go over the 2 DLC expansions. Unfortunately, the DLCs are not talked about enough and are easily the best in the franchise. Both the 2 Colonels and Sam's story are standout experiences from start to finish, and the DLCs in Exodus actually have voiced protagonists compared to the silent Artyom. I also forgot to mention that in the last Light DLCs the characters were voiced too, such as Ullman and Anna. So with that being said, let's start with the first DLC, the 2 Colonels, which takes us back to the Novosibirsk Metro before the Civil War that wiped out the remaining population, where we play as Kirill's father, the colonel of the Russian military unit Oscom.
Anna, My daughter. The year we spent on the road gave me time to think about things. Respect, responsibilities, duties. They all mean nothing compared to what's important. My family. You. I'm sorry, I only got it now. I'll go through this snow-covered graveyard with a sieve if that's what it takes to find the cure. As for Artyom, he feels his guilt. He wants to atone. I'll just have to see that atonement doesn't cost him his life. The important part is that I'm back in Metro, and no mutant can stop me here. Radiation on the surface is different, though. Frankly, I thought I was buying a one-way ticket for myself going in.
You said you were close, but why do you need the Institute?
You are persistent. We're on a mission, but that's all I can tell. But now, thanks to the green stuff given to us by Kirill, we both have a chance to achieve the goal and survive. So, Private, our team left. I'd better get ready to set out too.
What about me, Colonel, sir?
You'll stay here. I'm putting you in charge of communications. I need someone to coordinate the operation. Can you handle the responsibility?
Yes, sir. I can.
Good. By the way, Private, how did you live here before the riots, when there was still enough green stuff to go around?
We did all right. But my dad was always out on a mission or a patrol.
So, you barely saw him?
Oh, no. Dad did his best to come home earlier, especially on the holidays. We even spent the last New Year's together.
Colonel, sir, the maintenance guys asked to remind you to burn all the slime around the pumps once you reach them.
Uh-oh, I say the slime is done for. Colonel Klebnikov himself is taking up the flamethrower.
Don't jinx it. As for flamethrower, where is it?
Here you go, Colonel, sir. Mind you, it's quite heavy.
I know. Is it pressurized?
Should be, but I'd still check.
So the Two Colonels DLC starts off pretty simple. Klebnikov is on flamethrower duty, which is a job that the OSCOM forces have to perform regularly to keep the water flowing, as the mutant gunk we saw in the main game along with the mutant leeches cause frequent problems in the metro. So Klebnikov gets to work and burns his way through to get the water flowing again, turning leeches into crisp and just overall burning everything in sight. Luckily in this section the flamethrower ammo is plentiful and I didn't run out of ammo once. And on the topic of the flamethrower, it's easily the best version of it yet. It's so goddamn fun to use, but the interesting thing about this DLC is the fact that they don't use headlights here and instead use the flamethrower as a torch. It's such a small detail but adds more uniqueness to the way the people navigate these specific metro tunnels. And because there's a ton of water around, of course you can extinguish the flamethrower flame if you put it in the water. God, I love the details in this game. So after a lengthy barbecuing session, the water starts flowing again thanks to the Colonel, successfully completing his mission for the day, and he heads back up top and has a short conversation with the sweep up duty team before taking off his gear.
Sir, take that suit off and put the flamer down, please. They have to be scrubbed for radiation. You'll also be getting a shot of green stuff at the checkpoint, all colder. You just took a week's worth of exposure at least.
Good. Thank you.
The green stuff the OSCOM soldier just mentioned acts very similar to MGR in the Moscow metro as a currency, but unlike bullets, the residents of this metro need it to survive due to the heavy radiation surrounding them. Without it, they die, and if they start running out, well, that's a huge problem, and a problem that this DLC goes over, showing us how the Civil War unfolded in the most intimate way possible. Anyways, Klebnikov hops on a rail car alongside a local named Petrovich, and the two head back to Krasny Prospect, which is a transfer station connected with the other station, Sibirskaya, and the headquarters of OSCOM. On the way, Klebnikov receives a call from the general, who he's very close with, as he's the colonel after all, and after a short conversation about it being New Year's Eve, and the general's son becoming captain, the general asks him to swing by his office before he heads home for the night. So after a shot of the green stuff and a lengthy ride where Petrovich explains his granddaughter's health situation, which is tolerable at the moment despite the low amount of green stuff allowed to children, Klebnikov arrives at Prospect and visits the general at his office, where the general informs him that they're unfortunately out of green stuff and have to resort to confiscations, as they're planning an evacuation of the station, otherwise they're all pretty much gonna die down there. Despite that terrible news, the two have a drink and a smoke and talk about their children, which is a bond they both share, both being fathers and important figures in Oscom, with the children seeing them as superheroes of some kind, and trust me, that image slips very quickly and very soon. After that short conversation, Klemnikov heads out to celebrate the new year with his son, and on the way, we see that the residents of Prospect are thriving, with everyone celebrating New Year's or getting shouted at by their wife for being a drunk. It's such a difference compared to what we witnessed of this station back in the main game, going from such a lively station to completely dead within a year. After a ton of eavesdropping on the locals, Klemnikov gets jumped by a masked figure who turns out to be his son Kirill, just in time to celebrate the new year together.
Yay, Dad! I bet you didn't expect an ambush here.
Great disguise, Private. Though I must ask, where is your sitrep?
Oh, the mission of helping prepare the celebration is almost accomplished. There's just one light bulb remaining, sir.
At ease, Private. I'll help you.
Happy New Year, Dad. I didn't think you'd make it in time. You were late for my birthday. And Mom's anniversary, too.
You see, I was just doing my best to make sure there were as few sad anniversaries in other families as possible.
Oh, I understand.
Good to hear that. Now, turn it on.
Mission accomplished.
Good job, Private.
Thank you. Oh, Dad, I have something for you. Here, Petrovich helped me fix it.
Oh, thank you, son. Speaking of Petrovich, as soon as the official celebration is over, all personnel are to wash their faces and arrive at Petrovich's place wearing dress uniform.
Yay! Arrive at Petrovich's, clean face and dress uniform. Roger that, Corona, sir. Wow, the tree is so beautiful.
Yes, listen.
Dear citizens of Krasny Prospect and our guests from other stations. Year 2034 is almost over. It wasn't an easy year, but all the hardship only served to make us close our ranks around our common goal. The well-being of everyone living down here in the tunnels. We are all looking forward to the coming year, expecting change for the better, and it is sure to arrive to our concerted effort as a community. On behalf of OSCOM leadership, I thank you all for your good work and wish you a Happy New Year. Happy 2035! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Damn! This sucks. The damn generator is out again.
Miller here. Comms check. Do you read me? Over. Kirill, I'm at the trading stalls. Where's that passage to Sibirskaya?
It's downstairs. Oscom HQ used to be there. They brought the green substitute from the people there.
I see. Confiscations. Found it. Thank you, Private.
Citizens, we urge you to remain calm. Voluntarily submit your stocks of radio protector to the authorities. Remember, our common duty is to stand together and ensure the common good of all the citizenry.
May I, General? Sir.
Not funny, Slava, and I'm not in the mood for jokes. What's up at Sibirskaya?
We're all done there, and this is what we got. It's not much.
This is bad.
Unfortunately, the time for celebration is up as the confiscation process for the green stuff is in full swing, and they're currently searching for a safe place to travel to, which hasn't yet been found as the archives are trashed. As for the evacuation, well, they need to evacuate the core people out first, which means splitting up the population, which isn't fair in the slightest, but the general tries to convince Klemnikov that it's what needs to be done to protect their children. Despite not really being on the same page as the general, the two have another smoke and talk about a potential uprising of people from the confiscation process, which is pretty much an inevitability. With the discussion concluded, Klemnikov joins his fellow Oscom soldiers and carries out the confiscations, starting with his friend Petrovich.
Open up, Petrovich.
Slava, come in.
Thanks. Follow me. Mikhail Petrovich, you know why we are here. I suggest you donate your excess stock voluntarily, or there will be trouble.
I can't. You know I can't do that. It is for my granddaughter. I have been saving from my own allowance.
I can't do anything. We had a tip about your stock and had to react to that. Commence the search. Check there.
After a short search, Klemnikov reminds us that he has a heart and calls off the search, giving Petrovich and his granddaughter a chance of survival and to keep the green stuff he's clearly stashing. It's honestly heartbreaking seeing these innocent people being robbed of their one and only chance at surviving the radiation just because the supplies are running low and the higher-ups are deemed more important than them. After saving Petrovich from being searched further, Klemnikov heads back home to have dinner with his son, but of course his son isn't taking this entire Oscom situation very well.
Oscom, open up! Hello there, Private. I'm completely drained. Kirill? All right, Private. Tell me what's going on.
Nothing. I just don't want...
You don't want what?
to be a private! And I don't want to be an Oscom anymore!
Right. Please, elaborate on that.
I went to Sibirskaya, and I saw the soldiers taking green stuff from people. And one traitor, when I give it to them, started shouting. They beat him up and took all the green stuff anyway.
Well, this is just unacceptable. First thing tomorrow, I'm going to get their names.
You said Oscom protects people, but you just take their green stuff away. Why?
It's not easy. We're short on green stuff. That's why we must take from those who have lots of it and give to those who don't have enough. Or else the rich would just sit on their stock while the poor would all die. Could you call that fair?
Not at all. Of course I couldn't call that fair.
Right. Of course, those who we take from aren't happy, but there's no other way, you see?
Yeah, if I had all my green stuff taken, I wouldn't be happy about that. But I understand now.
Good. Still, those soldiers were wrong. I'll make sure they are punished, and then they'll have to go and apologize.
Yes, make them. They must apologize.
Great. Speaking of green stuff, it's time we gave you a shot, so give me your arm.
All right.
Done.
Kirill, Mueller here. Do you read? Over.
I read you, Colonel. There's some static. Over.
I hear static too. I'm entering Sibirskaya. Was this where the last battle happened? Over.
Yes, I only know it from Father's words. Right before the rioters started their last attack, we had to talk. Dad, do you really have to go? We didn't rest at all.
The rioters are advancing. There's no time for rest.
Rioters? Tell me, Dad. If we, Oskum, are protecting people, why lie to them?
Wow. You've grown up, Private. And I'm none the wiser. So let's have a grown-up talk. Should we tell the truth? Of course. But life is a complex thing. In the hands of our enemies, truth may be dangerous. We must carefully choose who we can entrust with it and who we cannot. The command sees the whole picture and makes decisions. However unpleasant those decisions might be sometimes, they are still necessary. The command thinks about everyone, while the civilians only think about themselves. That is why the truth that might scare them must be kept secret, for their own good. Do you understand that?
I do. But still, this is a scary way of thinking.
There are a lot of scary things in life. Yet, I brought you up well. You are strong and brave. You can take it. All right, time to go. You get home and don't step out or let anyone in until I'm back. It's an order.
Yes, Colonel, sir.
Sergeant, walk him home.
Yes, sir. Let's go, Kirill.
All right. Good luck, Dad.
Good luck, son.
Klemnikov grabs his rifle and heads out to defend against the rioters, and on the way he runs into Petrovich, who thanks him for his kindness a few months back, even getting a spot on the train for the evacuation. But for now, Klemnikov has a fight on his hands and he gets to work tearing the rioters apart till the general orders him to reach a detonation device as the charges are set but the engineers are gone. So in a last-ditch effort, Klemnikov blows the tunnels to block the access route to Sibirskaya station. Klemnikov wakes back up a few moments later and witnesses the aftermath of the explosion, but of course, it didn't do much to stop the rioters, and the general orders him to fall back to Sibirskaya, forcing the colonel to engage in another gunfight, but it's not enough and the colonel gets outnumbered.
Operation successful. Pawns are all dealt with. Ready for evacuation.
You fucker.
What do you mean? Already left? What?
What's going on?
We're covering evacuation.
Evacuation? But you just killed everyone! Soldiers, civilians! Nobody left to evacuate!
Slava, there's only enough green stuff left to evacuate the leadership. Everyone else is doomed. Gas was used just to cut the agony short.
So you knew it! You knew it all along, you motherfucker!
Did I have a choice? And what difference does it make now? I made a mistake leaving NATO. Petrov! The fuckers left without us. Get Seryoga on the line now. What? Dead? Seryoga? Son. Now listen to me. There's an RPG in the gun cabinet. Get it and rush to the old crossroads. Blow the fuckers up there. Go!
So, what do we do now?
Whatever. I had enough. So long, Slava.
Dad! Uncle Tolia? Did he just kill himself? Why?
Don't look there.
I'm sorry I broke your order. There was a shooting at the station. Then it all went quiet, and you didn't come. I was worried, and I went looking for you.
Listen, I told you earlier, who should be told the truth and who should not. Forget it. It's not for us to decide. And if you're being fooled, it's never for your own good. That's why he's dead.
I understand.
Good. And now, let's go home, son.
Kirill, Miller here. I'm at the bunker entrance.
Roger that, Colonel. You'll be off the grid side, so please, be careful.
I will, Kirill. Miller, over and out.
Pine, this is Older. Come in, over.
Older, this is Pine. Speak, over.
Private, I'm at the bunker's door. I'll be off the grid while I'm down there. Don't know how long. When is the next scheduled radio contact?
Midday sharp, Colonel.
The battery?
Keeping it charged.
The door?
Closed. I'm eating the liver too. And burning the slime, and I don't go to the 30 stations ever. Dad, fill out the whole cheat sheet for me. I'm reading off it now.
You do just that. Reading helps you remember. That's all, Pine. I'm going offline.
Roger that, Older. Over and out.
Pine, come in. Over.
Pine here. Over.
I love you, son. A whole lot.
I love you too, Dad.
And I want you to eat that liver, without fail. Over and out.
Klemnikov burns his way through Nasolaces and blind ones in the bunker to find the maps, and after losing his trusty flamethrower, he arrives at the archives whilst taking mass amounts of radiation slowly killing him, but decides to not take the shot of green stuff and instead try his hardest to push on as he finally locates the maps, which is the dumbest move imaginable. I have no idea why he didn't just take the shot right then and there. Despite not taking the green stuff, Klemnikov pushes forward and tries his best to stay alive for his son, which proves to be very difficult.
Kirill, I'm coming back. I just need a tiny bit of rest. I'm just so tired.
There you are, brother. You found the maps and took a break, I see. I need a breather, too. Boy, do these hunks of iron chafe. Gotta watch out not to stay for too long, though. Your son sent me here, told where to look. He's tough, your Kirill. Yes, I can see his effort. Children, it's always about them. I'm here because of my daughter. She's smart, strong, kind, beautiful. I can't even tell you how proud I am of her, and how much I love her. I'm trying to be a father, but end up a colonel. It's as if by showing affection, I'd also show my vulnerability. Not just to her, to her husband too. At first, I even thought that boy was alright. But his obsession with truth started driving me mad. He kept risking his life while he had the love of the best woman in the world. Decent people want normal things. A thicker broth, a warm place to call home, and healthy children. But he wants truth. Let me glance at those maps. Boy, was I mad at him. But then I took a closer look at the world and re-examined my life up to that point somewhat. Especially when I heard your story. I saw my past self in you, friend. We both served the great lie, because we both made ourselves believe it was necessary. And if not for him, I would have ended up like you did. But now, finally, my life has a real purpose for a change. All because I can finally look the truth in the eye. I think you understand. Thank you for the maps. Don't think it was all in vain. You saved us all. And Creel, I'll give him this watch and make sure he gets out of this hellhole. You have my word. Well, it's time. Farewell, Colonel Klipnikov. Rest easy. Artyom, stay with me. Hold on, son.
I think I just shed a tear, I can't lie. Let's just quickly move on to the next DLC titled Sam's Story, which, if you couldn't already tell, is all about the American Sam. America, hell yeah. This DLC actually takes place shortly after the main story, then before and during, just like the first DLC, which expands the world even more, beyond the places we've already seen.
Parting with my friends. It's hard. But for them, the Colonel's death signaled the end of their journey. And the beginning of a new life on the shores of Lake Baikal. For me, the loss became a threshold. Between the Order and my own life. Between duty and my dream to see Dad again. And, like Artyom before, I chose to pursue my wild dream. Along the way, I sometimes felt that the trees, ruins, and leaning wire posts vanishing behind were just an endless movie reel projected onto a ragged screen just for me. A lonely late-night viewer in an empty theater. Yet, every morning, the sun rising dead ahead brought another change of scenery, making sure that I was, in fact, getting closer to the Pacific. One step at a time, slowly but steadily, no matter the obstacles on the way. One day, sitting in a recliner on my dad's porch, I might actually be tempted to start a book about this trip or something. One day, but not here, not now. I see the town that's to become my springboard for a leap across the ocean, and I smell salt in the air. If there really is even a slight chance of me ever getting home, I will find it here.
Sam arrives at Vladivostok for this brand new adventure to hopefully find a way back to America, and after a short search around the local area, Sam comes across some bandits harassing an old man, wanted to take him to their kingpin alive. Their words, not mine. So Sam does what he does best and helps the old guy out by knocking out the bandits and introducing himself after the fact.
Hey! Put your gun down!
Hey, take it easy. I just helped you.
Put it down right now!
All right. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm looking for a ship that could take me home.
Just like the main game, there's the moral point system, but works slightly different as it's based on the captain's trust, which just unlocks the extra achievement along with the ending, but you can gain the captain's trust fairly easily, so most people probably don't know that there's even a morality system in this DLC. Anyways, the captain confirms that there is a ship here, and as Sam looks through his binoculars, he spots the ship, which is a goddamn submarine. The perfect ride back home to America. And as Sam explains where he's from, the captain mentions that there's another American here, surprisingly. But for now, they need to get out of there as a mutant bat makes its way towards them.
We've got to scram.
What the hell is that?
The Batwing! Let's get out of here before it gets us. Follow me.
So with no choice but to stand his ground and fight, Sam pumps about 20,000 bullets into the Batwing, and after doing one of the most badass moves I've ever seen in this series, the Batwing escapes, allowing Sam to push on forward to the submarine. But as he opens the door, he gets ambushed, forcing him to pull out his epic military skills.
Hands in the air! Come and take it, you bastards! Come and take it! You're coming with us! Take him alive! Take this! Fuck off! Go to hell! And stay down! I'll fucking kill you all! You fucker! Nope! Piss off! Just die! Get off my case! Not so tough anymore, huh? Fuck off!
As Sam awaits from being captured by the locals, he overhears them arguing about whether he's American or not by his accent, to which Sam confers their suspicions, which leads to one of the locals contacting their boss, as a storm is brewing to let him know that they caught an American, and we quickly find out that their boss is actually the other American the captain mentioned earlier.
Lance Corporal Samuel Taylor, U.S. Marine Corps.
Wow.
Yeah, I have trouble believing it myself.
Listen up, delivery. Here, change the way. He is my guest. Do you get that? Bring him over, quick.
I can't lie, he's very lucky that he's American. How many times am I gonna say American? A few moments later, we finally get to meet Tom the American, who has the exact attire you would think he'd be wearing, even donning an umbrella. After getting cut loose from his bonds, Sam makes his way to the submarine and meets with Tom face to face, who is ecstatic that he's met another American after 23 years, and actually treats Sam with extreme kindness and respect, which is quite refreshing for this game.
Clem's boys couldn't invite you here at a better time. The dock deflects the wind somewhat, but still, just look at that.
Yeah, had I stayed there, I'd be halfway to Kansas by now. Not that I want to go there.
Where do you want to go? Though wait, how about we have a good smoke and hear your story first, Sam?
Won't say no to a smoke. Even though there isn't much of a story, really.
Sam goes on to explain his backstory to Tom, starting with how he was in the embassy guard and was in the metro when the bombs hit, all the way to splitting up with the team at Lake Baikal and wanted to return to America to potentially reunite with his father. Surprisingly, Tom agrees to help Sam out, but on one condition, which is to negotiate with the captain we met earlier, as only he knows where to get the fuel rods for the submarine, which is needed to fuel the reactors in order to set sail. And because the captain and Tom are on bad terms due to Tom's plan of creating a new state, a shining city on a hill, a safe haven of some kind, in a way to restore civilization, but creating that by using the submarine's missiles as an intimidation tactic to have any person they come across hand over everything, which of course the captain didn't like, and tried to get rid of Tom as he governed the place, but got ran out due to Tom and his right hand man Clem, who runs Tom's heavily armed army. So naturally they outnumbered him. With the deal on and the storm stopping for now, Sam heads out to gear up to locate the captain, and we get a nice little David Bowie Easter egg.
This is ground control to Major Tom.
Nah, your circuit's dead. There's something wrong.
Damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Let's see if it works now. Engines on!
You really made the grade.
A few minutes later, Sam arrives at the armory and meets up with the gunsmith, who hands him a universal detector, as there's mines all over the surrounding area due to a tsunami that occurred when the bombs fell in the ocean, causing the tsunami to wash up tons of stuff from ships on land, including the god-awful mines that insta-kill you if you're not careful, forcing you to constantly check where you're going using the universal detector that beeps every 2 goddamn seconds, which made me want to smash my controller. The gunsmith also hands Sam a brand new rifle and pistol that are very similar to guns you've probably used in many other shooter games, especially the M1911. Now that Sam is geared up, he hops in an automatic boat courtesy of Tom and makes his way to locate the captain, and this is where we gain access to the open hub area of Vladivostok. Despite there being an open map with multiple POIs, it's very linear and you're pretty much on a direct path, more so than all of the open areas in the main story. One thing I did forget to mention is that Sam says many Russian words and phrases throughout his journey, showing how much he has adapted to this foreign country. Anyways, on the way to find the captain, Sam comes across a ton of humanimals, a theater filled with bandits, and some kind of school containing a ghost, which is actually a cut mission, as the ghost sighting leads to nothing at all. But there is a music melody sheet that Sam can pick up, which is a brand new collectible added to this DLC, which adds brand new harmonica melodies that Sam could play, because if you didn't know, all Americans know how to play the harmonica. Eventually, Sam locates the captain at one of his hideouts filled to the brim with humanimals, or fuglies as they like to call them here.
Oh, my rifle got jammed. You again?
Yes, me. Lance Corporal Samuel Taylor, U.S. Marine Corps.
After the two officially introduce themselves with the captain's name being Ed, Sam helps him out by moving one of the traps he had set up so the duo can advance, eventually hopping on Ed's boat to head to his backup base, and on the way Ed gives us the history of this place. So pretty much there were no direct hits from the missiles in the war, and as Ed was commandeering the sub, he contacted his base at Vladivostok for orders because he didn't have to fire a singular nuke. But there was no reply, so he sailed there, and when he and his crew reached the city, it was destroyed by the tsunami, but managed to find a few survivors and settle down at the docks, even using the sub's reactors as electricity till they created a floating power station. And sometime later, Tom arrived with an offer to unite their forces and set up a defensive perimeter from the growing bandits in the area, but as the conversation comes to a close, a sniper attempts to trick shot them across the map, forcing Sam to sneak through a bunch of bandits to neutralize the sniper. Once Sam reaches the sniper's nest, he gets jumped, but once again, he gains the upper hand and the sniper gives up, allowing Sam to knock him out in the most brutal way possible. There is no way that guy isn't dead. Sam then contacts Ed with the good news, shortly getting picked up after, where Ed explains the history of the bandits, starting back to when they came here to rob their settlement at the submarine but failed twice, and resulted to trapping instead, where they catch humanimals and train them to make them work jobs such as dragging carts or turning wheels, eventually selling them off to traders for things like weapons, ammo, or rice. The traders also work with the settlement too, which is how the economy works around these parts. After that insightful conversation, the duo arrive at Ed's backup base where Sam explains Tom's offer, but like I said, the two are not on the best of terms, especially since Ed was planning an escape with his crew after learning Tom's intentions, and after his crew found the fuel, they got taken out by Klim's men, adding even more salt to the wound. But Sam still tries his best to convince him.
Tell me, Sam, what's your angle in all this mess?
I just want to go home, Ed. Nothing more. And Tom said he'd give me a lift.
Before starting the nuclear war all over again, or after? Sam, the sub is a terrible weapon. A weapon that was entrusted to me to protect my country. Not to be used in pirate raids, or even something as noble as creating the kingdom of heaven on earth. Can you see that? I didn't use it in the last war. So could anybody have any right to use it in any capacity now, when we're barely surviving after that one?
Ed, Tom is a reasonable man. I don't think he'd go so far as...
Tom is first and foremost a businessman. And he will get what he wants, one way or another. Can't you see that his offer to let those who wouldn't follow him go is a threat?
What is going to happen to them should I choose not to bring him the fuel?
I think you're being too negative here, really. Okay, let's do it this way. I ring him up, you talk to him directly.
Fine by me.
Tom, Sam here. The captain agrees to talk.
Perfect, Edward. I'll be brief. I need those fuel rods, and you know that. You want your settlement, your people, and your power back. And I'm ready to offer you just that. As soon as those reactors are refueled, my people and I will leave and never bother you again. You don't believe I'll never use the nukes, but you'll just have to take my word on that. You know I can keep it.
You've kept it so far, if we stretch the definition. But that's besides the point. Even if I believe you, I don't believe Klim. Did he tell you the free bandits are working for him?
What makes you say so?
I have no proof. But the friends I left with went missing. Did he tell you anything about them?
He said he was looking for them. I had my doubts for quite some time already. And now they're solidifying. Bolivar cannot carry double any longer. Once the fuel is here, Klim will be taken care of. Anything else?
No, just that.
Then we have a deal.
We do, Tom. I know I'm going to regret this, but we do.
You won't. A deal is a deal, Edward. See you soon.
Thank you for trusting him.
Sam, I don't trust him. Not even for a second. No matter what he says, I can't trust him.
But you have no choice.
Exactly. I really don't have a choice here. Ah, damn. The generator's out again. Let's go check it.
Now that the power is out, the duo head over to fix it, well, before Sam hands Ed some food and fixes his leg for him, leading to easily the best cutscene in this entire game, where the two fix the power, drink quite a lot, and have an awesome bonding session whilst listening to music. I honestly love this cutscene so much. After that amazing night of drinking, Ed informs Sam that the fuel is at an underground submarine base nearby, but they will need protective suits to go there due to the heavy radiation, and the specific suits they need are located at a fire station that is currently occupied by bandits, but that isn't a big deal for Sam, as he's a complete badass. Before Sam leaves, Ed asks him to rearm the traps at his hideout to keep the mutants out as a nice gesture, so he does just that. Now that all Ed's traps are set up, Sam heads outside and gets ambushed by some bandits, forcing him to take them out, and with the bandits dealt with, he comes across some friendly scouts who give him the lay of the land. So after the quick scouting session, Sam arrives at a junkyard where the Batwing pulls up for round 2, and after yet another boss battle that is the exact same just in a different area, the Batwing flees once again, allowing Sam to continue forward, and he finds two brothers at their respective hideouts who are in a feud with each other, and are convinced that each other kicked them out and took over their father's Japanese car dealership before the bombs fell, each giving Sam their part of the code for the safe at the dealership that contains the documents that will prove who stole the company. Now that Sam has the complete code from both brothers, he heads to the car dealership and opens the safe with the documents inside and hands it over to the brothers, who quickly realize neither of them screwed each other over. It was their accountant who took the dealership from them.
Damn! So it was Angela who kicked us both out.
That snake!
That bitch!
How could she?
To think I hated my brother because of her! Brother!
Brother! Forgive me, brother!
You forgive me? How could I treat you like that?
I was no better. I believe that.
I should have known. I should have.
She told me lies about you. I should have known.
It's all in the past. Now it's going to be all right.
We will rebuild.
We'll bring it
look.
all back, brother.
From scratch, like back then.
I guess
Brother,
I'll be going.
I have a brother again.
Me too. Like I always had. To think I doubted you. I'm sorry.
No matter. Everything will be just fine.
Yes. We'll go back to importing cars from Japan.
Best quality.
Oh, brother!
Brother!
Now that the brothers' feud is over, Sam continues on towards the fire station. A ton of boat driving and knocking out later, Sam finally arrives at the bandit-ridden fire station and acquires the radiation suits for him and Ed to locate the fuel rods. So with the suits in hand, Sam takes a zip line on the roof of the fire station, and after some time navigating the wasteland, Sam gets jumped by the Batwing once again, but this time, it can't fly away. So after the third and final drawn-out battle, shooting the Batwing and dodging its bat children, Sam finally defeats the god-awful mutant, allowing him to rendezvous with Ed, and as Sam gets into position, he lets Ed know, and after a few minutes of killing mutant shrimps, Ed arrives just in time to find the fuel rods at the bunker.
Thanks for arming the traps back there. As soon as you left, the whole horde of mutants decided to crash my party. I don't know if I'd be talking to you if not for the traps.
I'm glad I could help.
Here's your suit, Ed.
Thanks. I'd better put it on right now. Hold on to this. I'll be quick. How did it go? Good. I still put it on in regulation time. So, are you ready to enter the lair of the beast?
Always ready. How do we get there?
We can take the boat right to the spot. The access tunnel is half-flooded. We'll have to open a few gates, though. So we'll need to split up at the entrance.
After a quick warning about brand new electric spiders that can switch off lamps and stop motors, Sam opens up the gate to the bunker and the duo head inside and split up. As Sam crawls under some debris, he's met with the brand new electric variant of the mutant spider.
What the?
Luckily, the electric spider isn't that much of a threat, as I didn't see myself struggling against them. They're just way too bullet spongy for no reason. I can't lie, this section is beyond tedious due to the amount of spiders, so I'll sum it up quickly. After a ton of spider killing, the duo collect the fuel rods, and after nearly getting taken out from the elevator falling, Sam quickly makes his way to the ventilation system, where he meets back up with good old Ed.
Let's go! Frankly, I thought it'd be easier.
Me too. Spiders are a bit too much, really. I hate those fuckers.
I don't think even their mamas like them. Still, we pulled it off. We're almost out of the tunnel, too. So, congratulations, I guess.
Thank you.
This rubber is stuffy as hell.
You're right about that. What now, Ed?
I guess it's time to call Tom.
Yes. Tom, Sam here. We have the fuel rods and are heading for the dock.
Oh, great news. We'll prepare for the loading operation. What's your ETA?
About an hour.
About an hour.
Good. We'll be waiting for you then. Tom out.
We're all set.
All right. It's full steam ahead.
Unfortunately, I didn't find the captain's dead crew, which is something that you could do, but that's the beauty of a game that thrives on letting you take your own path, making each and every playthrough distinct and personal. But I did manage to gain the captain's trust, which is why he asked Sam to make a decision and do the right thing.
Sam, before we arrive, I'd like to ask you to hear me out. You're a good guy. Honest, nice. You were nice the moment we met. I remember you put your gun down. So I'll be frank with you. I can't let Tom have the soul. I just can't. I already told you how much of a risk it is. So I won't repeat myself, you know it all. I should have taken her out to sea and scuttled her there long ago. But I just couldn't. It would be like murdering my immortal soul. She bears no blame. She served us and kept us alive all these years. But now I have no choice. There is a charge in one of the roads. The guys put it in there in case we got caught. This is the detonator. I will be searched, but you are Tom's best pal, his negotiator. So, just press the button when I give you the signal. Don't worry, it won't go nuclear. But no bastard will ever be able to use my ship for anything after that thing goes off. I understand that you'll be losing your ticket home that way. But I think I know you well enough, son. And it seems that you're not ready to pay Tom's price. Still, if I am wrong, just toss the thing and be done with it. All I'm asking is, give it a thought, okay? I have nobody else to rely on, son.
Thank you for your trust, Ed. I won't let you down.
So with that choice in mind, the two arrive at the submarine where the unexpected happens after a quick search and a reunion between Ed and Tom.
Not so fast. First, your iron, and the pockets out too. What the hell's going on here? Stop it.
I see you have new people.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, Comrade Captain. I'm so glad to see you.
So am I, son.
I'm very sorry, but you can't keep the weapons. I'll have to search you too.
It's all right, I understand. How are you? Get married yet?
Not yet, Comrade Captain. No time for that. Too busy here.
You're doing well, Vitya. I always knew you'd go far.
We gotta search this one too.
No need. Sam is with us. Glad you're here, Sam. Well, hello there, Cap. How long has it been?
Hello there yourself, Tom. Not long enough, I think.
Really? Well, then again, maybe you're right. Another year out there, fresh air and all that, could have convinced you to agree to command this sub under my flag.
Ha! Fresh air? It always felt stuffy out there, you know.
Well, could it be a heart problem? With your age, you know.
No. It's just that you were around all the time.
I'll feel better too, sailing the high seas away from you. What's that noise out there?
Attention, everyone on board. You're completely surrounded. Surrender and come out with your hands above your heads.
Clem, what is the meaning of this?
I'm one step ahead of you. That's what it means. Did you think I had no idea you were going to get rid of me? Do I look blind to you? Or dumb?
No. At the moment, you look like a dog that's gone rabid and needs to be put down.
Tom, I used to respect you, but just listen to yourself. The true shining city on a hill won't have to use it. Bullshit! You're gonna keep all the world at the point of a nuclear gun and you come out all clean. Ain't happening. Nobody's gonna give a shit about your threats if you don't even shoot once. I, on the other hand, already have a couple of targets in mind.
Backstabbing cocksucker!
I hate to say I told you so.
And I hate to admit that you were right. What do you say to us forgetting our differences until we solve this problem? A truce?
A truce.
Great. Then she's in your hands. Can you take her to sea?
Not until the dock gate is open. The control room is definitely in Clean's hands now, so we're stuck.
How many men do we have?
Barely enough to hold them at bay. And even that, only until we run out of ammo. There's dozens of them.
Tom, I have a plan. You keep him distracted while I sneak out and open that gate.
All alone?
With the numbers they have, our only chance is not getting noticed.
You're right. But we'll have to mount a diversion to make sure you do sneak out. Can we do that?
Yes, boss.
Let's do this before it gets even worse. Sam, we'll keep them busy, but still, be careful out there. Sam, wait for our signal.
Roger that.
Good luck, soldier.
Thanks.
With no time like the present, Sam fights his way through Klim's goons, whilst Tom argues with Klim over the radio, and after the most drawn out but quite fun gunfight that made me forget I was playing Metro Exodus and instead playing Call of Duty, Sam finally reaches Klim's position to open the gate and confront Klim head on, leading to an all-out brawl.
You're a beast, but you must be judged like a criminal. Where I come from, the mutineers hang. I'm in the tower. Situation under control.
Sam, they're cutting through the hatch! Get that gate or we're done for!
Order your people to stand down.
Screw you, American!
Full steam ahead! Go, go, go!
Surprise, motherfucker! Fucker! He'll rip you apart! Bitch! Die already! Take this, bitch!
Sam, we're gonna ram it! Brace for impact!
Screw you!
Bastard. Just you wait. You damn sub.
Sam, it's time! I locked them in the control room. Make your decision. Sam, what's the meaning of this? Find him now! The bulkhead won't open!
So Sam has a choice: blow up the sub and destroy his one chance to head back home by doing the quote right thing, as he doesn't know if Tom would actually use the nukes, or spare the sub instead, finally getting a ticket back to America. Personally, I don't see it as a hard choice, but let's start with blowing up the sub.
did what I'd been doing for the last 20 years. Saving the world. The captain sacrificed himself to avoid resurrecting the ghost of nuclear war. I would have gotten my ticket home. But at what cost? I'm not giving up. I will come home.
I feel like both of the endings serve their purpose, but I just wouldn't see Sam picking this option, as the entire point of this DLC is finding a way back home to America, and I just don't think he'd give up on that opportunity, just because of the slim chance Tom may use the nukes one day. And even if he did, the world is mostly dead anyway, so what difference would it make? So with that being said, let's look at the other ending.
I'm sorry, Ed, but I couldn't do it. I was an alien in Moscow, and even more so over here, where I had no friends. Tom offered me his hand. So what if that hand could push the button? Another nuclear war won't happen. The old world is already dead. A few more wounds on a corpse. What difference does that make? I don't think any price would be too high for a ticket home. Especially since I'm not the one footing the bill. I hope to see Dad is all I have left. All I've been dreaming of. All these years.
That's my canon ending right there. I will admit the Sam's Story DLC wasn't the most interesting, as I really didn't connect with Sam's character at all, but I guess it was a nice change to play as a badass American soldier, despite the gameplay mostly feeling the exact same, which I don't mind because it's goddamn Metro Exodus. I could definitely say that the DLCs are 10 times better than Last Light's DLC, as they're real story expansions to the main game rather than singular mission packs, and they really don't get the credit that they deserve, especially the Two Colonels DLC. Overall, Metro Exodus is a huge upgrade in many ways, graphically and gameplay wise. It's honestly the most human game in the series, as it shows both the deeply deranged side of humanity and the brighter happy side, giving us a realistic insight to how our world would react to such devastating circumstances over time. And for that, it makes the overall story and journey much more interesting and immersive to play through, which is a massive achievement for a game that faced so many challenges during its development stages. This is where I was going to go over the Metro Awakening VR game, and I bought a whole VR just for this section, but after playing for quite a short time, I started feeling quite nauseous. I quickly realized that VR gaming is not my thing at all. Apparently it's a decent VR title, and I don't doubt that, but I don't want to force myself to play something I'm going to struggle through, from a health standpoint and skill standpoint too. But pretty much Metro Awakening goes over Khan's backstory, which is quite an interesting spin-off idea, and I personally would love a separate video game based off Khan alone, even even just watching gameplay of Metro Awakening and my own short bursts playing it, the immersion is insane, and seeing the Metro tunnels in a virtual perspective is just wow. Words can't describe how cool and scary that is. It honestly sucks that Vertigo Games are closing down their Amsterdam studio, the ones who developed Metro Awakening specifically, but to be honest, I'm not surprised with the way gaming is as a whole right now. Anyways, Metro is a video game series that just can't be replicated. There's nothing like these games, and I mean nothing. From the world to the gameplay to even the soundtrack. God, don't get me started on the soundtrack. It has to be one of my favorite soundtracks in gaming, full stop. The developers are still working hard to this day, constantly facing drone strikes with the ongoing war, and relying on batteries and generators for their electricity, and are still pushing through making Metro 2039. There's levels to this shit for real. I'm buying that game day one, the best edition I can get, I promise you that. With their hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, we truly didn't deserve this masterpiece of a franchise. The Metro franchise is more than games, it's art in its purest form. If you made it this far into the video, thank you so much for watching, and consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy content like this. And as always, have a good rest of your day or night. Take care.
With fists like these, I don't even gotta pack no heat. You can't stop me, son.